Chapter 46. Happy Tears. Lily. Belle pushed her sleep shirt, his shirt, up her body, kissing his way up her back, tracing lines of her spine tattoo with his tongue as she lay on her front, still mostly asleep. The satiny heat of his skin brushed over her body, his solid, reassuring weight an anchor for her mind and soul. Lily, he rasped into her neck, nipping at her earlobe. He smelled like he usually did after a long day on the training fields, his warm, musky scent edged with the tang of salt and sweat. She arched into him as he caged her in from above. She twisted to steal a kiss from those wicked lips. Morning. A good morning, he breathed, kissing her and grinding his solid erection against her ass. She reached back to guide him into her and felt nothing. His solid weight on the bed started to lift, as if he were floating away. Panic set in. Lily twisted and reached for him, but paused when she saw his anguished, hollow-cheeked face, deep shadows of exhaustion smudged beneath eyes that glimmered with pain and regret. Belle! His massive body began disappearing bit by bit into tendrils of smoke. He reached for her, his fingers wispy and insubstantial. Lily knelt on the bed and ran her fingers over the more solid parts of his fading body to trace along his brow bone and over his lips. Come home to me, she told him. Come home. Lily woke up on her stomach, arm reaching towards what had become Belle's side of the bed, the sensation of his lips ghosting up her back and the empathy for his dream self's duress weighing heavy on her. More than 2 months, almost 2.5, had gone by. While the weight of his absence and the danger that he and all the others were in was just as heavy, her ability to deal with it had increased, making the burden more manageable. It was a bit like grief that way, she supposed. Or just life. She pushed herself out of bed, not hearing any noises from the kitchen yet. Sharky had found a podcast created by marine biologists, who gleefully shared the absolute wealth of information about the ocean that they had access to in the afterlife, and she listened to it every day, but especially in the mornings. Lily tugged up her purple dinosaur shorts and some fuzzy socks, padding into the kitchen to stare into the pantry, waiting for inspiration to strike. She was mindlessly staring at the flower, fiddling with her bracelets while Max smashed his face against her leg for attention when Sharky's door opened and her footsteps came down the hallway. Morning, Lily called. Morning, Mom. Can we have those scones with cinnamon sugar on top today? Sure, that sounds... Lily paused in the middle of reaching for the flower. Sharky's words, said entirely too casually, sank into her brain. A strange, floaty sensation took over her body. Maybe it was a mistake. She turned, staring at Sharky, confusion warring with hope and a little bit of fear. Sharky stood half-hidden behind the door jamb, making her look too much like the child she'd been when she first arrived. She was clearly making a valiant effort to be casual, but her wide blue eyes were nervous. Apparently, Lily's direct eye contact was too much for her. Can I call you Mom? I really want to call you Mom because, you basically are, even though you didn't grow me, but you're helping make me into who I am, and that's a really Mom thing to do. And also, you're there for me, and you love me, and I love you and stuff. And I want to call Lucy Papa and Belle Dad, too, but I wanted to ask you first because it was you and me first, and that felt important, Sharky blurted, barely pausing for breath. Silence filled the kitchen. Well, silent except for Max. His purr was unending. Lily smiled, tears leaping to her eyes with surprising swiftness. I would love that. I would be honored. Her voice was more than a little choked, but she didn't care. Sharky's eyes lit up. Really? These are happy tears, right? Definitely happy tears. Come here. Lily laughed, wiping her cheek on her shoulder and holding her arms out for her girl. Sharky hugged her fiercely, burying her face in Lily's sternum, narrow shoulders trembling as she sniffed wetly. Lily held her tight, letting the tears flow freely down her face. Sharky had changed so much, from the terrified little girl she'd first seen to the confident, chaotic little badass she was growing into. Lily couldn't wait to see who she would become. "Love you, Mom." Sharky's voice was muffled. Lily squeezed her tighter, dropping a kiss into Sharky's shaggy blonde hair. "Love you too, Sharky. I'm so proud of you. And thank you."
Belle. Almost 11 weeks, and there'd been no let-up from the seemingly endless enemy army. Even with rotations, exhaustion was beginning to set in, and Belle's body felt brittle. A broken arm, shredded wing, broken ribs, and a pike through his shoulder had all been fixed by the ever-busy healers. But anything less than a dire wound had been left to their own healing out of sheer necessity. Healers were already draining themselves dangerously low just to keep up with the critical patients. Belle knew, could feel that the big one was coming, the attack that would either end the war or end them. He knew it as surely as he'd known that this last great campaign would begin. He ducked his head into Asmodeus's tent. His wings had been shattered, and arms savaged by a Gogoni the day before. The healers had kept him out ever since. Belle listened to his cousin's even breaths, trying to do the math in his head. Soraya was due to give birth soon. A week to go, maybe. A tired smile pulled at his lips as he stepped inside the tent and tugged Asmodeus's blanket up, tucking it more securely around him. If Asmodeus were awake, he could tell him the due date without even having to think about it. He probably had the hour and minutes. Belle stepped back out of the tent and headed to the mustering area. It was their turn on the front lines. His armor and weapons had always felt like an extension of him, but now he wondered if he actually had a body under there, or if he was just a war machine. The only things that kept him from believing that was all he was were memories of Lily. Lily and Sharky. His little family. He grimaced, running his hand over his tangled hair. He kept Lily's braids in his hair for as long as possible, partially unbraiding and rebraiding to prolong them, but he'd had to take them out a week before. Ever since, he'd had the foulest fucking luck. A deep, earth-shaking rumble shuddered through the air a moment before the horns blared with an urgency he'd never heard before. A horrifying, soul-quaking chorus of distant Gogoni screams, more than he'd ever heard at once, sent ice down his spine as he raced into action. It was time.
Chapter 47. Little One. Lily. "You look weird. Did the holiday sauce turn out bad?" Sharky asked over breakfast. "Hollandaise sauce," Lily corrected absently, frowning as she tried to pinpoint the source of the off feeling she'd woken up too early with. "And no, the sauce turned out perfect. Good job." "Thanks, Mom. So, why do you have that funny look on your face?" Fuzzy warmth suffused Lily at her new title. It had only been a few days since the first time, but she didn't think she'd ever tire of hearing it. "I just feel weird." "Like, bad weird or excited weird?" Sharky's question was muffled by a mouthful of Eggs Benedict. "Just weird. I don't know. How are the eggs?" "Good this time." Lily winced. She was pretty sure she'd used half the eggs in their realm of paradise as practice, but she'd finally figured out how to properly poach a fucking egg. Small victories. She chose to treasure each one. They finished breakfast, Carlton whisking away the dishes before Lily could even reach to clear them. Having abandoned that particular battle with the house, she threw a quick "thanks, dude" in the direction of the ceiling and patted the nearest cupboard, then stretched to loosen up her unusually tight shoulders. "You want a fancy cocoa today?" Lily asked as Sharky set up her laptop. "Actually, can I try the salted caramel latte?" Lily quit stretching. Sharky's eyes were bright and expectant. "Please?" 11-ish is totally grown up enough for a latte, or at least to try one. It was true. Once she'd started growing, Sharky'd seemed to make up for lost time, shooting up faster than a mortal kid would have. Lily's research in the Universal Library had confirmed that her physical growth had more to do with her mental and emotional growth than anything, and had no set timeline. Sharky's preference of attending school in hell most of the time accommodated this, as she got to move around to different classrooms based on her learning needs, like all the other students. Today was a weekend, and she'd been planning a day-long movie marathon and gaming session. Sharky's grin went impish. "It's not like it'll kill me." Lily laughed. Fair point. All right, one small salted caramel latte coming your way. Anything else? "Nah, I'm good. Thanks, Mom." Lily blew her a kiss, which Sharky pretended to be knocked sideways by, and headed for the door. The sword and belt Belle had given her hung on the weapons rack that had appeared when Belle had basically moved in. She brushed her fingers over the hilt of his casual sword before lifting hers off the pegs. She buckled it around her waist slowly, taking in the way the light seemed especially golden as it dappled through the windows, gilding the entryway in a way that was newly striking and slanting one perfect beam on the myriad pictures that adorned the walls. The picture of her and her brothers no longer sent bolts of pain through her chest every time she saw it, just the fond ache of love that had nowhere to go. The idea of seeing them on mortal tube was still too painful, but she saw the picture for what it was, an impossible gift memorializing a precious memory. One that no longer hung alone, surrounded now by more than a dozen pictures of various sizes. A shot of her, Sharky, and Max from behind, silhouetted in the open doorway the day they'd played in the rain. Sharky's head on her shoulder, the pair of them wrapped in blankets, with soaking wet hair and steaming mugs, watching the rain pour down. Lily and Belle tangled together on the couch the morning of their first kiss, before it had happened, still asleep and utterly peaceful. The three of them, plus Max, in the library the day Belle had needed their fussing, the whole scene looking like a cozy Renaissance painting. A picture of her parents smiling on a sunny beach. She'd cried the day it had appeared. Their relationships had been complicated, but she still missed them. Max on his back in the living room, basking in a particularly good sunbeam, legs completely stretched out to get the most out of the sun's heat. Lily and Sharky sitting in front of the TV playing Mario Kart. Lily with her head in her hands after getting blue-shelled at the last minute, while Sharky leaped into the air with manic glee. Lily, Belle, and Sharky on the couch in their pajamas, all with different face masks on, watching a movie. Belle in the new gym, shirtless and deliciously sweaty, holding a weight in one hand while he took a picture with his phone of Lily on the treadmill, who was not so subtly taking pictures of him. She finished buckling on the belt and smiled at the collection of memories, marveling at how far she'd come in the afterlife. A growing part of her wondered how far she could go. Mulling that over, she reached for the door and paused, her sense of unease swelling up like a tide. "Sharky?" she called, heading back into the kitchen. "Yeah?" Sharky said, looking up in confusion as Lily stuck her head into the kitchen. "I know you're already planning on staying home today, but seriously, don't leave Paradise at all until I get back, okay?" "Why? Is it your weird thing?" "Yeah, I don't know what it is. but I just need you to promise to stay in paradise. I can't explain why, but I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important, Bug." Lily let a thread of steel into her tone. "Can you please promise me that you'll stay here?" Sharky's eyes rounded. "I promise," she said quietly. Then again with more conviction. "I promise." "Atta girl. Thank you." Lily winked, even though the light gesture required more effort than usual. "Be back soon."
Bell. Bell heaved in as much air as he could, half staggering from the command tent as every fiber of muscle screamed at him. The attack had flooded them. Thousands had died. Not just from the demonic forces, but from the collective mass of their universal army, something he was grimly thankful for. Though thankful seemed like the wrong word. He had to make the best of the worst situation, he supposed. In the days since the first wave of Gagoni and enemy soldiers crashed into them, he'd slept perhaps a total of 10 hours. Broken, patchy, restless sleep. Quick naps when he made it back to camp to give his reports, collaborate on tactics and strategies, and take a few minutes of a break from swinging his sword or axe. He and his soldiers were tired, but they were holding. And it was time to go hold some more. He left his sword in its sheath for the moment, hoping his hand might relax a bit from the claw it had frozen into after too many hours of gripping a weapon. As he walked back to the legion he'd be fighting with, he took stock of his body, cataloging aches and pains, factoring them into how he would need to adjust and compensate his fighting style to remain as deadly as possible and not make a stupid mistake. He did a double-take at the familiar figure that caught the corner of his eye. "What the fuck are you doing here? You should be in bed," he snarled at Asmodeus as he limped towards him, wings wrapped tightly against his back with bloody bandages. "I should be dead," Asmodeus rasped. The swelling around his eyes had gone down enough for his glare to be potent. "But I'm not. So, from one general to another, fuck you. Let's save the fighting for the real enemy." Asmodeus was, unfortunately, every bit as stubborn as him. So Bell bit his tongue and let it go, knowing he would have done the same thing. Had done the same thing. On multiple occasions. Bell briefed him as they walked, and Asmodeus split off to find his own soldiers, bumping his shoulder against Bell's before he left. Bell watched his cousin walk away, shredded wings half-healed and wrapped up like mummies, every movement visibly taking more effort. But Asmodeus' head was high, and his mind was sharp. Universe protect you, Azzy. And if that's not enough firepower to do the job, I'll ask your wife. A different, fierce woman flashed into his mind, the image so clear and vivid, for a moment he wondered if it was a hallucination. Lily. She could probably march her way across the battlefield and level one of her looks at the enemy. And if that wasn't enough, she'd give them a lashing with her gloriously sharp tongue and have them whimpering within minutes. Then she'd grab him by the front of his pants and tow him home, where she would dunk him in a bath, feed him, and tuck him into bed before marching up to the universe itself and giving it a piece of her mind. Fuck, he missed her. But he swallowed it down, pushing it aside with every step towards the curse of battle. His world devolved into a nightmare of spraying blood and spit and venom and mud. His movements were automatic as he parried a strike and struck a blow of his own, then spun and drove his blade through the neck of a creature as tall as he was and bristling with needle-like spikes. Its overlarge mouth gurgled helplessly, hands with too many joints scrabbling at its throat. Bell didn't pause for even a second, ripping his blade free to twist and engage a new opponent. Strike, stab, dodge, parry. Blood, not his own, was a bitter tang over his tongue. Something tried to take a chunk out of his leg. He bashed its skull in with the edge of his shield. He couldn't feel individual rivulets of sweat anymore. It soaked the padded clothing under his armor. His boots squelched, almost ankle-deep in gore and mud. There was no respite from any of it anywhere. Camp was a distant memory. A pack of small, dog-like creatures leaped on the soldier next to him. Her scream as she went down turned into a wet rasp as one of them ripped out her throat, tendons and ligaments stretching and snapping amongst spurts of vivid blood. With a roar, Bell cleared the pack away with his blade, one of his strikes sending a creature shrieking through the air where it landed on the pike of a distant soldier. The female demon's pink eyes were wide and panicked beneath her helmet, gloved hand fluttering over the gaping hole where her throat had been, lips covered in her own blood, silently forming one word over and over. Please. Bell locked eyes with her for only a second, but that second stretched into eternity. Please. He raised his sword over her. Mercy seldom seemed merciful on the battlefield. The female demon's hand left her throat to point behind him. He swung blindly, judging the rush of air, the angle of her finger, the pounding thud of approaching footsteps, and scored a deep slash down the side of a rampaging Gagoni. It wailed, sounding entirely too much like his baby sister, and flinched, spinning towards its injured side as if it couldn't understand what had happened. Taking advantage of the distraction, Bell half-chopped through the back of its stubby neck, and the thing collapsed into a twitching pile. There was a momentary lull, and he spun back to the female demon, one of his soldiers, who lay motionless, pink eyes dull and fixed, staring into an eternity that only she could see. Her hand, the one she'd pointed to save him, lay limply in the mud. Bell crouched. Her fallen sword made a sucking sound as he pulled it out of the mud and lay it on her chest. Then he lifted the hand that had saved him and rested it over the hilt. He dipped his head and stood, a distant roaring heralding the coming end of the momentary lull. Something tickled at the back of his mind as he stared at the dead Gagoni. Something odd. Several other soldiers frowned at it as well, looking up as he approached and making room for him. "Sir, am I crazy, or is that one small?" Bell studied the thing grimly. It was small. It didn't stand nearly as tall as the other Gagoni he'd seen. Its skin was paler, less knobby, and it only had a couple rows of teeth instead of several. Then he realized. It's young. Every soldier who'd heard him cranked their head around to stare. "That means they must be running out of the full-sized ones," someone said. Something on the hindquarters drew his attention. Dark, streaked marks that looked almost charred, like it had been intentionally burned, tortured. Why the fuck would the other universe, or whoever was in charge of their forces, torture the young of their own creatures? The answer came to him in a shrieking roar that had a layer he'd never heard to it. Grief and desperation and rage. What fought with a fierceness unmatched by any force in any known universe? Parents protecting their children. Bell bellowed orders, reforming the line and turning just in time to see the unbroken line of fully adult Gagoni charging toward them, wailing for all of their murdered offspring. Overrun. They would be overrun. The world devolved into a new nightmare, this time with bodies and body parts flung through the air like confetti as the Gagoni tore into them. Lungs screamed for oxygen. Muscles reacted and moved without conscious thought. Boots slipped in mud. Lines of pain opened up all over his body. One Gagoni was killed, then another. Bell was nearly knocked to the ground by the upper half of a soldier after a Gagoni had flung it aside. He regained his footing, spinning to face the source of the corpse. A Gagoni nosed at the body of the little one, a high-pitched, keening noise filling the air when the little one didn't respond. The parent threw its head back, vertical maws splitting wide as it screamed its loss. A volley of arrows arched over Belle's shoulder, burying themselves in the exposed throat and chest, the scream shifting into a pained roar as the thing spun. Belle saw what was going to happen, and despite the fact that he was dripping sweat, he went ice cold. It happened in slow motion. The Gogoni lunged directly at them, directly at him. The vertically slit jaws were wide open, something that the typical battle-hardened Gogoni never did, as it revealed one of their greatest weaknesses. Rows and rows of hooked, razor-sharp teeth set into a bloody mouth came right at him. He knew the press of soldiers behind him, beside him, their swords and spears all aimed for that same vulnerable target. Belle rammed his sword down its throat just before the powerful jaws clamped around his entire body. One last blinding burst of pain and regret and love for his little family. His Lily. Then everything was gone.
Chapter 48. Whatever the fuck. Lily. Lily stalked through the Universal Hall, noting the expressions of those around her. All of the afterlife denizens looked troubled, like they sensed the same nebulous, unknown bad thing that she did. Only some of the souls looked the same. Odd. The hall wasn't busy either, though it hadn't been as busy for a while. Given the baseline of wariness that had become common, most people preferred to stay within the relative safety of their realms. And here I am going for coffee. Common grounds came into sight, the usual line out the door nowhere to be seen, though people still went inside. A sudden flood of sticky foulness crawled down her spine, stopping her dead in her tracks. "What the fuck?" she murmured, allowing instinct to take over, turning to scan the hallway. A few others looked similarly disturbed. Maybe it was some kind of magic. A wailing roar, like a chorus of terrified babies in pain, layered with something wet, like shredding meat but with volume behind it, echoed down the hall, freezing everyone in place. Bad. Wrong. Not supposed to be here. Wrong. Trust me, you'll know when something doesn't belong in this universe. Belle's warning came rushing back to her. "Clear the hall!" Lily bellowed at the same time as several other denizens. Everyone burst into motion, a few screams and panicked calls adding to the chaotic thunder of feet and the horrible roaring that, Lily realized with horror as she launched into a sprint, was getting closer. People poured out of common grounds at the same time people started to run into it, only to be shoved back by the fleeing baristas. "We're a fucking coffee shop, not a protected realm. Get the fuck out and run," one barista yelled, shoving a panicking man back into the throng before hauling ass towards the nearest arch. Going back to paradise was not an option, though whatever the fuck it was would be coming from that direction. Hell. She could try to get to hell. If she couldn't, she'd dive into one of the other realms. They would be better than nothing. Plus, she realized as she ran, souls were still trying to hide in stores and shops and restaurants. "Get to a realm, not a store," Lily yelled over and over, thankful she didn't need to breathe anymore as she urged her feet faster and faster. People bumped into her from all sides trying to get to safety. One woman was running the opposite direction, towards the thing, and Lily grabbed her arm, skidding them both to a stop. "It's coming from there," Lily snapped, dragging the woman along by her arm. "But my paradise is back there." "Your paradise is safe. I want to be safe," the woman wailed, beating Lily with her fist. "Fuck you too." Lily swallowed down the rage and fear, trying to tamp them down into something useful. "Get into a realm then." "I'm an atheist." "You're a fucking idiot. Your atheism doesn't matter right now. If you want to be safe, find a realm and get into it, or you will experience pain you can't imagine. Now move." Lily threw her towards an arch. She didn't know which one. She just saw its occupants waving fleeing people inside, then kept running. The hallway was emptying fast. A few, like her, were running to help others, or trying to get to a distant haven. Behind her, people started screaming in terror, not, thankfully, in pain. The wet, high-pitched roar was joined by something else that sounded almost hyena-like, but bone-chillingly wrong. Prey. She was prey. A deer fleeing from a predator she couldn't hope to outrun or outfight. Whatever it was too fucking close. The hallway was mostly empty, the arches to the realms packed with people huddling together and trying to move back. Lily rounded a corner as more screaming started, and she heard the first pounding footsteps of something large echoing up the hallway. Cold dread sat in her stomach like a stone. She wasn't going to make it. A woman much shorter than her was hauling ass ahead, looking over her shoulder like an idiot in a horror movie. It slowed her down. Lily caught up to her and grabbed her arm, guiding her towards the nearest archway, where people yelled encouragement and held out their hands. Heavy, fast footsteps and more screeching. Throat tight, veins buzzing, Lily shoved the woman forward, diving through the arch herself and skidding to a halt, half crashing into the wall of people just inside the gate. Lily spun, pressing her back against them, hand automatically going to the sword at her waist. Too close. She was too close to the arch, to the line where the gleaming floor beneath her feet met with the humble flooring of the hallway. The thing lunged around the corner and stopped, raising its wedge-shaped head to sniff at the air. Nausea swam, every fiber, every shred of her rebelling at being in the presence of it. The thing ran on all fours, long limbs out of proportion with its comparatively stocky body. Its paws resembled long, slender hands with 7 digits and too many joints. The claws, flexing on the stone floor, were long and curved, at least half as long as Lily's forearm. The thing had to be 8 feet tall at the shoulders, its head set almost directly into the bulky shoulders, with no mouth that she could see. Eyes the size of dinner plates were a pulsing shade that Lily had never seen before. The closest approximation she could give was a sick, toxic green. It reared back onto its hind legs, almost like a bear, and let loose another awful, shredding, baby's wail roar that had Lily drawing her sword for comfort, if nothing else. There was the mouth. Instead of lying horizontally, like every other fucking mouth Lily had ever seen, it split the creature's skull from forehead to throat vertically, opening its face like a book. If that book was lined with rows of teeth similar to sharks. Sharky. Fear like Lily had never known locked her body in place. Sharky promised. She promised. Paradise is safe. The safest place. A distant horn split the air. The horns of hell had never sounded so damned lovely. The thing launched itself forward and disappeared, presumably to do battle. Lily and everyone else breathed a collective sigh of relief. Then she saw milky, pale fingers curl around the edge of the arch. 3 of them, overlong and multi-jointed, the flesh mottled towards the tips with sick gray, the glossy black claws set in nail beds that seemed red and inflamed. The fingers rested there for a moment, just long enough for a few others to notice them. The other creature jolted into view, its round, lipless mouth overfull of jagged, black anglerfish teeth, chattering with its awful, not hyena laughter. The other thing had been terrifying. This was human nightmares made manifest. Its limbs were wiry, at odds with its stumpy torso, pale white and gray flesh hanging off its bones. The head, though, the head and the face Lily would never stop seeing. When she someday went to the void, she would see it still. The oval head was smooth, with 2 small holes that seemed to function as nostrils set high in its flat face. The huge eyes had no discernible difference between sclera, iris, and pupil. Matte, and such a mottled, soulless black that it was like looking into a grave. They were rimmed with the same irritated redness as its claws, as was its twisted nightmare of a mouth, like its body was rebelling against its own existence. Lily didn't even have time to flinch when it lunged for her, crashing face first into whatever invisible barrier stretched across the archway. The people behind her moved away, all of them pressing farther back into whatever realm they were in, leaving Lily standing alone in front of the arch, face to face with another universe's evil. The instinctual revulsion and horror remained, but safe. She was safe. But the longer she stared at it, watching it test the barrier, gnashing those awful teeth when it couldn't get her, the angrier she got. My universe. My home. Our afterlife. How many of my friends and my people did it kill to get here? This thing could have hurt Belle. My Belle. It would happily hurt Sharky. My child. The thing laughed, chattering its awful teeth in Lily's face, slamming its claws against the barrier before pressing its face against it and smearing its long black tongue across the shimmering wall of power. Laughing, laughing, laughing. Lily cut its head off with one swing. Her time working at the help desk had prepared her for the jarring sensation of a weapon making contact with a body, the crunch of bone snapping, the spray of blood, the slight drag of a blade as the friction of cutting through flesh slowed its path. Her time training with Belle and the demons had prepared her to have good form and strike true. The head toppled to the floor, jaw still twitching, still chattering its teeth for a few seconds until whatever brain activity it had ceased. The body slumped the other direction, spilling green-black blood all over the floor. It sizzled and burned away as it pooled against the invisible barrier of the arch. Get fucked. Lily stared at the line of sizzling blood, working the variables, trying to understand how they had gotten through. Either it was a fluke of a particularly intense battle, in which their defenses had failed enough to allow not just one, but two creatures into the universal hallway, or they'd lost completely. But if that was the case, there would have been more of them, right? Someone came to stand next to her. The hum of power prickling over her skin told her without looking that it was a deity. She kept watching the blood sizzle as it ran along the invisible barrier, smoking as it connected with the pristine mother-of-pearl surface. Every thought, every feeling eddied out of Lily's head. She followed the line of the arch upwards, took in every gleaming, heinously perfect inch, then looked at the deity at her side. He dipped his head in acknowledgement, a small smile gracing his lips. Your reputation is well deserved, Ms. Lily. Lily stared resolutely at him. Small. She felt so small and wrong here. She didn't belong. Would never belong. A stain on the fabric of the existence of this place. A stain of a soul. She hated it. Hated this. Her tone was flat, but her voice seemed very far away, as if it knew it had no business being anywhere near here. God. Chapter 49. Maxed out on weird. Lily. Made in God's image, my ass. Lily was used to the paradoxical, dreamlike quality of certain things in the afterlife, but every so often, something still struck her as especially odd. Despite apparently being made almost entirely out of light, God was obviously human-shaped and incredibly tall, almost Belle's height. He had a face, eyes, nose, mouth, but the shape and color and other qualities of them were hard to discern through the steady white light emanating from his skin. Lily sensed more than saw his smile and gaze. Not for mere mortals to see. She scowled and stared harder. It was like looking directly into a light bulb, but features jumped out at her. His face had a shifting quality. One moment his nose was aquiline, then a few seconds later it was a pert button, then perfectly straight. The same with his jawline, cheekbones, and eyes. God had all the markers to be unsettling as shit. The effect would have been much more potent if she'd encountered him before beheading the creepy whatever the fuck that still twitched on the floor. As it was, she'd maxed out on her ability to process weird. So if God was hoping to get some kind of reaction, he was shit out of luck. Almost 2 decades of her life she'd spent living in fear and conditioned awe of this being, trying to please him, begging him for protection, for support, for love. Seeking those things in the community formed in his name and finding out exactly how conditional that protection, support, and love was. It was a lesson she'd carried the emotional scars of into death. In many ways, God, as she'd been taught about him, reminded her of the worst parts of her father. There, but not there for her. Her father had watched TV in the living room, and God had watched TV in heaven, both loving her but not being particularly loving in the way that mattered. Except God had never read her a bedtime story or checked her closet for monsters to soften that fact. All-knowing, all-powerful, and all-good, Lily said in a measured, neutral tone, gripping the hilt of her sword like a lifeline in a storm. Which one, or ones, are a lie? God blinked. Lily didn't. If you are all-knowing without being all-powerful, then watching the humans suffer and knowing that you can't change it is a nightmare of its own. If you are all-powerful but not all-knowing, then it's less your fault. But honestly, I've been in the afterlife long enough to know that even a cursory glance through mortal tube will show you what's going on in the mortal world. So that excuse isn't valid. She inhaled sharply. And if you are both of those things, but not all good, and you abandoned those who love you, the innocents who suffer in your name, then you are every bit the fucking monster I, and too many others, came to realize you might be. The leather wrapping the sword hilt creaked in her grip, loud in the silence. So, God, which one is it? I'm sorry. His words were soft. Answer me! Lily snarled, temper fraying dangerously, eyes stinging. I'll bet you're sorry, but that's not what I asked you. I was lucky. I didn't suffer nearly as much as some people did. Not at all as much as my daughter did, but I still suffered. It might not have been directly at your hand, but it was absolutely at the hands of people who claim to follow you, who have caused untold harm in your fucking name, and you weren't there. The surge of fury burned away in a flash, leaving her with a lifetime of hurt and shame. We were alone when we needed you. I was alone when I needed you. Where were you? And don't... She held up her free hand, not bothering to hide how much it shook. Say you were there in the still, small voice, or that I didn't listen hard enough to hear you, because that's horseshit. You're a fucking deity, and I was a child who was crying too hard to hear much of anything. So, because the answer to this question will help me determine how to process all this, I want to know, which of those 3 traits is a lie? The silence following her outburst was so complete, Lily felt its presence like another person as she and God stared at each other. Little sounds began to filter in. The sizzle of blood against the invisible barrier, the faint echo of confused, scared voices all along the hallway, the whisper of her loose hair sliding over her shoulder, a distant clang of something metal, and an eerie, gurgling snarl. None of us are truly all-powerful, though we have incredible and inexcusable power, God said quietly, his voice layers of tones and pitches, as if multiple people spoke in unison. And kindness, or goodness, is a choice that is easy for us to make. I am aware of all relevant information in the mortal world and in mortal lives, like an expanded version of MortalTube, though I do not use that ability to, as some mortals call it, snoop, without cause. Like all deities, my ability to influence the mortal world is limited. More limited than religions would have you believe. The sorrow on his face, in every line of his glowing body, made her chest ache. She ignored it. He continued. We were supposed to help and inspire, but now? Now too many are subject to fear and shame and pain that never should have been theirs. And you can't do anything to change that? Lily asked, skepticism dripping from every syllable. You remind me of my son. I'm sure he'll be flattered. God's smile was weary. He will. As I said, your reputation is well known and well deserved. While I can't make the spectacular change that you and I both wish I could, please know that I am doing all that I can to make amends. Explain. I work closely with Hell on the re-education of those souls who claimed to live in my ideals, but either twisted them or blindly followed twisted teachings. They are educated on what faith should be, and taught to think critically, especially about the teachings of church leaders. The hope is that, if enough of those souls reincarnate, the lessons they learned will echo through the mortal world and inspire change. He paused. I recognize that the churches, especially the ones formed in my name but not my ideals, have turned into something that no longer truly helps humanity, but causes harm and provides a refuge for the harmful. And for that, God did something that at first made no sense, but then shocked her down to her toes. He lowered his head, bent at the waist, and bowed to her. I am sorry. I am sorry that I was not there when you or others needed me. I am sorry for the harm and pain caused to you and your daughter by the followers of my name. And I am sorry for not being able to rectify the mistakes made in my name so that they will never harm another. God, who'd ended up looking like a human-shaped light bulb, was bowing to Lily, sincerely apologizing for his shitty followers, while a monster from another universe that she'd decapitated in a fit of motherly and territorial rage lay dead only a few feet away. This is not how I expected this day to go, she heard herself mutter, unable to look away from the bowing deity, who smiled up at her with understanding. I offer only an apology, Lily. I do not seek forgiveness. My apology is not conditional. That's a first. Lily bit her tongue to keep from saying it out loud. She wasn't sure what she'd expected, but it sure as shit hadn't been an apology. It didn't make her or Sharky's pain and experiences any less valid, but she almost pitied God. It was hard enough for her to see things on MortalTube in passing and not be able to do anything, but to constantly see more? To be charged with the care of mortals and have a limited capacity to do so? More than that, to watch pain and atrocities be committed in his name? Agony. Lucifer flashed through her mind, and clarity struck like a lightning bolt. He and God were two sides of the same coin. Though they had been cast in very different roles in the mortal world, both had been warped to fit a narrative, used as the carrot and stick of morality. Both had had their character and name used as a method of control. She'd been wrong about Lucifer and hell, and, though it was even more uncomfortable to admit, it seemed she'd been wrong about God and heaven, too. "I accept your apology," Lily said, offering him her hand. He took it, sending a scorching fizz through her body, and straightened. "I can't genuinely forgive you just yet. Maybe not for a good long while. But I accept your apology." The vestiges of her decades-long anger were still too searing for her to offer forgiveness, but she could recognize that God had never meant or desired for any of her suffering to happen. "That is more than enough," God said quietly, releasing her hand. Lily shook the impulse to scrub her hand on her leggings, instead wiping the blood off her sword with a sleeve. She still hated the conditioned feeling of smallness and impurity and whatever other icky garbage bullshit feelings the pearlescent arch and gleaming golden floor inspired in her. But the fear was gone, and there was a sense of grudging acceptance that the God she'd been raised to know was not the real God. No, the real God had bowed and apologized. Bowed? She'd be tripping over that fact for a while, possibly eternity. Eternity. Belle. Sharky. "I have to go. I need to get back to Sharky," Lily said, leaning through the arch to glance around, primed to leap back at the first hint of something wrong. Other than the thoroughly dead corpse, nothing seemed out of place. The prickle of intuition that something was off had faded, leaving behind the overwhelming drive to get home and make sure Sharky was all right. Then hunt down anyone who might have information about Belle. "Of course. I can ask one of the angels to escort you, if you'd like." The instinctive "fuck no" sat on the tip of her tongue. A lifetime of independence urged her to brush off the offer of help with her typical bluntness, because she certainly didn't need it. The newfound peace and groundedness she'd found in the afterlife kept her mouth shut, while she considered how to respond with a bit more tact than she otherwise might have. "I appreciate the offer, but no, I'll be fine," Lily said, stepping through the arch and pointedly ignoring the resulting squelch. "Yes, I believe you will," God said. Lily looked at him. Really looked. For a moment, eternity paused. They might as well have been statues frozen in time, the tapestry of the afterlife a fixed backdrop behind them. A deity and a soul, seeing and understanding each other, recognizing the pain and the promise of all that had and could happen. The weight of who she had been and who she was becoming seemed to hang in the balance before tipping. "Thank you," she said plainly. God inclined his head. Lily adjusted her grip on her sword, the leather beneath her palm solid and comforting, then pushed herself into a jog. She wove through the few brave souls and denizens who had left the safety of the realms, dodging debris from tables and carts that had been knocked over outside of shops, and goods that people had dropped in the rush to safety. At the sound of her running footsteps, people either froze or dove for the nearest cover, the ripple of fear passing from person to person like a virus as they frantically looked for what she was running from. So, even though every scrap of her soul screamed at the delay, Lily dropped into a purposeful walk. The sounds of people crying echoed out the various arches, mingling with clipped orders from unseen authority figures and the rumble of the more creature-like denizens of the afterlife. High above, near the sky-like ceiling, a horde of wisps in various sizes and colors hovered out of harm's way. What was the collective term for the wisps? A covey? A flock? A host? A folly? A poof? Until she found something more accurate, she'd call them a poof. It was ridiculous enough to keep the situation from feeling overwhelming. Numerous footsteps drew her attention away from the poof of wisps and towards a distant juncture in the hall. Bell wouldn't be among them. As a general, he'd be one of the last to leave. But maybe someone knew something. She made it all of one step towards them and froze. Fear like she'd never known, not even when facing down the thing outside of heaven, scribed itself onto her soul. The soldiers were barely recognizable as living beings. They shuffled more than walked, every inch of them covered in filth, and universe knew what else. Some of the ones in better shape dragged the now familiar carts filled with those too wounded to move under their own power. A shredded wing, recognizable as a wing only because she'd spent so much time studying bells, nearly dragged on the floor beside one cart, leaving a trail of blood. The membrane almost completely gone, and the supporting bones jutting out through tears in the skin. She managed a breath that felt like shards of glass and lurched forward, following the line of the ruined wing to the equally battered body it was attached to. I don't care if he's in pieces as long as he's alive. I don't care if he's in pieces as long as he comes back. The female demon wept with the eye that wasn't covered by gauze, her other wing a bloody mass of hastily applied bandages. Not Belle. None of the walking wounded moved like him, were built like him, had his horns. From what she could see, none of the ones on the carts bore him either, though there was a stump of a tail dripping blood from soaked wrappings that was about the right skin color. Too purple. It's too purple. Belle is gray purple, and if he'd lost blood, he'd be more gray, not purple, right? A few of the soldiers glanced at her as they passed, but if any of them recognized her, they didn't show it. Whatever mortals thought hell was, whatever incomprehensible evil and suffering and struggle they expected, these soldiers had seen it, lived it. Mortal hell was in their eyes. Lily watched them go, watched denizens from other realms run up to take the weight of the carts, to offer water. A Roman woman sprinted out of an arch with an armful of stola and a knife, then began cutting them into strips as she strode alongside a cart. Fuck walking. Lily bolted. She skidded around a corner and hurtled toward the massive paradise arch, breath sawing in her throat. A group of souls milled about behind the safety of the invisible barrier. Standing apart from them, next to a leg of the arch, was a tiny figure with a distinctive shark fin sticking up crookedly from the top of their hood. Relief hit Lily so hard she half tripped and slowed to a jog. Sharky made to run to her but stopped, blue eyes wide and worried. Max scurried back and forth along the invisible barrier with an urgency he usually reserved for begging for tuna, his tail puffed up to twice its usual size. "Mom!" Sharky launched herself at her just as Lily swooped down to scoop her up. Sharky was almost too big to pick up, and their bodies collided almost painfully hard, but Lily didn't care. She held Sharky tight, swaying to soothe Sharky's shaking and her own jittery nerves. Max screeched at her feet, front paws braced on her thigh, claws none too gently digging through her leggings. Lily hushed him, blindly patting at his fuzzy head and placating him enough to stop yowling. The small crowd of souls murmured to each other, and a few called out questions, but she ignored them, for now. "What are you doing here?" Lily tried to ask, but the adrenaline of decapitating a monster and confronting God, along with the horror of seeing what might have happened to Belle, Her Belle, had the question coming out as more of a demand. "I told you to stay inside." Sharky remained plastered to Lily, arms tight around her neck, speaking so fast her words slammed together. "You told me to stay in paradise, not stay home. I was worried about you because of your weird feeling thing, and so were Max and Carl. But Carl couldn't come because it's a house, so I thought I'd wait here, but then there was this noise and this scary thing. 2 things. Mom, there were 2 different things. A bunch of people ran into paradise, and we all saw the things and they saw us, but they ignored us and kept going towards where you were, and then there was screaming and... Okay, I'm okay. You're okay. We're okay. They're gone. They're dead. It's safe." "It's safe?" one of the souls called. "Is that what she said?" Lily leveled a look at the concerned crowd, guessing that the significantly more frazzled people were the ones who had run to safety. "Both of them are dead, yes. And the weird feeling is gone too, so I'm pretty sure that means it's safe. For now," she added mentally. The expressions were a mix of relief and confusion. "What weird feeling?" someone asked. Lily frowned. It confirmed what she'd noticed before. Not all souls had been unsettled, but all denizens had been. What it meant, she didn't know. Perhaps it was because she worked at the help desk? Like an employee-only alert? She'd have to ask someone later. "Don't worry about it." "Weird," Sharky said, frowning. Word of the day, apparently. "Well," Lily said to everyone, setting Sharky down and tucking her under an arm. "As far as I know, it's safe. Paradise is the original stronghold of the afterlife, so if you're worried about it, don't leave. But if you do leave, just know that you can dive into any realm for safety. It might not be as good as this, but it's better than nothing." "How do you know?" someone yelled from the back. "She's the hell lady, dude. She knows stuff," someone else called back. Lily pointed at the responder with confidence she didn't feel, but was flattered nonetheless. "That." "What are we going to do?" Sharky asked as the crowd broke apart. "What I want to do is go home, pack up some stuff, and get us both down to hell. We can stay in Belle's house while we wait for information, something, anything. Him." "Belle's coming home?" Sharky asked. "I don't know, Bug, but maybe. It looked like a lot of soldiers are. But we'll be practically as safe that deep in hell as we would be here, and we'll be in the best place to stay informed. Belle's fine though, right?" Sick. She felt fucking sick. She'd been worried about Sharky, but deep down she'd known that as long as Sharky had stayed in paradise, she'd be fine. She had no such reassurance about Belle. "I don't know." She managed to say it calmly, honestly, but it ravaged her. Fear could be useful. Fear could be informative. Panic was nothing but a fast track to freezing up, being useless, being reckless, and making mistakes. She might be scared out of her mind, but she refused to fucking panic. She was Lily, of paradise, of hell, of whatever she fucking felt like, and she was going to handle this. Because that's what princesses did. Handled shit. "Carlton," Lily said into the quiet of the entryway, the thumps and bumps of Sharky quickly packing in her room the only sound other than the birds singing outside. Max had laid himself directly across her feet and seemed to have no intention of moving. The house didn't groan, but she felt its awareness. Not all paradises were so sentient, she'd learned. It depended on the preference of the soul, which was why Carlton had only gotten more communicative when Sharky arrived. Now she couldn't imagine wanting to have anything other than their quirky, personality-packed home anymore. "This isn't an indictment of you, buddy. I know you would keep us safe and comfortable and as happy as possible. But if anything happens to Belle, Shit, even if something doesn't happen to Belle, the first place he is going to go is hell. And hell is the best place for us to stay close to the action and in the know. So we're going to leave for a little bit. Her nose stung. Why did her nose always sting right before she got emotional? She rested her hand on the nearest wall. I'm really going to miss you. Miss being here. But I'd just be worried sick about Belle the whole time. We'll come back no matter what, I promise. Carlton groaned sadly, the pictures rattling on the wall. The closet door swung open, and Belle's casual sword floated free as if carried by invisible hands, hovering in front of her until she grabbed it, dipping with the weight. Movement on the wall drew her attention, the paint finish shifting to form matte letters. Be safe. Stay together. Defend all. Stay happy. Come home. Find peace. The to-do list presentation was a little weird, but she got the message. It was the same sentiment she'd sent Belle off with. We'll do, buddy. We'll see what kind of shape Belle is in, but we'll do what we can to be happy and at peace again. A pair of books zoomed out of the library and plopped onto her bag. One was a sci-fi fantasy series she'd been meaning to suggest to Belle. The other she hadn't read yet, but the blurb on the back promised a deliciously filthy read, with a male love interest who had a tale that, according to one of the reviews, was used very creatively. Lily snorted. I'm not sure if that will be quite what the doctor calls for, but Ack! The wad of fabric smacked her directly in the face with extreme speed and an incredible amount of sass. She barely managed to catch it before it hit the ground. Lily registered what it was and quickly shoved it into her bag along with the books, just in time for Sharky to pop around the corner. From there, they proceeded in silence. Lily shouldered her bag and took Sharky's hand, patting farewell to Carlton on their way out the door. The house groaned its own goodbye, sending a blue scarf to drape over Sharky's shoulders. Max trotted beside them until they reached the arch to the hall, then begged to be picked up. Lily cradled him against her shoulder. The hall remained quiet, despite the fact that mid-morning was one of the busiest times. Almost no souls were out and about, and the few denizens that they saw kept a sharp eye on their surroundings and were quick to look over their shoulders. Lily followed a path close to the wall, acutely aware of their proximity to each arch. Claw-like gouges in the stone of the floor by the well-guarded arch to hell were the only remainders of the monster that had sounded like a chorus of agonized children. The newly posted guards were unfamiliar and grim-faced, but nodded politely as they went by. One of them returned Sharky's little wave. Things at the gate were business as usual, except for the demon's tight expressions and the lack of usual tolerance for souls and their bullshit. Lily tucked that away in her mind, hurrying Sharky to the elevator. Belle's house shouldn't have felt any emptier than it usually did. After all, it was a big fucking house, and the trio of housekeepers were tending to it with care and pride, just like they did every other day. But Belle wasn't there filling the house with his steady, mischievous, loving energy. Without him, the house felt like a furnished Grand Canyon. The head housekeeper, Lecty, clucked over both of them upon their arrival, making a batch of colorful, delicious cookies that were apparently a common treat in demonic households. She soothed Sharky with an entire plate of them while Lily perched on a nearby stool, wondering exactly how much of her bullshit Lucifer would tolerate before turning her into goo. One way to find out. Chapter 50. Damned Coffee. Lily. 2 hours later, Lily stared out of the window of Lucy's admin-level office, watching the play of shifting red-gold afternoon light and listening to the harried secretary outside explain something to someone in the same decisive tone that Lily had ignored on her way in. Lucifer's massive office felt a bit like an uber-luxurious cigar lounge, with black and gold paneled walls, deep, rich colors, and elegant decor. She'd been here several times before with Sharky, but never on her own. She shifted her shoes on the desk, settling more deeply into the deliciously comfortable chair. The muffled voice grew clearer, like the secretary was approaching the towering double doors of the office. "I am so sorry, sir. She refused to wait outside. I told her that I would have you call when you had a moment, but she insisted." Oddly clear-minded and composed, Lily dragged her eyes away from the window and stared at the door. "It's all right, Vitan. Thank you," Lucifer said just before the door swung open on silent hinges. He looked like shit. Not a thread of his clothing was out of place, but his face was gaunt and weary. The opalescent sheen of his copper skin had dulled, and shadows smudged under his eyes. His hair was only slightly rumpled, like he'd run his fingers through it a time too many, but it said enough about what was going on in his head. He closed the door smoothly. "I believe you're supposed to sit behind the desk," he said, voice rasping like he'd been talking too much. "Not that one." A smile played at the edges of his mouth. "I heard you read God, the Riot Act, and did it with grace. Not to mention how you so kindly relieved the Chitahi of its head. I'd say you'd do just fine behind that desk." Chitahi. That must be the name for the whatever the fuck. Good to know. "Gossip travels fast, I see." Lily shook her head with a quiet smile. "My perspective is all wrong for that chair. I am neither wise nor kind enough to sit behind that desk and do what you do. I'm far too mortal for it." "I don't know if anyone feels wise or kind enough," Lucifer said, pushing his fingers through his hair and rubbing his hand down the back of his neck. "I'm sure you'd like some information." Lily stopped him with a noise, holding out the coffee cup she'd kept in her hand because the warmth and weight of it was soothing. "Here. It's not common grounds, but it's still pretty good. Just sit and drink this. We can talk when you're done." Lucifer took the cup, but shook his head. "I'd love to, but there is so much to do." "You're in a very important meeting right now. That's what you're doing. Drink the damn coffee." He blinked, then eased himself into the chair beside hers, leaving the opulent office chair behind the desk empty. His feathered wings rustled as he settled them into a comfortable position around the specially designed back. "A moment. It's all I can spare." Lily picked up her own coffee cup, which she'd set on the floor beside her chair. She'd only managed a sip or two thanks to the nerves fluttering in her belly, but the practice of holding a coffee cup was familiar and comforting. She needed familiar and comforting. A minute ticked by as Lucifer sipped his coffee and tilted his head back against the supple burgundy leather of his chair. Lily looked back to the window, the quiet wrapping around them like a blanket. It was ethereally beautiful on this level of hell. Bioluminescent ivy crawling up the side of the window fluttered in a breeze, glowing flowers in a myriad of colors dancing amongst the leaves. The pulsing veins of light on the high ceiling outside were less numerous in this particular area, but more intense, making them all the more striking. Belle wouldn't struggle to find beauty here. Her fingers tightened on her cup, the warmth of it somehow failing to seep into her skin. Wherever he was, she hoped the beauty was as easy to find, but she doubted it. She'd heard about the massive wards already being set up on the training fields for the injured, and heard they were filling up fast. Hell had long established systems and procedures in place for such an event, and things were happening at a speed that never would have been possible in the mortal world. The elevators had been crammed with healers and supplies on their way up. If he's hurt, then they'll take care of him, while I make sure Lucy doesn't fall apart. If he's missing, then he won't get any less missing if I lose my shit. If he's fine, he's fine. If he's dead... The sips of coffee threatened to make a reappearance. If he's dead, then he's dead. And I refuse to make the afterlife a worse place to be just because I'm hurting. She swallowed. I will never regret kindness. But if Lucy could drink that coffee a little faster, I'd really fucking appreciate it. It was probably only 3 minutes, but it felt like an eternity by the time Lucifer sighed and rested the empty cup on the armrest. What happened? Lily asked, turning to study his weary profile. I have no definitive information on Belle specifically. Fuck. Before dawn this morning, Lucy rasped, there was a major attack. The definitive attack, it seems. A small portion of our forces were overrun, hence the Gagoni and Chatahi, its handler, that made it all the way into the universal hallway. Following that wave, we broke their lines and forced them back enough to close the rift. Preliminary reports are saying that it's over. We are mopping up the ones that were trapped when the rift closed, and have begun bringing most of our people back. So we... won? Lucifer studied his empty cup, eyes sad and lips tight. So it seems. As much as a war can be won. Lily leaned her head against the back of the chair, feeling too many things at once. I was American in my last life, Lucy. I remember watching 9/11, and all the wars afterwards. I had friends who left to serve and never really came back. Trust me, I know that won is a very subjective term when it comes to war. A faint smile flickered over his face. He glanced at the door, then his phone, and sighed. In 5 minutes, this room will be filled with people and become a logistical headquarters. Lily nodded. Lucifer rolled his empty coffee cup in his hand. How is Sharky? Worried, Lily replied, then added with a somber smile. Less worried than me, but worried. About Belle. About you. She saw the creatures go by Paradise, but she's fine. Pretty sure she's being doted on by all of Belle's housekeepers at the moment. What do you mean she saw the creatures? Lucifer's voice was sharp. I had an off feeling this morning, not knowing what it meant, so I told her to stay in Paradise while I went for coffee anyway, thinking she'd stay home. Turns out she's a fan of loopholes. Technically, she never left Paradise, Lily said darkly, letting her tone convey exactly how she felt about that. Every time she thought about what could have happened, terror pulsed through her body like a racing heartbeat. Lucifer muttered something about limiting school field trips to the Fae realm, then asked, You felt the warning? Yeah. I know not all the souls did. He looked at her, considering. Mortal souls who have a certain connection to the afterlife are typically the ones to feel things as its denizens do. Maybe it was the help desk then. Or maybe it wasn't. It was an issue for later. Her time with Lucifer was running out. Which? Her voice cracked and she cleared her throat. Which portion of our armies was overrun? Which legion? Do you know yet? Belle's 14th, according to early reports, Lucy said quietly. But all my most recent information says that he was fighting with the 34th. I was 34 when I died. Information can be wrong. Where is he? How long did his braids hold up? Is he safe? A kaleidoscope of thoughts, most of which made little sense, spun through her mind until they combined in a continuous mental scream. And how hard was the 34th hit? Lily asked levelly, grounding herself with the warm coffee cup, the buttery leather of the chair, the bite of her nails into her thigh. All the legions seem to have been hit hard. The words seemed to be pulled out of him. There are going to be many casualties. Lily closed her eyes. Steady breath in, hold, steady breath out. Repeat. Repeat again. Perhaps spend eternity repeating. Lily. Lucy's voice was gentle. I don't want to freak out without a reason to, she said tightly, not opening her eyes. The dark was soothing until it wasn't. She opened them, composing herself. So I won't. All I ask is that you let me know as soon as you hear anything. Good, bad, or otherwise. You'll be the first to know. She should have demurred and insisted that his mother, his family, actually be told first. But she was selfish. Belle was hers, and she was his, and she didn't want to wait a single fucking second longer than she had to out of some purely performative sense of decency. And that's why I'm too mortal to be behind that desk. She stood to leave. Thank you. I also... She cut herself off, realizing that barging into Lucifer's office was one thing. Telling him how she thought he should handle any element of this crisis was another. But she wanted to help. I also know that you've done this long enough that you know how to best handle this. And I want to help, not be in the way. But I do have an idea, if you wanted to hear it. Your last idea went rather well for us, Lily. Lucifer gave her a small smile. The healers are swamped. A lot of the demons at the gate, especially the ones that are former military, have medical knowledge or other relevant skills. If I can help cover the gate, you can ask them to go help. Lucifer frowned. I know that the help desk makes things easier, but do you think it's enough to free up that many demons? Lily could hear voices in the hallway. Maybe, maybe not. But maybe some of the demons on the levels could help cover the gate for a little while? I've seen the lower levels. They can throw some souls in a cage until things settle down. Lucifer nodded thoughtfully, scrubbing a hand over his mouth. It didn't occur to me to change anything about the mortal function of hell. We cannot stop doing what hell was made to do, but we can adjust it, temporarily. Someone knocked on the door. I'll head up. Lucifer touched her arm as he rose to his towering height, his eyes a bit brighter than they'd been when he first stepped into his office. Thank you, he said quietly. I will learn what I can as quickly as I can. Lily offered him what smile she could. She had an answer, for now, and she had something to do. She could work with that. You've got this, Lucy. I know you know that, but you've got this. At the door, she stepped aside to let the secretary and a dozen professional-looking demons pass. She glanced back at Lucifer standing tall behind his desk, then headed for the elevator, phone already in hand. Chapter 51. Master of Level 9. Lily. Lily tossed the soul file into the little basket on her desk and watched it disappear, rubbing at the small of her back. She'd been keeping an eye on the trickle of demons coming from the universal hallway entrance all afternoon. One of them explained that they were the ones who were uninjured enough to return home under their own power and didn't want to clog up the direct routes to the infirmaries. She desperately wanted to see Belle among them. Her attention was drawn to a dozen demons that stalked out of the elevator hall and towards her desk. From level 8 or 9. Had to be. The demons that worked there had a certain feel to them. None of them came close to the primal eeriness of Gregorith, but they could be plenty unsettling if they wanted to be. Over the last few hours, she'd learned that what the demons from the lower punishment levels lacked in procedural experience, they made up for very effectively through varying styles of intimidation. Ms. Lily, Gregorith sent us up to help however we can. Where would you like us? One said smoothly. One moment, please. Don't even think about it, she snapped mid-sentence to an approaching soul that already looked wary of the new demons. They scurried away. Mura had left to help, along with Krun and a dozen others who had served, so Zagan had stepped up with quiet efficiency. She waved him over. Zagan, what do you think about relieving some of the ones who have family that they're worried about? Parents, siblings, kids?
I think they'd appreciate that.
Would you like to take off? Lily asked, remembering the charcoal sketches that Zagan had shown her of designs for the help desk. They'd been done by his brother, who served in Asmodeus's legions.
I already know what happened to my brother. Me being there won't change anything. I'd rather have something to do.
Zagan ducked his head, expression neutral.
I'll get a dozen people who are worried about immediate family members and let them know.
A hole punched through her chest. I'm so sorry, Zagan. He met her eyes, nodding tightly in thanks, as if it was all he could manage while maintaining his composure.
You can get at least 20,
the level 9 demon who seemed to be in charge said.
We're nothing if not good at controlling souls, and our people deserve to have that peace of mind. I'm sorry for your loss.
Zagan searched the other demon's face, then adjusted his grip on his spear and nodded.
20. Thank you.
The level 9 demon bent deeply at the waist to him, then nodded at Lily, heading towards the gate with the others. Lily pressed a hand to the base of her throat, aching for Zagan and his loss. The designs his brother had done were beautiful, including options for expansion. Later, when the pain of grief was more manageable, she'd ask Zagan for them and make sure it wouldn't bother him to see his brother's designs come to fruition. She reached for her phone, which she'd been on and off all afternoon. When she hadn't been coordinating volunteers, she'd been texting with Sharky, who was now at Lucifer's, having decided to wait there for him in case he needed fussing at the end of the day. Lily's message to Sharky had been boring and brief. Sharky's had been a play-by-play of her aquarium game, interspersed with inspirational quotes that Lily was certain she'd looked up a master list of. Each one made her smile and kept the screaming in her head from becoming deafening. The phone buzzed in her hand, screen lighting up. Lucifer. She couldn't answer it fast enough, already running for the elevator.
They found him. He's alive.
Oh, thank fuck.
But barely. They're doing everything they can.
Lily stumbled against the wall, jarring herself so hard her teeth clacked. She smashed the elevator call button over and over, Lucifer's grim voice continuing in her ear.
They're taking him home. Lilith initiated a standing emergency protocol with the Healers Guild as soon as we received word of the attack this morning, and they're on their way to treat him there. How fast can you get to his house?
I'm in the elevator. Lily hit the button for Belle's floor so hard it should have cracked. Mercifully, the doors closed quickly, and she felt the drop in her stomach as the elevator started moving. Tell me everything.
It was a Gagoni that got him, although Asmodeus says that he was already in pretty bad shape before the battle started. They couldn't get to him because he was so close to the front line, right in the thick of the fighting.
Of course he was. Asmodeus is okay?
He's alive and talking.
Good enough. Soraya
is with him.
The second the elevator doors started to open, Lily dug her fingers into the gap and pulled, squeezing herself through. Thank you, Lucy. I have to go. She hung up without waiting for a response, pouring every ounce of speed she had into her feet. Hell blurred around her. She lunged through the front gate of Belle's house and ran up the wide stairs, slowing when she saw a lone figure sitting on the step just below the landing. Gregorith sat quietly, arms crossed, elbows braced on his knees, his angular face neutral at first glance, but his eyes were strained and staring into nothing. He spoke before her panic choked her.
They just got him here. They're doing surgery. Lady Lilith is inside. I was with her when she got the news.
His words were cool and clipped, belying the vibrating tension that hummed through his body. Every mortal instinct she still had told her that Gregorith was an injured, cornered predator who would strike and strike hard if provoked. But the part of her that didn't seem so mortal anymore whispered that he was Belle's friend, one of his oldest friends, and dangerous or no, he was hurting. "Why are you out here?" she asked softly. Gregorith's grip on his arm tightened, jaw clenching. He still hadn't looked at her, red eyes fixed on something distant. He reminded her of herself, when she was younger and feeling too much and didn't know how to handle it because she thought her feelings were too overwhelming for anyone to handle.
"I'm not family,"
he said. "Bullshit." His eyebrows twitched downward. "You've known him since you were both, 4? You're like a brother to him," Lily reasoned, hoping that would spur some reaction. Gregorith said nothing, but his shoulders grew tighter. "Thank you for sending those demons from level 9 to the gate," Lily tried gently. "They helped a lot." Tiny nod. Lily ran through what she knew about Gregorith, which, in reality, wasn't a lot. She knew he was a skilled manipulator because of invaders. He had a quiet, dry kind of humor based off of the few interactions she'd had with him, and she knew what Belle alluded to in their conversations, that he was witty, serious, and lonely. His bloody, brutal work isolated him, even among demon kind, and he cared about his few friends quite a bit in his own quiet way. Lily sat, keeping a respectful, but not fearful, distance between them. His eyes shifted a bit, tracking her movement out of the corner of his eye.
"You should go inside,"
he said finally. Lily nodded, watching a pair of gleaming birds flit around the front garden. "He's in surgery. It's not like it'll matter to him where I wait. This seems like as good a place to wait as any." Such a fucking liar. I want to be in there next to him more than I want a heartbeat. But she couldn't be next to him yet, and Gregorith needed a friend, even if she doubted she'd be his first, second, or third choice. Gregorith's tail twitched once before he stilled it, then it twitched again. Lily kept her tones soft and understanding, despite the edginess coiled in her belly. "I can go inside if you want me to, but it doesn't feel right to just leave you out here. You care about him, and Belle wouldn't want you sitting out here in exile. I don't want you sitting out here alone, unless that's really what you need. But as someone who's used isolation as a self-harm technique, I'll tell you that even though it's what you think you want, it's not going to help anything." She let the words hang between them, waiting. Gregorith's breathing went a bit ragged as he stared into space. Someone raced towards the house, crashing through the gate in a whirlwind of pink skin and white to black hair. Angel paused on the steps beside them, panting for breath, red eyes wide and scared. "Why are you out here?" she cried, holding her fists to her chest, then pressing her hands to her cheeks, eyes brimming with tears. "Please tell me he's not dead. You'd be crying if he was dead." She said the last part to Gregorith in a tone that was half reprimand and half plea. "He's in surgery," Lily answered, when Gregorith didn't. "Oh, thank the universe. We can work with that," Angel said in a rush, bolting into the house. Lily blinked after her, a bit whiplashed by the extreme differences in emotional reaction she'd encountered in the last few minutes. She sat with Gregorith in silence for a while longer before he sighed.
"I'm not in exile. I just..."
His voice caught, a sharp contrast to his usual effortlessly smooth cadence. He flexed one hand.
"I heard some of the things that happened to him when the healers were telling Lady Lilith. I know how much similar injuries hurt. I inflict them on evil souls because they are so painful. Knowing that my friend is experiencing that level of pain without deserving it.
He shook his head tightly.
I don't know what to do, how to handle it.
Lily slowly lifted her hand to his shoulder, giving him every opportunity to signal that comfort would be unwelcome. His shoulder was surprisingly muscular given his leaner build, and she could feel the stress humming through him like an electrical current. "There's nothing any of us can do except wait," she said gently, to herself as much as to him. "And we handle it together. As family, as friends, as people who care about one another and care about Belle." Gregareth's breathing evened out a bit and he cleared his throat.
"How are you holding up?"
he asked. "I've been screaming inside ever since I realized something was wrong, and I feel like I'm one wrong move away from completely losing it, but I can still be mostly rational. So, better than I expected, really." A beat of silence.
"I see why Belle loves you so much,"
Gregareth said quietly. The wave of emotion came crashing down, immediately sending hot tears down her cheeks. "Oh, fuck," she choked, pressing the heels of her hands into her eyes and trying to fucking breathe. "Yeah, I love him too," she sobbed. "Gregareth, you asshole. I was doing so well." He patted her back, murmuring an apology and letting her cry. It felt good. Good to cry, to let it all out, like releasing pressure from a valve that had been dangerously over capacity. She couldn't afford to lose it completely, though, so she focused on taking deep breaths until the tears stopped.
"You can call me Greg,"
he said.
"I prefer Gregareth with most people, because it's more professional, but my friends and people I'm close to call me Greg."
And Lily was crying again. She and Greg sat outside for another hour and watched the lights start to dim before finally going inside. Lilith swept her up into a hug, followed by Angel, as well as Kazdea and Orin, who had arrived with Lilith earlier. In addition to a spate of already brutal injuries from previous stints on the battlefield, Belle had been crushed between the Gagoni's jaws and savaged by its rows of sharp teeth, then clawed and stomped on as he lay on the battlefield. Unconscious, they thought. She hoped. Heavy bruising, strained ligaments and muscles, broken ribs, wings shredded and broken arm, broken collarbone, extreme lacerations over a significant portion of his body, a staggering amount of blood loss, and a bruised tail. Perhaps it was the stress, but after the list of horrifying injuries, the additional mention of a bruised tail had Lily exhaling sharply through her nose to hide a laugh. 4 of the healers that formed the medical team for the princes and other higher-ups in Hell worked on Belle with the extent of their skill. Another 4 were at Asmodeus's house. At that news, Greg shook his head. Lilith, pale-faced but composed, smiled.
"Asmodeus is quite possibly the worst patient I've ever seen. At least this time he has a good reason for it. When I saw him earlier, he was trying to get up to aid his soldiers that are scouring the battlefield and making sure everyone is brought home. Even though he's not as injured as Belle, unless he's unconscious, his healers have their work cut out for them."
"Not if Soraya is there," Lily pointed out, proud of how steady her voice seemed. "She'll keep him in line." Everyone had a little chuckle over that, even if it seemed a bit forced. And then they waited. And waited. Lily called Sharky and gave her the update. Lucifer had already gone home to sit with her and explained that there had been an emergency Lily needed to deal with. So Sharky was concerned but not blindsided. "But he's not dead?" Sharky clarified. "No, Bug. but he's really, really hurt. Hurt can heal, right? Like, it's Belle. He'll be okay. He's huge. You'll be okay because you're smart and strong, and Lucy will be okay because he's Lucy and he has the whole hell thing. We'll be okay. Like, eventually. We just might need some fussing. If I only had a shred of the faith in myself that this child has in us to figure things out and deal with stuff, I would be unstoppable. It was fully night by the time a healer came downstairs, gaunt-faced and looking like she hadn't slept in a month, but relieved. He will live. Lily had to lock her knees to keep them from buckling in pure relief. We managed to satisfactorily repair his wings, all broken bones, and close up the worst lacerations, as well as replenish some of the blood volume. Most of the muscles and ligaments have been repaired. However, we, as well as the prince, ran out of safely usable energy. After a recovery period, we will return for a full final healing, but we estimate that he will need to be in bed or, the healer smiled grudgingly, at least resting for a week minimum.
Oh, that's going to go over well,
Oren muttered. But he'll fully recover? Physically? Lily asked, hand resting against her throat.
Completely. He'll have a few new scars, but physically he will make a full recovery.
The healer's eyes were knowing. Healing the body was the easy part. The mind and soul were different animals entirely. He should sleep through the night and wake up at some point tomorrow. One of us will come by to check on him. They all said a discordant thank you. Then again, when the other three healers, one of whom nearly collapsed with exhaustion, came down the stairs. Greg's sigh of relief seemed to come from his soul. Well, Lilith said crisply, it's a big house. You are all more than welcome to stay. Her eyes snagged on Lily. I'm sorry, I shouldn't speak for you. Those months before the war, you were here as often as Belle. Lily'd had way too many shocking things happen in one day to process that statement, so she just waved her hand. It's fine. Please feel welcome to stay. It is a big house. She smiled at Lilith, who returned it softly. Now that the urgency had faded, a trickle of guilt for her insistence that she be one of the first people notified when they found Belle wormed through her. May I go up and see him? Or would you like to? Lilith settled her arm over Lily's shoulders, the scent of her perfume bright and clean. He's my son, but your love. Together? They climbed the stairs in silence, heading down the familiar hall to Belle's room. She didn't bother with a dramatic pause before opening the door. Dramatic pauses were for people with different priorities. She hadn't seen Belle in more than 2.5 months, and he'd just almost died on her. She was getting through that door immediately. The healers had propped him up on his side with pillows so that his wings could rest comfortably behind him and give them easy access to the splayed expanse. He was shirtless, the sheets pushed down to his waist, and completely passed out. His whole body seemed leaner, his muscles standing out in sharper relief, and even in the dimming light, Lily could see the mottles and ridges of bruises and mostly healed gashes. His face. Oh, how she'd missed that face. The rugged, rough-hewn features, his little chin spikes, the broad sweep of his cheekbone, the point of his ear, the scar through his eyebrow that now had companions on his cheek and nose. She watched his chest rise and fall. Once. Again. He was alive. Just being in the same room made breathing easier, made everything seem a little more bearable. Lilith approached the bed and brushed a hand over Belle's slightly damp hair, pushing it away from his face. They must have washed it, Lily realized, before silently sitting on the edge of the bed, a strangely vulnerable expression on her regal features. Lily waited for her to say something, but she remained silent, watching her son, soaking in the fact that he was still breathing. Finally, she leaned forward and pressed a kiss to his temple. Lily could see it, like a vision from the past, how Lilith must have tucked little boy Bell into bed after one of his rambunctious days and kissed him goodnight just like that. Lilith walked towards where Lily waited by the door, taking her hands and dipping to kiss Lily's forehead. She squeezed her hands lightly, then closed the door behind her. Lily sucked in a deep breath, held it, and let it go. The cadence of his breathing was as familiar as her own. Every fiber of her being wanted to curl against him and listen to his steady heartbeat, bask in his warm scent, his quiet strength. Hold him, take the pain away, take the awful memories away. She kicked her boots off before she even got close to the bed. Then she stripped down to her t-shirt and underwear, lifted the sheet, and slid in, careful not to disturb him even though the bed was massive. She lay an arm's length away, facing him, tucking one of the many spare pillows against her chest so that she would cuddle it and not his healing body. Her hands slid over the cool sheets towards his, heat radiating off him like it always did. It made her want to cry. Here, alive. Her fingertips brushed over the back of his broad hand, and a tear leaked free. She could hold his hand. That was safe. That wouldn't hurt him. She curled her hand over his and simply lay there, soaking in every detail of his face, how grumpy he looked when he slept, the cadence of his breathing, and letting it lull her to sleep. Something woke her up in the middle of the night. Her hand still curled over his, and Belle lay in the same position, breathing the same deep breaths. It took her a moment to realize what had woken her up so suddenly. Something warm tightened around her calf. His tail, firm and unyielding.
Chapter 52. Not back yet. Belle. He'd always wondered what it was like to die. He'd asked Lily about it once, as they lay entangled in each other, all sweat-slicked skin and gentle exploring touches coming down from their respective peaks. Death itself isn't bad, she'd said, her beautiful eyes soft in a way she rarely allowed herself to show. Dying, though, that's a bitch. You can fight it, but there's a sense of inevitability that just swamps you, no matter how hard you fight. There comes a moment, or it did for me anyway, when you're more dead than dying, and it stops being so bad, and it was just a relief. She was right, his Lily. Dying was a bitch. He fucking hated it. Lying on the muddy battlefield, in the dim in-between of consciousness and unconsciousness after the Gogoni had flung him aside and clawed helplessly at its own throat, where he'd made sure his sword had embedded itself deep. Bell had been swamped with pain like he'd never known. He'd felt his body fighting to keep him alive, fighting a losing battle. Every pump of his heart, every pulse of blood through and out of his body had felt like one step closer to the moment when the sense of inevitability would set in and... Fuck that. Fuck that. He was Beleth, a general and a prince. He loved a mighty woman, and she loved him, and he loved a child who had more bravery than an entire army as if she were his own, their own. He was the son of Lady Lilith and Samael, two of the original great beings of the afterlife, of hell, and his siblings were all incredible in their own rights. He had a life, he had a family, he had a purpose. They were waiting for him, and he had only the faintest opportunity to fight against death. He would be taking it. So he'd gone deep within himself, and during brief flickers of consciousness had done everything he could to stem some of the bleeding, before black spots blinded him to the world. Even overwhelmed by the black nothing, he'd snarled at it, clinging to his memories of all the things that made his life beautiful and worth fighting for. The sensation of being lifted had ripped him away from the internal battle, and he'd come to vague consciousness, furious that death was taking him against his will. He still had fight in him, damn it! He'd swiped at the sneaky fucker, or tried to, before the white-hot pain of his broken arm had him choking. Strange hands firmly kept him down on something, while voices said urgent words that he should have been able to understand, but everything had been so garbled. Then there'd been nothing but numb blackness and the thud of his heartbeat. Brief flashes of other sensations. Being carried, being on something solid and moving. Hands, voices, lying on something soft. Then, agony. The agony of healing was unique, like the pain of getting the injury, of his body being forced apart, combined with the unnatural pain of having his body forced back together again far faster than it naturally wanted to heal. It drove him into nothingness again, to only blackness and his heartbeat. He'd been little, barely old enough to form memories, but he remembered crying at bedtime because his wrenched wing hurt so badly. The stupid little kid with the dark red skin and the stupid name in his first ever combat class was terrible at wrestling, but had managed to twist his wing when they both lost their tempers and attacked each other. Greg, the meanie. Belle had gotten in a good stomp on Greg's tail before the teachers had pulled them apart. They'd sat in timeout together until they'd grumpily made peace and grudgingly realized they could help each other learn. Belle couldn't figure out the stupid rubber knife, and Greg couldn't follow the wrestling instructions to save his life. Belle happened to be very good at wrestling, and Greg had picked up the knife with disgusting ease. They'd agreed to help each other. His wing still hurt, though. His mother tucked him in and smoothed his sticky, uppy hair back from his face, her cool fingers soothing on his forehead, through his hair, around the itchy nubs of his horns, as she murmured comforting things until his wing didn't hurt so much, and his eyes grew heavy. He barely registered the kiss on his forehead before he dropped completely into sleep. Old memories and new sensations blurred together as the darkness lifted. His wing hurt. Both his wings hurt, as did most of his body, but not as sharply as before. A deep ache had settled into every fiber of muscle, every tendon and joint, every bone. His skin felt raw in places, not exactly painful per se, but oversensitive. It was too disorienting. Death was supposed to be peaceful nothing. The pain was his first clue that maybe, just maybe, he wasn't dead yet. If this was real. Was it real? His tail was wrapped around something warm and smooth and familiar, something that kicked his brain into gear. He knew that thing. He knew that feeling. It was important. He needed to follow that feeling. It was real. It would guide him up out of the nothing. It took a moment for his brain to catch up with his eyes opening, to make sense of the colors and shapes and shadows. The first thing that came into focus was deep auburn hair splayed over black silk, glinting faintly in the dawning red-gold light. Lily. His throat grew tight. Lily slept on her side a few feet away, curled around a pillow instead of him, her arm reaching out, fingers resting on the back of his hand. Under the sheets, her leg rested near him, his tail curled firmly around her calf, just as he liked. His anchor. He studied her face with the intensity he usually reserved for the battlefield. Her brows were slightly furrowed, dark lashes fanned across her pale cheeks, soft lips parted slightly. A tiny spot of drool on the pillow told him everything he needed to know about how tired she was. She drooled a little when she slept hard. He loved it. Too far away. He needed her in his arms. If his tail around her leg had brought him out of consciousness, maybe holding her would keep him in his body, keep death away. He reached for her, ignoring the flaring ache that pulsed through his arm, shoulder, and back, then paused. Lily. He was with Lily. He ached. He felt. The room around him, it was his room, his bed, his sheets that they were lying on. His heart still beat, pounding away in his chest, the rhythm picking up as the realization sank in. Alive. He was still alive. And he was home. Belle's hand shook as he traced a line down the arch of Lily's cheek with the backs of his fingers, over the soft line of her jaw, down the satiny skin of her neck, then back up again to cradle her lovely face, trace those lips with his thumb. She was so real. A contented little hum was all the warning he had before Lily's eyes eased open, obviously not fully awake. She pressed into his touch with a little smile, just like she had so many other mornings. She went rigid, eyes snapping fully open. He loved her eyes. So bright and pretty, her intelligence and heart shone through them, capturing him every time. Her gaze darted over his face before meeting his, a whirlwind of emotions dancing across her features in a heartbeat before settling on concerned relief. Her hand came up to cover his, hazel eyes going glassy. Beautiful. "Hi," she whispered. "Hi," he said, his voice a broken rasp. Clearly, his vocal cords had been low on the priority list of the healers. He opened his mouth to say something, everything, to her, but his throat couldn't make a sound. Emotion welled up. The battle, the whole damn war, the blood, the death, the horror, the pain, the loss, the fear. "I'm alive," he rasped, not sure if he was saying it for clarification or in wonder. Lily nodded slowly, not looking away, reaching out to skim her fingertips over his jaw. "You're alive." His eyes burned, breath catching. "I'm home." "You're home," she said. A tear dripped down the side of her nose. His heart raced, breath stuttering in his lungs, mind swirling. She saw it. She always saw him. "Princess," he choked, and then the dam of his composure collapsed. The sobs seemed to come from his soul. He wasn't sure if he pulled Lily to him or if she moved under her own power or both. It didn't matter. Somehow he ended up with his face buried in her chest, arms gripping her too tightly, but it didn't matter because she was gripping him just as tightly back. She'd ended up higher on the bed, curling herself protectively over him as he wept, her own tears dampening his hair. Belle wept for the soldiers, the friends he'd lost, the orders he'd given that had led them there, the things he couldn't control. He wept for their families, for their pain, for the grief that he knew all too well would never fade, but would become more bearable with time as it wove itself into the tapestry of their lives, for the nightmares, for the scars that the survivors would bear inside and out. He wept for the Gogoni, the little ones who had been tortured and their parents forced into a war that was not their own. He wept for himself, for the parts of himself that had been irrevocably changed on that gory battlefield. No matter how many times he'd seen combat, he always came back changed again. And he wept for that too, for the echo of the times before, and the fresh pain of the now. Lily held him through all of it. She never moved, never wavered, just held him, wept with him. Her quiet strength and understanding the only thing keeping him from spiraling into a place that was harder and harder to come back from. It could have been hours later when the mountain sitting on Belle's chest lifted. Not entirely. A lifetime of experience told him that it would always partially be there. But he could breathe easier than any other time he'd come back before, thanks to Lily and her grounding presence. He wasn't alone. He would never be alone. Not in this. He smoothed his hand up the small of Lily's back, pulling in a lungful of her sweet scent mixed with the salty tang of his tears in her shirt. She kissed his head. "Asmodeus?" he asked, his voice more broken than before. "Alive, and in slightly better shape than you. Your mom said he's an ornery patient." "Understatement," Belle mumbled, more weight lifting off his soul. Lily's fingers ran through his newly cleaned hair, her voice soft. "It's over, apparently. Lucy said you managed to push them back enough so that they could get the rift sealed up." "Not me." Her fingers paused in his hair. "I was injured before the final push." "Your armies," Lily said softly, lightly tugging on a strand of hair. Belle grunted, letting the information soak into him like a bomb. Over. Done. Safe. "The healers had their work cut out with you yesterday." Her voice went oddly tight. "But they fixed you up enough that you're out of the woods. They're going to send someone over today to check on you, then come back tomorrow or the day after and do the final healing." Belle mulled that over. He felt like he could spend another 3 days sleeping, but he needed to deal with bringing the injured home, bringing the dead home, organizing the funeral pyres, prepare to meet with the grieving families, even though it would rip at his heart. Maybe he could ask Lily to go with him. "They also said you're going to be on bed rest for at least a week." "What?" Belle went to lunge upward, but at the last second remembered his horns and how Lily was curled over his head, so he carefully maneuvered himself onto an elbow to stare at her. "I'll be completely healed after the second session. Other than a nap, there's no justifiable reason for me to lie in bed for a week when there's so much that needs to be done." Lily propped her cheek on her fist and raised an eyebrow. The effect of her arch expression was somewhat ruined by her puffy red eyes. "I feel the need to remind you that you almost died." He winced. "Fair. But by the time I've had 2 sessions with a healer, 4, Lily said plainly, though her voice wobbled. "There were 4 healers working on you all day yesterday, and they drained themselves and you completely dry of healing energy. Whatever that means. One of them practically fell down the stairs when they left." "Oh." Belle frowned, indignation fading. 4 of his mother's best healers. Drained. And he still felt as bad as he did. "I don't need to be in bed for a week," he said slowly, not actually sure, but too worried about his soldiers to rest without a fight. "I seem to recall more than a few promises to spend an entire week in bed with me," Lily said smoothly, then her expression softened. "I know you want to take care of your soldiers, Belle. I get that. But you won't be any use to them if you don't heal. You'll end up right back in bed again anyway. Hell is rallying to support them. They're not being abandoned." The pounding ache in his body grew worse. Just holding himself up on one arm had the first sharp prickles of pain piercing through the dull soreness. She was right. He knew she was right. But, well, if you're going to be in bed with me all week, Belle said, lowering himself down with a groan he couldn't stop, and which Lily pointedly ignored. "Until you can fuck me in the manner to which I have become accustomed, and have been cleared by a healer to do so, you're not getting any," she said, a smile in her voice. "Guess you'd better focus on healing real quick." Belle sat up with a pained wheeze and stared at her. Lily, are you blackmailing me into resting by putting me in this sexile?" Lily stretched on the pillows with an indolent smile. Worked in Lysistrata. As right as it felt to banter with her again, there was a piece of him that wondered if he was disrespecting those who had fallen by engaging in something so light so soon after their time in the dark. What right did he have to a non-serious conversation when too many lay dead? Survivor's guilt. The thought brought him up short. They'd all heard about it, studied it, seen it in various forms throughout their training. Bell had felt it before, but not so intensely as he did now. His father had had it. Bell had read so in his journals. It had played a major part in Samael's reclusion, which had then made living that much more unpalatable for an already hurting soul. Bell grieved the ones that they had lost, would grieve them until the day he joined them. But he would not do them the disservice of scorning the gift of life that they had fought and died to ensure for others. Lily's hand on his cheek brought him back. He'd been quiet too long, and she must have seen the processing on his face. He kissed her palm and eased his increasingly painful body back down. Fuck you in the manner to which you become accustomed. Which manner is that, princess? He slid his hand up her bare, tattooed thigh. Rough. Slow. He skimmed his claws along the hem of her panties. Lily grabbed his chin firmly, tilting his head up. Well, she kept her lips just out of reach. Until you can fuck me, well, you're shit out of luck, big guy. She was right, but he pouted anyway. She snorted. And your mother said that Asmodeus was the worst patient she'd ever seen. It's true. He'll have to keep him out until he's healed enough to get out of bed. He ran his hands down towards her knee, letting any heat from the moment fade. He's really okay. Lily wiggled down so that they lay face to face on the pillow. Yeah, you're the one who... Her nose went red, and she seemed to be fascinated by the little spikes on his chin. You're the one who scared the shit out of us. Sharky? With Lucy. She was worried, but she's always thought that you would be fine. I believe her exact words were, "He'll be okay. He's huge." He chuckled, able to hear Sharky's voice in the words. She's going to be really excited to see you. Lily smiled. Your mom's here, or at least she was last night. Kazdea, Oren, Angel, and Greg are here. As far as I know, they stayed overnight, and I'm not sure if anyone new has arrived. As soon as the healers left, I came up here. Greg? Belle asked, surprise overriding his other thoughts. She smirked. Yeah, your best friend? Runs level 9, quiet and a little creepy sometimes, but he's actually pretty nice. Has red skin, wears a lot of black. Belle snorted. Yes, I'm aware you're talking about that, Greg. I'm just surprised you're calling him Greg and not Gregoreth. He gave me permission yesterday. We had a little moment on the stairs outside. Was he upset? He tried not to show it, but yeah. Belle huffed a wondering laugh, wondering how Lily had gotten Greg out of a mood. His moods were notorious. Do you want me to let everyone know you're awake? Lily asked. Did they hear what the healer said yesterday? That I'm out of the woods? She nodded. Then, not yet, Belle said, his voice cracking almost into nothingness. Damn it, I'm not. He slipped his hand under a chunk of her hair and watched it slide free, gathering himself together. I just want to be quiet with you. I'm not back yet. He would admit that to no one but her. It didn't feel right, like he was trying to get out of the responsibility of being him. Lily brushed his nose with hers, then pressed a sweet, powerful kiss to his lips. It felt like the first full breath he'd taken in months. Alive. home.
Lily. They lay in simple quiet together for hours, tracing slow patterns over each other's skin, savoring the closeness and being together again. Eventually, Belle drifted back to sleep, but Lily stayed, her hand over his heart, every beat against her palm chipping away at her uncertainty until only a thread remained. Eventually, a knock on the door woke Belle up so abruptly it was like he'd been jolted with electricity. Lily kissed him, slid out of bed, and pulled her pants on before opening the door for the healer, as well as a parade of Belle's family and friends. With one notable absence. She exchanged a look with Belle, who gave her a knowing nod, and went downstairs to let the others have their time. She leaned against the bottom banister, hand curled around the phantom sensation of his thudding heartbeat, and took a long, deep breath. "Okay," she whispered, pressing her closed hand to her chest. She found Greg in the living room, sitting in a chair with a casual elegance that reminded her of a tiger at rest. Though, speaking of tigers, "Your cat has no sense of self-preservation," he told her smoothly, running a single finger down Max's head as he purred away in Greg's lap. "You're friend-shaped," Lily said, dropping into a nearby chair. "Demons run warmer than humans. He probably just likes the heat." "Has he sat on anyone else's lap since yesterday?" Silence. "He might seem like a feckless cuddle slut, but he's actually quite picky. Always has been, even when he was a kitten. He picks his good people." "Good people," Greg muttered, scratching under Max's chin. "He awake?" "Yes. There's lots of naps in his future, and he might give Asmodeus a run for his money in the difficult patient department, but he's awake." Greg nodded, carefully petting Max with hands that seemed awfully uncertain for being so capable. "How is he?" Lily wondered how to say it in a way that explained, without betraying trust, that wouldn't make Greg relate the torture he meted out to deserving souls to the experiences of his friend. "He's a general who lost a lot of soldiers. He's a man who lost a lot of friends. He's seen and done and experienced things that you and I will never see, do, or experience, no matter how big and bad we are." Lily took a deep breath. "But he came home. He didn't come home the same, but he came home. I remember talking to active duty soldiers in the mortal world who'd come home from deployment, and all of them said that coming home was the hard part. Our war was different, but Belle came home when others didn't. He's probably going to struggle with that." "He has before," Greg said. "Nothing too bad, but it was there. But this war, we haven't lost so many people in a long time." Her chest ached. Patience and understanding can accomplish a lot. And so can you, oh great master of level 9, if you're there for him. Greg's smile was faint and wry, but he looked like he could breathe easier as he nodded. Voices floated down the stairs. Belle's wasn't among them, wrecked as it was. She hoped the healers made a point to fix that soon. She could tell it bothered him to sound so broken. A few minutes later, people began to trickle down the stairs, chatting quietly amongst themselves, but looking more relieved. Greg watched them all, glancing down at Max in his lap, a whisper of frustration flickering across his stoic face. Oh, for fuck's sake. Lily stood and picked the cat up, cuddling him against her chest. His warm fluff was as comforting as it had been when she'd cuddled him for moral support during exam season. "Go," she told Greg. "Be free." He stood, checking himself for cat hair. "I thought you weren't supposed to disturb a resting cat." "I wasn't supposed to do a lot of things," Lily said, giving Max a little smooch. "And now I'm here. Though of my sins, That's probably the one that would send me to level 9. Quit stalling. He missed you. Chapter 53. Beef. Lily. The day after Belle woke up, Sharky walked into the room with her hood pushed back, messy blonde hair sticking up in all directions, and stopped at the edge of Belle's bed, folding her arms. Lucifer trailed her, weary but bemused. Greg glanced up from where he'd settled with his laptop by the window after returning from Asmodeus's house. He hadn't said anything, just shaken his head with exasperation. Belle had nodded knowingly. Lily leaned beside the door, while Sharky squinted at Belle as he sat up. "Did you do what you said?" Sharky asked. "I did." Belle's voice sounded slightly less fractured than it had. "Are you missing any parts?" The beat before Belle responded made Lily's heart ache.
"Nope." "Not anymore," Greg muttered.
Belle's head cranked around to stare at him.
"The fuck do you mean, not anymore?" "Oops, sorry, Sharky."
Sharky shrugged lightly. "It seems like a swearing situation to me."
"They had to regrow half of your ear,"
Greg said too neutrally, staring at his laptop. Lily stiffened. She must have missed that part of the conversation with the healers. Bruised tail, she remembered. Missing chunk of his ear? Not so much.
"Oh."
Belle relaxed, then tensed again, hands flying up to the points of his ears.
"Wait, which one? Not the right one?" "It was the right one,"
Greg said.
"Fuck."
"Was that your favorite ear?" Sharky asked, cocking her head.
"It was the one with a tattoo on it,"
Belle groused, fingers tracing the newly formed ear.
"And if they had to regrow it, that means the tattoo is gone."
"Fuck." Lily winced in sympathy. When she'd been alive, she'd had an irrational fear of losing one of her limbs. Not because of the loss of the limb, but because of the tattoos that would go with it. The limb was free. The tattoos? She'd paid for those. Belle hadn't paid for his, but the principle of the thing was the same.
"Right?"
Belle sighed, catching her gaze with his silver one. It hit her again how much she loved him. Even when he was exasperated and verging on cranky, she'd never get tired of seeing those eyes. He focused back on Sharky, tone gentling and hand dropping down to rest on the sheets.
"I'm okay, Sharky. I did my best. I'm home now, and..."
He glanced up at Lucifer before continuing.
"It's over. The war is over. We're safe."
He said it all with a smile, but Lily saw the effort it took. "Are you going to stop being a general?" Sharky asked, arms dropping to her sides.
"Nah, kiddo. I like swinging swords around too much."
"Then we'll always be safe," Sharky said decisively, crawling onto the bed and wrapping her arms as far around him as she could. Belle blinked rapidly with suspiciously shiny eyes. The arm he wrapped around her made her look tiny, but every movement was infinitely gentle. "It's a good thing you kept your promise," Sharky told him. "Or else you would have gotten smitten by the pinky promise gods. I'm not sure who they are, but I'm sure they take their job seriously." Lily smiled. "I think you mean smote, Sharky." Sharky made a non-committal noise and hugged Belle a little tighter. He pressed a kiss into her messy hair, combing through it delicately with his claws. Lily caught Greg staring at Belle and Sharky with a little smile before he shut it down and returned his stoic focus to his laptop. Lucifer clasped Lily's shoulder as he headed out the door, heat searing through the thin fabric of her shirt. She covered it with her own, pausing him. "Thank you," she whispered. He inclined his head, the shadows under his eyes not as pronounced as they'd been in his office. The time he spent with Sharky always did him good. He'd seemed less aloof and lonely since she had arrived to the afterlife. She released his hand, and he made it all of one step before Sharky cried, "Wait!" Every eye turned to her. She sat up and turned to Belle. "I was gonna ask you, like I asked Mom," Sharky started. And both Belle and Lucifer's eyebrows hit their hairlines at the title. "But then you almost died, apparently, and I was worried about you. So now I'm just going to call you Dad without asking, because you are." She turned to Lucifer and beamed. "And you're Papa, because calling you both Dad would be confusing." Her gaze darted to Lily's with a flash of concern. "That's okay, right? That I didn't ask first?" Lily grinned, taking in Belle's and Lucy's glistening eyes and matching awestruck expressions. She patted Lucy's shoulder. "I think they're honored, aren't you guys?" They launched into hurried and choked profusions of pride and love, both rushing to reassure her how honored they were to be called Dad and Papa. "You can call me anything you like, Sharky, just as long as you don't call me late to dinner," Belle said with wet eyes and a brighter grin than Lily'd seen on him since he'd woken up. The dad jokes were going to be next level now. Lucy wiped at his eyes and strode over to the bed, reaching down to scoop Sharky into a hug. Worried that he was feeling left out, Lily checked on Greg just in time to watch Max jump onto the arm of his chair and saunter across his keyboard before lying down on top of his hands. Greg stared sternly at him, then looked to Lily for guidance. She shrugged, mouthing "cats" as an explanation. The front door closed with a thud, and voices echoed up the stairs, along with footsteps. Lucy ruffled Sharky's hair and walked out without another word, just a nod of acknowledgement as he passed Lily, a new light gleaming in his eyes. A few moments later, Lilith arrived with a baby in her arms and a pair of healers in tow. Anyayet squirmed, twisting around in an effort to see everything and fussing with frustration when she couldn't. Lilith shifted her with the effortless ease of a well-seasoned mother, turning her to face the front. The second Anyayet's eyes landed on Belle, she squealed happily. "Beef!" "Beef?" Everyone except Lilith and the healers asked in unison. Anyayet reached for Belle, a big gummy grin, complete with 2 new teeth, lighting up her chubby little face. "Beef! Beef! Beef!" It's as close as I could get her to Belith. If it makes you feel any better, she calls Malcolm Mum-Mum. Lilith handed Anyayet to him and kissed his forehead, ignoring Belle's confusion. "How are you feeling, sweetheart?" "She's talking already. And I'm fine. Why did you go with Belith? Belle is so much easier for the little ones to say." "I wanted her to know her siblings' proper names. I had a picture of you laminated so she could carry it around and not forget you. So you've been Beef for a while now." "Beef," Anyayet agreed, reaching for the little spikes on Belle's chin. He caught her little hands before they could make contact and wiggled her fists, making her laugh. "Belle," he told her. "Belle." "Beef," Anyayet said happily. Greg snickered. "I'm not the one being held captive by a cat," Belle shot over his shoulder. "Anya, say Belle. It's easier." "Beef," Anyayet cooed. Belle resigned himself to his beefiness, exchanging a conspiratorial glance with Sharky. "Anya, how about Sharky? Say Sharky." "Shall we?" Anyayet said, eyes bright. Belle exchanged a look with Sharky, who nodded. "I'll accept it." "Beef," Belle muttered darkly, then looked between his mother and the healers. "Please tell me I can get up sooner than you originally estimated." "Not a chance," Lilith informed him, leveling him with a look that had even Lily feeling chastised. "Given the severity of your injuries when you were brought in, sir, we feel that even with an additional healing session,
You should remain in bed for at least another 4 to 5 days, the male healer said. 4 to 5, Belle burst out. Belith, Lilith said sternly.
Beef! Agnette mimicked her mother's tone. Lily coughed and found a spot on the floor that was tremendously interesting all of a sudden. Do not laugh. Do not laugh. Lilith shook her head. You sound like Asmodeus, who is also arguing with perfectly reasonable advice. It's like you're racing each other to see who can get out of bed the fastest. Dad, Sharky said confidently, then seemed to consider it. I mean, probably. The healer cleared his throat. You need time to recover, not only from your injuries, but from the toll that being healed has had on your body. As long as you cooperate, after bed rest for another 4 days, you can start easing back into your usual activities. We'll trust you to know the limits of your own body at that point. Lily looked up from the floor, knowing how hard that would be for Belle to take. Asking him to lay low, especially at a time like this, was like asking a bear to relax in a cat carrier during berry and salmon season. Lounging in bed for hours was not his thing. Shit, they barely even had sex in beds. When the mood struck, they were seldom patient enough to find a mattress. Any horizontal surface would do. Or vertical, really. She rubbed at her cheek, hoping it wasn't too red. When can I get my ear re-inked? As soon as you are off bed rest, the female healer said. What am I allowed to do on bed rest? Belle asked, catching Lily's eye with a gleam she knew all too well. She ignored the swoop of heat and arched an eyebrow at him, shooting a pointed glance at Sharky and his mother. You can move under your own power to the bathroom. You can shower. You can spend time on the couch. Do things that you normally do when you're relaxing. Nothing physically strenuous, of course. Uh-huh. Not that, Lilith said smoothly, knowingly. She fixed Lily with a look. Lily shrugged, aiming a smug grin at a glowering Belle. I already told him I have standards he's not medically cleared to meet. This is payback for edging me for 2 days that one time. Out of the corner of her eye, Greg twitched and whipped his head to the window, but not fast enough to hide the entirety of his shit-eating grin. But medically able to, Belle put in. No. Yes. I think not. I think. Beef! Thank you for your contribution, Agnette. Clever girl, Lily said cheerfully. Agnette cooed at her in delight. Belle scowled. So, are you not allowed to play Invaders because it stresses you out, or what? Sharky asked. A wheezing sound came from Greg's direction. Something like that, Belle said mutinously. The next day, Belle lay on his stomach while Lily read Pride and Prejudice aloud. His wings stretched over her legs like a leathery, heated blanket, tail curled firmly around her calf. He traced lazy patterns over her bare thigh with his fingertips, listening with his eyes closed. Greg had gone back to work, and Sharky had declined their offer to stay home from school. There was a guest speaker that she was incredibly excited about. Lily treasured all her moments with Belle, but she found herself oddly fond of the quiet ones in particular, moments where they both got to just be. So far, he was the picture of cooperation, the combination of his desire to get the fuck out of bed and his desire to beat Asmodeus to the finish line of health had quashed most of his rebellion. Most. Lily poked him in the shoulder and called him beef every time his fingers crept under the hem of her shorts and grazed the edge of her underwear. His hand would scoot right back down to the relatively safer skin of her middle thigh. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand, and she leaned over to retrieve it, tapping the screen. Hey, Soraya. Belle's here. You're on speakerphone. How's it going over there? He's feeling well enough to be ornery, so I'm oddly thankful for that. How are you doing, Belle?
I can't believe I'm saying this when I have Lily in it with me, but I want out of this fucking bed.
Does it run in the family, do you think? Or is this just a warrior thing? Get back in bed, Soraya snapped.
Asmodeus's voice rose from the background. What are you doing on the phone? You should be focused on labor right now.
Are you in labor? Lily and Belle blurted in unison, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Belle rolled to the side and sat up, hunching over Lily and the phone as if he could peer through it. Lily shivered at the loss of her blanket and leaned against his chest. No, I'm not in labor. Asmodeus! Get the fuck back in bed, or you will never see me naked again. Asmodeus grumbled something incoherent, and there was a muffled whoomp of a body landing on a mattress. Thank you. Anyway, no, I'm not in labor. I'm 1 day past my due date, which happens during pregnancies all the time, and somebody is using it as an excuse to ignore the advice of medical professionals.
To be fair, Soraya, of the excuses he's come up with in the past, it's not bad, Belle rumbled.
This is true.
Soraya, Asmodeus said earnestly in the background. Belle's fine. You know who isn't fine? Our child. All squished up in there. I heard that certain things can kickstart labor, and listen, baby, I'm already in bed.
Asmodeus.
For the good of our child.
Asmodeus!
Can you at least take off your bathrobe?
His tone was cajoling.
You're so beautiful.
Belle buried his face in Lily's shoulder to muffle his laughter, his whole body shaking. Stop, I'm gonna lose it, Lily breathed, covering the beginnings of her giggles with a hand. When our child is born, do you know what the first thing I'm going to tell them is? Soraya said sweetly. That we love them. The second thing is going to be an explanation of why their father is chained to the bed.
Oh, baby, they won't need to know the details of their conception.
Lily dropped the phone in her lap and muffled her laughter with both hands. Belle wiped at his eyes. Then he snorted. Lily doubled over, half flopped across Belle's legs, laughing so hard her stomach ached. Belle's deep laugh rolled through the room like thunder, a glorious counterpart to her higher tone, right up until Lily choked on her own spit trying to breathe and set them off again. Dimly, Asmodeus and Soraya continued their bickering, Soraya laughing at them. Belle lay against the headboard and pulled Lily back against his chest, trying to stem the hysterics. She leaned her head against his shoulder, trying to take deep, shuddering breaths, feeling lighter than she had in days.
Where's the...
Belle tried, and his deep giggle nearly set her off again.
Where's the phone?
Lily patted around the blankets until she came up with it, leaning back against him and holding the phone up for both of them to hear.
How much do they really know anyway?
Asmodeus said. You don't trust them to give you medical advice, but you trust them to birth our child?
Okay, yeah, I see your point, but that's different. Azzy,
Belle said, only laughing a little.
Hey, Belle. Good to hear you, man. Hey, have you apologized to Lily for the fact your voice goes deeper than your...
I will chain you to the bed and birth this child on the street.
Never mind,
Asmodeus said with too much enthusiasm.
Totally kidding, Lily. He's the deepest guy around. Go beef.
We're hanging up, Belle grumbled, reaching for the phone. Wait, Lily said, holding it out of reach. Asmodeus?
Yes, oh lady of the help desk? Did they give him medication but not me? Belle muttered.
Just so you know, Lily said with a smirk, Belle's going to get cleared to go back to normal before you, because he's been behaving. There was silence on the other end of the line. Then an indignant,
I think the absolute fuck not.
Belle leaned over, taking the phone from her.
It's true. I've entered my era of cooperation, and I'm going to kick your ass. I'll visit you.
Chapter 54. Death by Reverse Striptease. Lily. Belle's era of cooperation lasted all of one day before the irrationality of boredom set in. Lily ran up to the help desk to check in on the gate demons and the surprising number of fill-ins from Level 9, and went to Paradise to visit Carlton. She grabbed coffee from Common Grounds as a treat, reveling in the lightening atmosphere in the universal hallway. It was tinged with grief, and perhaps always would be given the losses, but it felt hopeful, just like she did. She pushed open the door to Belle's bedroom. Their bedroom, he insisted, coffee cups in hand, to find him lying flat on his back, limbs akimbo, tail twitching, staring intensely up at the ceiling. The bulge at his groin tented the sheets and made her mouth water. Down, girl. He lolled his head to the side and stared at her with a heated gaze she felt like a caress. Sit on my face. The order, given in that dark tone, with his deep voice, had moisture gathering between her thighs. She could picture it. Hell, she could imagine how it would feel, and it had been so long. Near-death experience. Healers. Not cleared for sex. I think not. I got you a matcha chai, Lily said lightly, hyper-aware of her body with every step she took towards the bed, fine muscles fluttering low in her belly. Gods, her breasts felt so heavy, she'd never been more aware of them in her life. Any of her lives. Falling in love with a hot-ass demon who fucked, well, like a demon, followed by more than 2 months of celibacy, had her feeling like a woman in a shitty romance novel written by a man who thought breasts were their own characters. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's not technically sex. Lily set the cup down on the side table, standing just past his reach. Come on, baby. Just the tip. It won't even count, she mimicked. Ride my face, Belle said again, eyes darkening. Nah. Yet. It's medicinal. Is it really? One way to find out. Or, Lily said, taking a step back and sipping from her cup with a casualness she didn't feel in the slightest, we not do that, and you get to get out of bed possibly tomorrow or the day after. I'll lie very still, Belle promised, eyes running leisurely down her body. Fucking liar. He was never still when he went down on her. She'd seen him grinding himself into the mattress, making little thrusts like he couldn't help it, like he couldn't wait to thrust into her. And if he didn't have anything to grind against, like that time in the shower, he had his fist pumping leisurely around his erection, enjoying himself, biding his time. For fuck's sake, Lily. What about beating Asmodeus? Lily threw out almost desperately. Fuck Azzy. He can have it. Consider it a congrats on having a baby present. She was saved by a knock on the door. Belle sat up with a curse, bringing his knees up to hide the evidence of his arousal and reaching for his latte. Lily opened the door for Lucifer, Lilith, and 2 other important-looking demons. She smirked over her shoulder at Belle, who looked remarkably composed given their prior conversation, except for a slight stain of color along his cheekbones. I hope you don't mind, but we'd like to have a quick meeting, Lucy asked him. Belle gestured them towards the assortment of chairs that had made their way into his room with various visitors. Lily took the opportunity to bow out, citing her genuine desire to spend some time at the help desk. Belle shifted his bent legs on the bed and sent her out the door with a look that was molten. The next day, Belle scowled at her around the fogged-up glass panel of his shower. Lily envied the water droplets trailing over his skin. She wanted to catch each one of them with her tongue. She perched on the counter next to the sink, sipping her coffee from a shop not far from Belle's house and enjoying the torturous show of him in the shower. You didn't even come cuddle, he said accusingly. Then, softer.
All you had to do was say no, and I would have dropped it.
She'd slept in one of the guest rooms the night before. Well, slept was a generous term for tossing and turning most of the night, trying not to make bad decisions. That's the problem, big guy. I didn't want to say no. I always want you. Belle grunted, loading up a washcloth with body wash. Lily wetted her lips and watched the bubbles run down his solid abdomen. Just like I really want to join you in that shower right now, but... She sighed, the hormonal part of her brain vaguely disgusted with the rest of her. I want you healthy more. Then I want you to fuck the common sense out of me so we never have this conversation again.
I like your common sense, though. It's part of what makes you you, Belle said, turning into the shower spray.
Lily bit back a pathetic whimper of appreciation. She'd always appreciated guys with nice backs, but adding wings and all the muscles required to support him in flight? Delicious. And then there was his ass.
Are you objectifying me? He teased as he turned to face her again.
Lily sipped her coffee, pointedly appreciating the way his thick thighs flexed with each motion, drawing her attention to that beautiful cock of his. It started to harden under her gaze.
Now see what you've done, Belle said with a half grin, ducking back under the water. It thinks it's playtime. I'll be half hard all day.
I've been wet for you since yesterday, Lily said mildly. Belle whipped around, looking almost pained. We're suffering together. Belle shook his head, smile playing over his lips.
As long as we're together, princess.
He twisted his arm to scrub at his back, shadows creeping into his eyes again.
I'm glad.
He trailed off, silently rasping the washcloth over his body for a few moments before turning to put the suds under the spray. You're glad what? Lily asked softly. He was quiet, the lines and details of his massive body obscured by the steamy glass, but she could tell he was motionless, the long inky strands of his hair plastered over his shoulders, back, and chest.
I'm glad the scars don't bother you, he said quietly.
Lily set her cup on the counter and slid down, the tile warm under her bare feet as she padded to stand in the opening of the shower. Belle looked up from where he'd been staring at the wall, looking young and old and vulnerable and fierce all at once. He stepped out of the spray and stood in front of her, their chests almost touching. She tilted her head back to look at him, loving how tall he was. She took his hand, threading their fingers together. You've always had scars, Belle. They're just markings on your skin, mementos of a life lived, just like tattoos. They're a part of you, but they're not the sum of you. She searched his eyes. Do they bother you? His free hand ghosted over a newly healed patch on his side, lingering, before it dropped.
No.
His tone was soft.
Do you miss yours?
Lily blinked, almost rocking back at the immediate answer that sprang to her mind. I do, she said. Very much. The stupid ones, the ones I gave myself, the ones I was lucky to walk away with, they were mine. She pressed her lips to the center of his chest and gazed up at him. Just like you are. He dipped to kiss her softly.
And you're mine.
She smiled. He kissed her again, more firmly this time, then brushed his lips over hers, whispering,
Thank you.
He glanced down her body and winced.
Sorry, princess. I got you all wet.
Lily stepped back, arching an eyebrow in the way she knew drove him crazy. I told you. I've been that way since yesterday, big guy. It keeps being your fault. He huffed a laugh, returning to his shower. Lily crept into the bedroom and dug into her bag, pulling out the outfit she'd planned for this kind of day, along with Carlton's parting gift, and headed back into the bathroom. She pulled her sleep shirt over her head and let it drop. Belle turned, then wiped a clear spot on the glass. She shimmied out of her shorts, kicking them to the side with a flourish. Belle was motionless. She reached for Carlton's gift and shook it out. Belle groaned. Lily. The deep purple bodysuit was completely sheer, mesh in places, iridescent lace in others, vaguely obscuring certain places, while artfully placed seams emphasized other ones. It skimmed up her body, the fit immaculate. She carefully settled the straps on her shoulders, making sure her breasts rested in the cups to best effect. Belle leaned around the glass to see more clearly and groaned. Princess, my cause of death is going to be reverse striptease. The healers are going to keep me in bed for another month because they'll think I'm dying of something other than sexual frustration. Lily stepped into the floaty, short black skirt and worked it up her legs. Consider this your incentive to think healthy thoughts. What do you think? Shirt or no shirt? Belle's hungry expression dropped into a murderous look of, "Are you kidding me?" "Shirt," he growled. Lily licked her lips at the thrill that growl sent through her, reaching for the tight black V-necked t-shirt and pulling it over her head, tucking it in. She gathered up her discarded clothes and turned for the door. "What about hair and makeup?" Belle asked, hanging half out of the shower. She knew he adored watching her do her makeup, even though, when she wore eyeliner, she'd get frustrated with it half the time. "You know, it's pretty humid in here and not the best conditions for that. I'll just do it in the break room. The final look can be a surprise." She grinned. Belle hung his head dramatically. "Lily, the healers won't be here until at least noon." She spun on her heel and walked over, careful to avoid the water dripping off of him, giving him a quick peck and smiling brightly. "I know. Think of the anticipation." He pouted. "You're mean." She laughed as she headed for the door. "You love it." "I really do," she heard him say warmly before she closed the door.
Belle. It took every ounce of willpower not to squirm as the elder female healer settled her hands on his shoulder, sending the radiating warmth of her power coursing through his body, testing and prodding as it went. Lucifer, far more well-rested than he'd been when Belle had last seen him, sat in a nearby chair and watched the proceedings while giving updates on the situation. The funeral pyres would be lit in 3 days, allowing time for the families to conclude their private services and rites, and for the most injured of the survivors to heal enough to attend. The rift had been sealed so completely that there was no evidence of it, save for the scarred pocket realm where the battles had taken place, and the thousands upon thousands of enemy dead that lay there. Their bodies wouldn't rot. They would simply dry out and eventually fade from existence. As for the pocket realm itself, the heads of each realm were in agreement to petition the universe to close it off and seal the entrance, leaving the filled-in archway as a memorial to those who had lost their lives there. "When?" Belle asked, eye twitching as the healer's power prodded the tender area at his side. "Not for some time, a month at least, in order to respect the rite of mourning." The rite was nothing official, nothing required of anyone, but it was common practice among not only the warriors and warrior families of hell, but the whole afterlife. To go in peace to a place that had been one of war, and remember why they'd fought, the fallen, the living, what they'd lost and what they'd gained. "Are you going to ask Lily to go with you?" Lucifer asked, propping a foot on his opposite knee. Belle glanced at the healer, seeking some kind of sign that her perusal of his health would be over soon, or at least that it was going well. Nothing. Her expression was serene, the healing energy prickling through his body. "I don't know. There are things on that battlefield that I don't want in her head. It's bad enough that they're in mine." Lucifer seemed to choose his words carefully. "Given her work at the help desk, I doubt the blood will bother her. She's not exactly unaccustomed to violence. and the bodies will be mostly, if not completely, dry by then. Well sat, sir, the healer told Belle warmly, lifting her hands. As I'm sure you felt, you're not quite back to full health, but I feel comfortable releasing you from bed rest and allowing you to use your discretion as to your own physical limits. Belle threw the covers back. He pulled on a pair of boxer briefs in anticipation and out of the desire to not flash some poor healer, and swung his legs over the side of the bed, planting his feet on the rug. However, the healer's voice grew firm, and the look she fixed on him was so similar to his mother's pay fucking attention expression that he froze. Freshly healed is not fully healed, as you are well aware. You do have greater limitations than you otherwise would. I understand that this will be annoying to you, but I ask that you respect that. If you don't, you'll end up right back in this bed. Like fuck he would. They'd have to catch him first. He nodded respectfully and thanked the healer for her time as she headed for the door. The second the door clicked shut behind her, he strode into his closet. So will you ask her? Lucifer called, resuming the conversation. Belle yanked his pants up to his thighs, pausing to thread his tail through the hole at the back. She probably handled the gorge just fine, Belle admitted, pulling his pants up the rest of the way. It's the creatures I'm worried about her seeing. She handled the Gagoni and Chitahi just fine, Lucifer said. Belle huffed a laugh, reaching for one of his casual athletic shirts. Of course she did. He stopped, the meaning and implication of what Lucifer said filtering through his brain. He lurched out of the closet, gripping the door frame in one hand while the other crumpled the shirt. When the fuck did she see a Gagoni or a Chitahi? Lucifer's eyebrows arched, realization dawning across his angular face before his eyes gleamed. During one of the final attacks, a single Gagoni and Chitahi broke through the lines and made it all the way into the universal hallway. My understanding is that Lily was getting coffee at the time and was one of the first to realize something was wrong. She ended up taking refuge inside Heaven's Arch. The Gagoni passed by and was killed by some of ours, but the Chitahi, well, it was taken care of by our lovely Lily. With the very sword you gave her, actually. She what? Chapter 55. Remember that. Belle. The elevator door dinged with disgusting cheerfulness as it settled on the gate floor, and Belle half shoved the doors open in his hurry to get by. Getting coffee. Of course she'd been getting coffee. Of course she'd beheaded a fucking Chitahi. Of course she'd given God a piece of her lovely, wicked, wise mind. She didn't even give herself a break afterwards. No, Lucifer had informed him that she'd brainstormed and coordinated the temporary modification of the gate process in order to better support the wounded and their families. And then held her vigil over him that very same day. He marched out of the tunnel with singular focus. A young demon pressed themselves to the wall as he approached, watching him storm by with wide eyes. There, standing behind her desk, talking to Crocell and Crun without a care in the world, as if she didn't have naughty lingerie on under her plain skirt and shirt, as if she hadn't edged him for days as an incentive to behave and get healthy, as if she hadn't beheaded a monster from another universe and failed to fucking mention it. Crocell and Crun saw him coming. Crocell's eyebrows nearly hit his hairline at the same moment that Crun's expression dropped into a knowing smirk. Lily, noticing the direction of their stares, started to turn towards him a moment too late. He bent and wrapped his arms around her legs, bracing his shoulder near her ass and lifting her straight up. She flailed for balance, sitting back on his shoulder and grabbing one of his horns to steady herself. He turned without a word and headed toward the stairs to the universal hallway. She laughed. Belle, what? I can't throw you over my shoulder, otherwise your skirt will flip up and show everyone your pretty ass, so this is how it's going to be. I can walk. Your legs are too short, he growled, taking the stairs 2 at a time. She grabbed both of his horns as they lunged upwards. Never heard that one before. She chuckled, wiggling a bit. "Obviously, you're off bed rest, but maybe you should put me down and take it easy, big guy." Belle's grip tightened on her silky legs. "There's nothing easy about the way I'm about to take you, so consider this a warm-up." He strode out of the arch, ignoring the stares aimed their way. The hall seemed to be decently busy, if a bit somber. He set Lily down, careful that his shoulder didn't flip her skirt up as he stood. She spun to face him, and he scooped her into a much more secure hold and launched them into the air so fast that, even if he'd somehow missed securing part of her skirt, no one would have been able to see anything anyway. Lily gasped, throwing her arms tightly around his neck for just a moment before she got over her shock. He leveled out, pouring all his effort into speed, dimly noting the muscles that still ached. The people and arches below them blurred. Good. The first shake of her body snapped him out of his single-minded focus on getting her to paradise, and he slowed. Shit. Was he being too rough? Was he scaring her? Lily's laughter bubbled over, and she threw her head back, auburn hair flying in the wind, laughing so freely and joyously that he felt like he could fly without wings. She curled into him, kissing along his cheek to nip at his earlobe. He flew faster. She pressed her cheek against his, watching where they were going, fingers playing with the collar of his shirt. There, finally, the paradise arch loomed. Belle dipped, not bothering to check his speed, even though his wings were beginning to properly ache. Limitations are for later. Lily went a little stiff. "We're landing, right?" Belle adjusted the angle, making minute calculations that were second nature after a lifetime of flight. "Oh, okay," Lily said, her voice a little higher than normal, her fingers going still on his collar. At the last moment, he folded his wings, and they skimmed just a few feet below the highest part of the arch, the pristine white stone whipping by in a blink. He flared his wings and angled gently downwards, adjusting to the left where he spied a familiar round door. The landing was as gentle as he could make it, but it still jarred his body and jostled Lily ever so slightly in his arms. He set her down and immediately grabbed her hand, towing her through the door and across the lawn. A cool, lovely, sunny day greeted them, the grass damp underneath their shoes. Beautiful and irrelevant. Outside was not where the bed was, or the mirror. He had plans for both. Belle shouldered the door open, kicking it shut behind them, and made it all of 2 steps across the entryway before the house shimmied and groaned in delight. He patted a wall, making a beeline for their bedroom. "Good to see you too, buddy. We're a little busy right now, so maybe go chat with other houses for a bit?" He ushered Lily ahead of him and heard Carlton's faint rumble of what he hoped was a scent before he slammed the door and pushed Lily up against it, taking her mouth with feverish intensity. She tasted like sweetness and coffee and life and her. He wanted to sink into it, weave it into his veins, never be apart from it again. He ignored the bitter tang of fear at the reminder that Lily might not always be with him, and kissed her more deeply, slicking his tongue along hers, cradling her face, growling when she nipped at his lower lip and ground her hips against his. The angles didn't quite line up, and that was just fucking unacceptable. Gripping her thighs, he hoisted her up and pressed his cock against her core, separated only by his pants and the flimsy lace of her bodysuit. She gasped into his mouth. He released one of her thighs and held her throat firmly but without any real pressure, her dazed eyes snapping open to meet his. "You beheaded a fucking Chitahi and didn't tell me about it," he growled, barely an inch between their noses. He could see every striation of her hazel eyes, the minute widening of them at his words, could practically listen to that mind of hers going to work. "Heard about that, did you?" she asked breathlessly, a smile flickering over her reddened lips, even as her eyes searched his, calculating, assessing. Her breathing steadied a bit as she pulled herself together, her slender hand smoothing up his back from where she dug under the collar of his shirt to cradle the back of his neck. "Are you mad?" she asked softly, thumb stroking over his skin. "Is that what this is about?" "Mad," Belle rumbled, pinning her back against the wall and holding her up with his body. He shifted his grip to her lower jaw, and the flicker of vulnerability in her eyes made his heart ache. You stood in the archway of heaven, which I know how you feel about. Saw a Gagoni, beheaded a Chitahi with the sword I gave you, then turned around and gave God, who I also know how you feel about, a piece of your mind. And then you haven't stopped doing incredible and thoughtful and loving things since, and you think I'm mad. Princess, I'm so fucking proud of you I could burst. Her soft inhale was a thing of beauty. The tension in her body seeped away, her fingers digging into the back of his neck, holding him closer. He tilted his head, not bothering to hide his intensity. Always have been, always will be. He kissed her hard. So fucking proud of you, he murmured into her mouth. Belle broke away to kiss down her neck, scraping his fangs as he went and making her arch against him. Admittedly, I'm not thrilled that you didn't tell me any of this. You were supposed to be healing, Lily breathed, grazing her nails over his biceps. I didn't want you to freak out. I was going to tell you once you were cleared. He felt her swallow hard, throat flexing under his lips, and raised his head to study her again. I'll accept that. I'm cleared. Anything else I need to know? My safe word is Kennedy. There she was. Belle's grin felt wicked, and so did he, heat sparking through his blood, every filthy, depraved thing he'd ever wanted to do with this woman springing to the forefront of his brain. Bratty princess, he growled, circling her neck again and brushing his lips teasingly over hers. Her eyes lit up with the challenge. So fucking proud of you. I want you to tell me the whole story in exquisite detail later. You know how proud I am of you, right? Yes. She tried to capture his lips, but he stayed just out of reach, pulling back to make solid eye contact with her as he gave a slow roll of his hips. You know how much I love you. Yes, she breathed. Good. He turned to drop her on the bed, following her down before she could even bounce. He caught her laughter with his mouth, losing himself in the play of lips and teeth and tongues until he broke away for air. Remember that, princess, because I'm about to fuck you like I don't.
Lily. Belle yanked her skirt down, tugged her shoes off, and had her shirt halfway up her torso with a speed that made her breath catch. She sat up to free the bunched fabric, and he sent it flying across the room. His hands were warm and rough as they landed on her thighs, smoothing upwards until he gripped her hips, and then she was being lifted, flipped over, and shoved across the bed. She got up onto her hands and knees, glancing over her shoulder in time to see him kick free of his pants and prowl across the bed, eyes gleaming. He came over her like a beast, pressing her upper body down to the mattress with most of his weight, his cock sliding over her inner thigh, leaving a trail of dampness in its wake. One arm braced on the mattress to keep from crushing her. His face buried in the juncture of her neck as his free hand slipped around her hip and down her belly, his fingers dipping under the lace to find her slick and wanting as he teased her with the barest of touches. Yes, yes, yes. Missed you so much. I remember your little list of fantasies, princess. I've been thinking about them for months. So, here's what I'm going to do, he growled into her ear, holding her still as two of his fingers slid deep, easing some of her emptiness but not nearly enough. You want primal? I'll give you primal. I'm going to mark you up just like you wanted, and I'm going to play with this pretty little ass, maybe even use my tail to do it. She clenched on his fingers, scrabbling in the blankets to push back against him, seeking more, always more with him, immediately. His cock was right there. She nearly hissed in frustration. Belle chuckled darkly and bore down on her with more weight. I'm not done, greedy girl. Not done? She was about to come from his words alone. How the fuck was he not done? Go on, she murmured. He shifted his forearm that had been braced on the mattress, bringing his hand over to capture her jaw and lift her head, forcing her gaze forward, into the mirror.
"Oh, I'm going to make you come apart for me, princess,"
Belle growled, holding her gaze in the mirror.
"And you're going to watch while I do it."
The pleasured tension that had built in her core with every lazy pump of his fingers and every word out of his filthy mouth jolted right to the edge of a climax at the sight of them in the mirror. His wings were flared slightly, the gleaming talon at the apex glinting along with his horns in the cool golden light. He was every inch the battered demon prince, beautiful, all muscles and scars and barely leashed power, and she adored it. Her own reflection showed flushed cheeks, kiss-swollen lips, and eyes gleaming with excitement. His claws pressed ever so slightly into her jaw, angling her head to allow him better access, as he licked and nipped his way up her neck to rake his teeth over the shell of her ear. She shivered.
"Is there any part of that you have a problem with?"
His thumb flicked over her clit, once, twice, drawing the entirety of her focus to the brink of ecstasy she was so close to plunging over. His fingers stilled, and she did hiss this time, trying to find any friction, any contact at all to push her over.
"Answer me."
Belle's voice was guttural. "I want all of it," Lily gasped, twisting the blanket in her fists. "Now!"
"So bossy."
Belle's fingers slipped free of her body, and she almost sobbed at the loss. She'd been so close. His hand moved from her jaw to between her shoulder blades, pushing her upper body back down into the mattress, even as his other hand hauled her hips up. His hand began to slide down her spine, calluses catching on the flimsy fabric of her bodysuit, pulling it taut against her front before it sagged. No, not his calluses. His claws. The lace and mesh gave way with a faint susurration, the very tips of his claws trailing down her skin with a light sting. He pushed and tugged the fabric away from her body until it tangled around her legs, keeping her from spreading her knees too far apart. Every time she moved to help him, he pressed her down with a firm hand and a deep rumble. He shifted away completely, the sound of her bedside drawer sliding open. Lily lifted her head to peer into the mirror, confusion melting into a heady throb centered between her thighs. The bottle of lube was tiny in his hand, and he set it on the blanket with intent precision, like he was staging the scene just so. His eyes caught hers in the mirror, and he slid his hands over her hips with a smirk. She was completely open to him, completely at his mercy. Habitual insecurity flickered through her mind at the exposure, only to be quickly chased away by the absolute confidence she had in Belle, in herself, in them. So she stretched her arms forward and arched her back, offering herself to him, preening at his attention, raising an eyebrow as she smiled daringly at him in the mirror. His tail lashed against the pillows. One hand left her hip, only to come down on her ass with a resounding smack that jolted her forward and stole her ability to breathe properly. Before the pain even registered, his hand massaged her cheek, turning the sting into buzzing warmth.
"That's for not telling me about the Chitahi,"
he said darkly. Then he repeated the process with the other side. Lily moaned, pleasure tingling up her spine, inching her back towards the edge of the orgasm that had eluded her.
"That's for taking care of everyone except yourself afterwards."
A series of spankings and massages followed until her entire backside was burning with pleasure pain, and she could see the redness of her skin in the mirror. Still, she lifted her ass for more, needing just one more to go over that edge. But Belle simply bent to nip at one reddened cheek, kissing his way up her lower back, tongue dancing along the lines of her tattoo. "Belle, please," she almost sobbed, the crescendo slipping away again. He smiled against her skin and moved away. Then he reached for the bottle. She watched him drizzle a line of lube over her ass, but the coolness of it still jolted her as it dripped between her cheeks. His finger, claw fully retracted, caught a dribble and followed it up to circle lightly around her puckered entrance. Circling and pressing until he pressed just a bit harder. She exhaled in a wordless burst of sensation. It was unfamiliar, but definitely not unpleasant. A new type of fullness she certainly wasn't opposed to. She squeezed her eyes shut, letting her head drop, all of her focus on that wonderful new sensation. Bell tisked disapprovingly, pumping his finger once, then adding more lube and pumping again, working her open. Eyes open, princess. I know how much you like to watch. She forced her eyes open, panting and dragging her eyes to the mirror where Bell loomed behind her. She couldn't see exactly what he was doing, but she could see the way his forearm flexed with each movement that she felt down to her toes. His finger eventually eased away, though she moved back, chasing it, begging with a wordless moan for more, pausing only when she saw his long, prehensile tail curling around his thigh. Yes, 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 yes. How well did you pay attention when you read those books of mine, big guy? She asked breathlessly, pushing up onto her forearms to get a better view. His smirk was wicked. Guess we'll find out. Bell flicked the cap of the lube closed and set it aside, fist slicking over the very tip of his tail and making it glisten before guiding it down. It was blunter and slightly thicker than his finger. She dropped her chest to the twisted blankets, one hand reaching back to claw at his thigh, but unable to gain purchase at that angle. It pressed in, hot and thick, stretching without straining, and her body sang. Her climax barreled into her like a freight train, lights scattering across her vision as she gave a wordless cry. It had been so fucking long, and he was being so delicious and filthy, and his tail tip was in her ass, and it felt so good she never wanted it to end, and yet wanted more all at once. She writhed, pushing back, clawing at him, gasping his name. He hissed, scraping his claws down her side, not drawing blood but leaving a sting in their wake, as well as leftover smears of slickness from the lube. Lily panted through the aftershocks, trying to reorganize her understanding of pleasure and desire around the fullness still in her ass, when she felt something hotter and thicker and gloriously familiar being guided between her thighs, his ridged cock thrusting slowly and coating itself in her dripping heat. Did I pay enough attention for you? Belle kissed between her shoulder blades and bit just hard enough to be on the right side of pain. Lily pushed herself into the bite, rolling her back against his chest, another orgasm already building. Good enough, Lily gasped, trying to focus her vision, which was hazy but clearing by the second. There's always room for improvement, and I'd hate for you to get cocky. He filled her in one jarring thrust, the shock and dual fullness of her lower half sending her into another crashing, mind-rending climax. His forehead pressed into her upper back, his ragged breaths hot against her hypersensitive skin as he fought for control, to hold himself still and allow her to adjust as she shuddered underneath him. Kennedy, he asked hoarsely. Get fucked, Lily mumbled. She panted, open-mouthed, caving to the urge to close her eyes and bask in the zips of lightning that seemed to comprise her body. Whatever he had, she could take. His growl rumbled through his chest, and he withdrew slowly before slamming back home, balls tapping against her oversensitive clit. I said, eyes open. Her eyes were open. Were her eyes open? She was pretty sure they were, but everything was dancing lights and other irrelevant shit, like walls and blankets. The mirror. She needed to see the mirror. She lolled her head to the side, resting her sweaty cheek against her upper arm, searching in the vague direction the mirror might be. There. Oh, gods, there they were. And they were glorious. Belle's eyes held hers in the reflection as he moved over her like a tide, the slap of their bodies joining together and their combined gasps and moans a music of their own making. Suddenly, he reared back, seizing her around the throat and pulling her up with him, banding his other arm around her to press every inch of her back to his chest as he pounded up into her.
"Look at us, princess. Look at you,"
he half snarled into her ear, his motions shallower at that angle, but his thick, ribbed cock riding over a spot inside her that had her chanting his name like a prayer. He didn't need to tell her to look. She couldn't look away. His hand that splayed over her belly moved down over her sopping curls. His fingers spread in a V around where they were joined, his rough palm pressing against her swollen clit. At the same moment, his tail shifted a little deeper into her ass. Lily tried to climb out of her skin, clutching at his forearm, at his muscular ass as it flexed, driving him deeper. Too much. It was too much. She'd shatter into pieces. She'd become something else, something new. Her body couldn't handle this much pleasure. She didn't know what would happen. Belle pressed his temple into her hair, every line of his face utterly feral as he flicked her clit with his thumb. Lily exploded. Nothing existed before them. Maybe nothing would exist after them. Who fucking cared? Every nerve ending crackled with energy, sparking and humming and pulsing. The heady image of them in the mirror, twined together like colliding galaxies, was replaced by snowy whiteness. Nothing else mattered but their pleasure. The heat of Belle's skin against hers, and his shout as he followed her over the edge. Lily came back to the world in a haze, cheek pressed into the mattress, Belle draped over her like a panting blanket, his face resting alongside hers. He still pulsed deep inside her, but the pressure of his tail was gone. He, like she, was absolutely dripping sweat, his eyebrows furrowed over his tightly shut eyes. Lily sucked in a full breath. Her body still buzzed, actually felt a little shaky in the best way, but the cataclysmic sexual frenzy had passed. Belle's eyes opened and he blinked several times, like he also had to reorient himself in his body. Worry sharpened his expression.
"You okay?"
She smiled softly, chest full and aching all at once. "Never better. You?" Belle brushed some of her hair back, pressing a gentle kiss to her lips and settling his cheek more comfortably on the mattress with a smile.
"Now I'm really home."
Chapter 56. What's the motto? Lily. Lily half dozed, running her fingers through Belle's hair. He lay on top of her like a living weighted blanket, the bulk of his body resting between her legs, and his cheek pressed to her abdomen, wings flopped carelessly over the bed. Peace washed over them, seeping into her bones. They'd come together again, the second time slower and sweeter, reacquainting themselves with each other's bodies and focused more on the enjoyment of each other than on reaching a climax, but grateful for the gentle climax anyway. They'd gone to the shower to rinse off and wound up just holding each other under the hot water before drying off and cuddling together on the bed, where they'd been for several hours, judging by the changing sunlight. Belle was right, Lily thought, tracing her fingers over the newly regrown tip of his ear. Now we're home. Two somethings, dropped heavily onto the bed, jolting them both upright at the same time. Belle snarled, going rigid just as he twisted toward the threat. Lily leaned over to peer past his loose hair. A tray loaded with fruit, cheese and crusty bread perched on top of the twisted blankets, and next to it lay Belle's casual sword. Belle's eyes were wide when they met hers. She shrugged, not sure what else to do. "Thanks, Carlton." A pitcher of icy water, fogged with condensation, and 2 glasses appeared on the side table with a thump. Carlton gave a happy little rumble from what sounded like the living room.
"Glad to see you too, buddy. We really appreciate it."
Belle reached for the tray warily, glancing up at the ceiling. Lily pulled the sheets over her lap, eyebrows furrowed. The tray looked delicious, but something about the house's semi-sentient activity in their bedroom felt awkward, like they'd had a pet watching. "Have you been here the whole time?" Lily tried to ask neutrally, eyes darting to Belle, who put an undue amount of focus into smearing compound butter on a slice of bread. Lily searched the ceiling, as if Carlton would write its confession there. What sounded like the whole house rumbled and groaned, but inside their bedroom, not even a board creaked.
"Ah,"
Belle said, tension seeping out of his shoulders.
"Well, thanks for the room service, Carl."
He handed her the buttered slice, and she appreciated the sense of fresh bread, herbs, and butter before tearing into it. The house gave a happy little shimmy before silence fell again, and Lily sensed its awareness fading away, like a waiter leaving a table.
"Why the sword?"
Belle murmured, slathering butter on another slice of bread. "I think Carlton is very excited that you're back," Lily said, holding out her slice of bread like a wineglass. "Cheers, big guy." He tapped his bread against hers.
"Cheers, princess."
Just as Lily took a bite, she realized the absolutely golden opportunity that she'd let slip by. "Fuck."
"What?"
"I should have said let's make a toast," Lily said in disgust. "How could I miss that?" Belle shook his head solemnly.
"Why would you turn that opportunity down? You're breaking my heart."
Lily grinned. Challenge accepted.
"It was pretty crummy of me, I know. It was a no-brainer, and I still missed it."
Belle snorted, fighting for his composure.
"Well, at least we still have each other."
"I loaf you," Lily giggled. "Even when you're being needy."
"I loaf you too. You're my butter half,"
Belle managed to say with a mostly straight face. The butter and the loaf of bread disappeared from the tray, and they collapsed into laughter. They sat in comfortable silence, propped up against the headboard side by side, the half-empty tray resting on their extended legs. Belle had gone quiet while they'd eaten, and she'd noticed him glancing at the sword, a furrow between his brows. Despite the moment of levity, something in the air had shifted. It didn't feel bad, just heavy. Lily didn't want to push, giving him the time and space to sort through his own mind, and her patience was eventually rewarded.
"The funeral pyres are in 3 days,"
Belle said, gaze distant. Lily chewed a grape slowly, chest aching, studying his profile, his hands lying limp on the sheet. She knew better than to ask him if he was going, or if he wanted to go. His sense of responsibility would allow nothing else. She swallowed, reaching for his hand. "What do you need to do? And how can we help?" He kissed her knuckles and tipped his head back, eyes closing with a sigh, lines of weariness bracketing his eyes and mouth. She reminded herself that he might be physically healed, but his heart and mind were an entirely different matter. The scars on his skin were nothing compared to the ones that scored his soul.
"The healers are the ones who perform the body of the rite. Since it's a military burning, the commanding officer and general of the deceased have a part to play. But since there are..."
He trailed off, jaw flexing. "Since there are so many," Lily said softly for him. He squeezed her hand.
"All the generals and remaining officers will be doing it together."
He paused, something brewing behind his eyes, but it was gone before she could name it.
Afterwards, I usually pay a visit to the family or families of any of the fallen. But in times like these, we'll hold receiving lines for those who wish to speak with us."
Bell opened his eyes, gazing at her.
"As for how you can help, be there. I'll try, but I'm sorry if you have to be patient with me."
"Nothing to be sorry for, Belle. We're there for each other. If you need to cry, I'm here. If you need to vent, I'm here. If you need space, you'll get that too. If you want to talk to someone professionally, there are plenty of therapists on levels 1 and 2 who specialize in dealing with survivors' guilt and military trauma, and I will support you in that every step of the way. If you need me to show up to your office wearing nothing but peanut butter to keep your head from feeling so dark and inescapable, I will fucking do it." She put every ounce of her love for him into her next words. "Nothing about us feels temporary, and things that aren't temporary require effort. I can't do this for you, Belle, but I will do it with you, and I am honored to do so." With every word out of her mouth, Belle's eyes brightened. Then the little crinkles at the corners deepened, and finally, towards the end of her speech, he'd smiled. Softly, but he'd smiled, the worst of the nightmares fading from his eyes. And that was all she cared about. He pressed a kiss into her hair, murmuring a thank you and resting his cheek on the top of her head, his powerful body relaxing. Lily smiled and rested her head on his shoulder, cradling his hand in both of hers. The afterlife was brighter with him beside her. The colors and scents and sounds even more potent, her own monsters seeming like simply challenges instead of insurmountable obstacles. "Am I limited to just peanut butter?" he asked quietly. Lily snorted and turned her face into his shoulder to bite him. He squirmed and chuckled, nuzzling her hair. "I'm open to suggestions," she said, settling against him. "Honey?" Her mind presented her with the intriguing image of Belle lapping drips of golden honey from her breasts, fangs grazing over her skin in the way she adored. She shivered. "I could do honey. It's a bit drippier than peanut butter, though, so Lev will have a stroke when he follows the trail of drips and catches us being unprofessional." But either way, we'll be making a mess of my office, and I like honey more than peanut butter." "Honey it is," Lily grinned, then abruptly remembered her gift and grabbed his thigh. "Oh, speaking of your office, I have something for you." She sat up and reached for her side table where she kept a notebook and pen to write down late-night ideas or thoughts. She had no idea where her phone was, probably still at the help desk, but she'd memorized the phrase just in case. "Lube?" Belle asked smugly. "You want to play with my ass in your office, that's more than fine, but my house, my lube. Your office, your lube," Lily said, seizing the notebook. "Fair." "So," Lily explained, clicking the pen, "when I was hanging out with some of the partners of your legions for the first time, I saw how powerful it was to be around people who just understood. Though you were the first one who taught me that, and helped me realize it in the context of our relationship, I realized it on a bigger scale with them. Then I thought about you and how, from a tactical standpoint, understanding is one of the best weapons you can have. Understanding your strengths and weaknesses, as well as your enemies. That's when it hit me that that could be a great motto for you, even if it was just a sticky note on the door for a week. Strength through understanding. I even got one of the linguists in the Universal Library to translate it into Latin for me." She slid the notebook over for him to see what she'd written. "Vires per intellectu." He took the notebook from her and studied it, tracing each letter with the tip of a claw, but otherwise utterly still. Suddenly nervous, Lily bit her tongue to keep from babbling about how he didn't have to pretend to like it, and he could tell her she was 50 kinds of sentimental idiot if he wanted to. The silence stretched, the only sound their breathing. Belle's breathing, mostly. Lily was fairly certain she hadn't breathed since she handed him the notebook. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. "You don't have to like it," Lily assured him, reaching for the notebook. He held it out of her reach, blinking at her with suspiciously shiny eyes. "Oh."
"I love it,"
he rasped, setting the notebook carefully to the side. He then moved the empty food tray, cupping the back of her head and kissing her deeply. Every thought eddied out of her head, the twisting worry in her chest replaced with warm, happy buzzing.
"I love it,"
Belle repeated, kissing down her neck. He threw the sheet off of them and backed down the bed, pulling her with him until she lay flat, trailing kisses between her breasts and over her stomach, the silver in his eyes a thin halo around his blown-out pupils. Well then. Arousal pulsed between her thighs, and she let them fall wide to accommodate his broad body. The calluses on his hands rasped over her hips as he eased downward, nipping at the skin of her lower belly.
"Are you sore?"
he rumbled, lifting his head, the furrow back between his thick eyebrows. Lily smoothed it away with her thumb. "A little," she admitted, then smirked and added, "You did solid work." His responding grin was unrepentant.
"Oh, well, let's see if I can kiss it better."
Belle lowered his head, warm breath fanning over her increasingly sensitive skin. The front door slammed open with enough force to rattle windows. "Hi, Carl! I missed you!" Sharky's excited cry turned them both into statues, staring at each other in mute horror for the briefest of moments before launching themselves off the bed.
"Pants, pants, pants,"
Belle muttered in a panic, throwing loose blankets back on the bed in search of his long-lost pants. Lily half fell off the bed, wincing at the thump, scrambling into the closet for something, anything. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Belle yank up his pants and lean his shoulder against the door while he fumbled to thread his tail into the hole at the back. She almost didn't bother with underwear, but the thwarted moment of intimacy and the resulting dampness had her rethinking that idea. She had no idea if the underwear was on inside out or not, but she hopped and cursed her way into a pair of leggings and reached for a shirt at random, yanking it off the hanger so hard the hanger bounced to the floor. The door rattled, and her stomach dropped to her toes, but Belle leaned against it with wide eyes and a guilty expression. "What's wrong with your door?" Sharky asked. And the doorknob jiggled. Belle winced, gesturing for Lily to hurry up.
"It seems like Carlton is playing a little joke," he lied.
"Carl!" Sharky laughed. "I know you missed Belle, but come on!" Lily yanked the shirt on. Finding and securing a bra would take too much time, and Sharky had seen her wander around braless plenty of times before. Belle pointed at the bed, still bracing himself against the door, mouthing, "What do we do?" Oh shit, the bed. They'd destroyed it. The blankets were mostly on the floor, except the ones Belle had thrown back on in his search for pants, and the fitted bottom sheet was completely pulled off one corner. Pillows sat at haphazard angles, and there were very distinctive claw marks on the top sheet. "Fuck," Lily breathed. Carlton!" she whisper-yelled up at the ceiling. "Can you please make the bed? Please, 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 thank you so much for the privacy and the food, and I'm sorry we're blaming you for not opening the door right now, but I just need this one thing from you, buddy, please." With a soft whoomp, the bed was instantly remade, the pillows plumped up and in their proper place. Lily whirled and kissed the doorframe of the closet. "Thank you."
"Good house,"
Belle whispered, shifting his weight to move away from the door. A wad of fabric smacked him in the shoulder as Carlton chucked his shirt at him, and he snagged it before it hit the ground. Lily took over, bracing the door with her hands, allowing Belle to pull the sleeveless shirt over his head. She didn't bother giving him time to close the wing flaps, but made a show of jiggling the handle before opening the door. Sharky lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Belle's middle with an excited laugh. Papa said you were allowed out of bed. Why didn't you text me?
There was more than a little accusation in her tone. We're sorry, Sharky. We should have texted you, but something kind of distracting came up and we didn't handle it well, Belle said, hugging her back and shooting a guilty look at Lily. Shame ate at her. She'd completely forgotten to give Sharky an update. Sharky shouldn't have heard it from Lucy, but from them, especially knowing how excited Sharky was to see Belle on his feet. Lily was usually so on top of keeping an open dialogue with her that the failure to do so was all the more jarring. As much as she felt like a bad parent in that moment, she also knew they'd just made an honest mistake. All she could do was apologize and do better. We're really sorry, Bug. I know that doesn't change it, but we won't do it again. Sharky shifted to keep one arm wrapped around Belle while she blinked up at Lily.
Did you guys get it figured out? Was it one of those monsters again?
No, they both hurried to assure her. No, there won't be any more monsters like that, Lily said. It wasn't that serious, but we, had to have a serious conversation about our relationship. Very serious conversation, Belle said seriously, though Lily saw his eyes crinkle. Sharky whipped back towards Lily, horror all over her round face.
Are you reincarnating?
No, Lily said vehemently. Then again, more gently. No, I'm not going anywhere, Bug. Sharky visibly relaxed.
You talked it all out, though? Whatever it was?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So, what fancy dinner are we having to celebrate Belle being home?
Lily let herself be swept up in the joyful whirlwind of being with her family for the rest of the day, but something tickled at the back of her mind, like a grain of sand in a shoe. Bedtime involved Lily and Belle sitting in the hallway outside of Sharky's room while she snuggled in bed, listening to Lily read a chapter from a fantasy series that Sharky was obsessed with. Lily and Belle had gone to their newly made bed hand in hand, cuddling naked together just because they could. Belle had dropped off to sleep before she did. Lily lay in his arms, listening to his breathing, to the rustling of leaves outside their window, and asked herself the question again. Reincarnation. Did she still even want it? The logistics side of her decision was easy. The afterlife had no money, taxes, disease, rape, assault, violent crime. She not only had her own home, she had her own paradise, with a semi-sentient house that she grew fonder of by the day, as well as a job she enjoyed. Logistically, the afterlife won by a mile. But something in the fiber of her being craved life. The dreams she'd held for so long were still dreams, but perhaps they no longer looked the way she'd expected them to. She'd always wanted a family of her own. Now she had one. She'd wanted a loving partner and a relationship built on mutual trust, respect, communication, and affection. She had that too. Children? She had one. One incredibly bright, strong child whose courage and curiosity never stopped awing her. There was also still a bolt of pain when she thought of being pregnant, having Belle's child, getting to watch them grow up with Sharky. Ever since the picnic at Lilith's house, Sharky had talked about siblings and asked endless questions about what it was like to be the oldest child. Lily had caught her beaming up at the picture in the entryway, head cocked and eyes brimming with curiosity. It had hurt every time. But that was new, wasn't it? It wasn't some faceless person she was having children with. It was Belle. It wasn't just torturing herself, wondering what her and Belle's family might grow into, if the impossible was possible. It was being unable to imagine having children with anyone else. There were so many precious milestones that she'd missed sharing with Sharky, moments that she'd dreamed of. First time rolling over, first steps, first tooth, first word. But when she indulged in that dream, it was with Belle. She slid a hand up to her chest,
resting over where her heart should beat. Such a silly thing, to miss a heartbeat. She hadn't realized how intrinsically important it was until it was gone. She still waited for her heart to skip a beat when Belle gave her a heated look, to pound when a soul yelled at her, to steady when Sharky hugged her. Yet, her silent heart was more filled with love and belonging and joy now than her beating one had ever been. Being alive was one thing, but she'd fought to live, to savor every heartbeat and take in every experience. Life had been difficult and flawed and stressful and beautiful and surprising and glorious. But she'd died. Over and over and over again, she'd died young, in painful, sad, tragic ways. But she'd had hope, had dreams. Almost all her dreams had come true here. In that moment, in Belle's arms, in her paradise, with her adopted child sleeping in the next room while her beloved cat watched over her, Lily had everything that mattered. The old soul who had come to the help desk flashed into her mind, the one who'd lived hundreds of lives and finally been ready to rest. Lily thought of her often, wondering if, someday, she would ever be that wise and kind, wondering what kinds of things a soul could see in hundreds of lifetimes, what things she knew. I'd considered giving it all up to stay and gain just as much, but in the end, living a mortal life felt right to me. To stay and gain just as much. Lily hadn't fully understood her then. She did now, because the afterlife felt right to her. Belle shifted, pulling her back closer to his chest. "You're thinking too hard," he slurred deeply, obviously still mostly asleep. "How do you know?" she asked the room, moonlight through the curtains giving the room just a hint of light. "You're stiff. I can feel you thinking." "Stop it," he mumbled, relaxing back into sleep. Lily smiled and rolled over so that they were face to face. She studied the stern droop of his mouth, the way his brows had lowered into a hint of a scowl, the line of his cheek and the new scar, warmth suffusing every inch of her body. So unlike she'd expected him to be, and she loved him with her whole heart. And wasn't that just the best metaphor for the afterlife? She smiled softly to herself. To stay. To stay.
Chapter 57. Oh, baby. Belle. Adrenaline pumped through his body, hand reaching for the weapon that should be right next to his cot. Lily grumbled under her breath, shifting to a more comfortable position before relaxing once more. Lily. Home. Safe. Belle sucked in a deep breath, held it for a few seconds, trying to steady his racing heart and thoughts, then let it out slowly. He dropped his head back down on the pillow, reaching to settle his hand over Lily's hip, her solid warmth acting as an anchor as he repeated the process until his heart no longer thudded out of control. The morning light was golden instead of gray, but it still felt too early. The buzzing phone that had jolted him awake stopped, only to resume a couple seconds later. It was coming from his side table, he realized, rolling onto his stomach to reach for it, blindly tapping on the screen and holding it to his ear. "What?" he grunted, dropping his forehead onto the pillow. "Soraya had the baby!" Asmodeus' whisper yelled. Soraya. Baby. Had? Belle's head snapped up, all the residual panic of waking up blown away by his excitement. He pushed himself up to a sitting position. "Really?" He shook Lily, heart racing for a much better reason. She rolled over, squinting grumpily at him. "Soraya had the baby." Belle grinned. Lily bolted up with a gasp, and he put the call on speaker. Asmodeus's pride and awe filled every word. "Asmodai was born exactly 2 hours and 9 minutes ago, and he looked so gross and so beautiful. Belle, nothing that slimy and squished up should be that beautiful, but he's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Soraya was a fucking badass. She did so well, birthed a whole baby and didn't even yell. I married all the way up, and she only threatened to kill the healers twice. Mom and baby are both doing great. An ear-splitting wail cut him off, followed by Soraya's soothing murmur and the unintelligible words of a healer. He's not thrilled that the healers took him to get measured. The kid's got some lungs on him, Asmodeus said, and Belle could practically see his cousin beaming with pride. Soraya and I talked about it, and do you guys want to visit us around noon? I want you to meet your new coolest nephew. Belle's throat grew tight. He cleared it roughly, only for it to immediately close again. Cousins they might technically be, but he and Asmodeus had always been more like brothers, and he was so proud of and happy for his brother that he could burst. He just couldn't fucking speak. It was more than just excitement that had him speechless. It was the wave of hope that blindsided him. Lily kissed his shoulder and rested her cheek on it, her hand rubbing soothing circles over his back as she answered for him. We'd love to. Her voice was suspiciously choked as well. Do you guys need anything? Just bring yourselves, Asmodeus said, his voice fading as if he moved the phone away from his face for a second. When he spoke again, it was hushed, like he was trying to be secretive. Actually, can you guys bring Soraya a cinnamon mocha from Common Grounds? No whip. She gave up coffee during pregnancy, but I asked the healers earlier, and it's okay if she has some now. Of course we can, Belle rasped, wiping at his eyes with a corner of the sheet. Do you need anything? I'm good. Allow me to rephrase. Do you want anything? There was a beat of silence, then, softly, wondrously. Belle, I'm a dad. I'm here, and I'm a dad. A tear ran hot down Belle's cheek. He got it. After so much horror and pain and grief, it was hard to wrap his mind around the fact that they were home. He'd had one of those moments the night before, while they'd all been watching a movie after dinner, and Lily and Sharky had both cried on him. Such a normal thing, in theory, to watch a movie with his new little family, but he'd had a brief moment of wondering if it was real, if he was actually there, relaxing in his sweatpants, holding Lily, holding Sharky, a cat on his lap, no battles to fight. He'd had to consciously accept that moment, to grieve that such a thing was no longer as easy for him to enjoy as it once had been. Perhaps it had been the sheer brutality of the war that had it affecting him more than previous ones had. Or maybe it was because he'd had so much more to lose this time. But he understood Asmodeus's awe at just being alive and here. Asmodeus had practically burst into flames with excitement when they'd found out Soraya was pregnant. When he called Belle, he'd still been so excited that Belle had barely understood a word coming out of his mouth. On every training mission, Asmodeus had a picture of Soraya with her increasing baby bump and would regale everyone with what fruit the baby was of a comparable size to. He doted on Soraya to the extent that she'd let him. He and Soraya both liked to cook, but he'd tried to take over more days, and when the smell of a certain food made her gag, he'd banished it from their house as if it had personally offended him. When Soraya had gotten a craving for that exact food 3 weeks later, he'd hurried out to get plenty of it. He'd only groused a little bit when some of her cravings resulted in culinary nightmares, like the time she cheerfully stuffed chocolate chips into black olives. Asmodeus had agonized over finding the softest socks and knit caps in the baby stores. He had on more than one occasion dragged a committee of his friends, Belle included, with him to get multiple opinions. They'd made a hilarious picture. Half a dozen massive demon warriors still in their training gear, huddled together among the racks of itty-bitty clothes, arguing over which onesie was of superior quality. You made it, Azzy, Belle said. The words too small for what they meant. Go hold your son and wife. We'll see you at noon. Shortly after they'd hung up, a picture had arrived of a tiny bundle in a blanket with a scrunched-up face, tiny pointed ears and wispy dark hair plastered to his head. The little bumps where his horns would someday grow were barely visible. Asmodee's little face and the single chubby fist they could see were a reddish gray, and his eyes were closed, keeping their color a secret. Bell ghosted his fingers over the screen, awed as he always was at each new addition to their family. "That nose is all Soraya," Lily murmured warmly. He's got Hazzy's mouth, though. I love the little newborn cone head," Bell mused, an envious pang shooting through his chest. At that realization, he glanced over at Lily, knowing how badly she'd wanted that for herself, too. Still wanted. She looked up from the screen and met his eyes, confusion flickering across her face before understanding set in. "It's okay," she said softly. "I'm where I want to be, and I'm happy. Are you happy?" Belle smiled at her, thinking of how Sharky would have been with younger siblings. "I'm happy." He kissed her forehead. "You would have looked amazing pregnant, though." Old grief ghosted over her face. His heart ached for her, for them. Then he watched as she drew on that inner strength that so amazed him. Her smile went impish. "Well, obviously, you wouldn't have been able to keep your hands off me. Like I can keep my hands off you now." She had the audacity to hum doubtfully, taking the phone from him and setting it aside. "The effort I have to put in to get your attention," she tisked, and he smirked, placing his hands behind his head to wait for the rest. "Breathing in your direction, objectifying you when you look good, sleeping naked. All you have to do is exist vaguely in my orbit, and I'm off to name a newly formed river." Bell raised his eyebrows. "Well," he said slowly, scooting down to lay flat. "Breathing in my direction is unnecessary. Just breathing is enough. I can't have all your effort going to waste and making you feel unappreciated. So here's what I want you to do. Come ride my face." "Is that all?" Lily asked, already pushing the sheet back and crawling towards him, breasts swaying temptingly. "But I'm breathing and naked." "Ah, yes. Double the effort, double the reward," he murmured, capturing her waist in his hands and laving a nipple with his tongue before giving it a leisurely suck that made her arch and gasp. He released her, skimming his nose up her neck. "I want you to hold the headboard and ride my face. Then I'm going to fuck you, lovingly, until you come again." He pulled her legs to straddle his head, shifting so that the tips of his horns would press into the mattress and not threaten her thighs. She caught herself, grabbing the headboard with a laugh. He smirked, lightly pulled her down to his mouth, and went to work. True to her word, she was drenched, and he ran his tongue along her in a single sweep from ass to clit, savoring the taste of her. It was a drug. She was a drug, and his cock throbbed as he flicked his tongue over her clit, her thighs clenching on either side of his head. Too fucking far away. He gripped her pretty ass with both hands and pulled her down. Much better. He teased her entrance with his tongue before stiffening it and thrusting it inside, fucking her with it. A resulting moan went straight to his cock. He half considered freeing up one of his hands to give it a stroke, but reconsidered as she lifted herself up. He needed his hands. He nipped the inside of her thigh, growling, "Get back down here." "You need to breathe," she panted above him, "and I don't want to wake Sharky up." "Then let's be nice and quiet." He tugged her back down. "More. Always need more. And I'll fucking tap if I need to breathe. I want you to come on my face. Now sit." He lost himself in pleasuring her with his lips and tongue, gauging what made her simply gasp and what made her muffle her cries with a hand. When her thighs started trembling, he nearly came undone. He pumped 2 fingers deep into her clenching heat, curling them to press against the spot that always made her make one of those breathy, gasping cries. The same moment that he sucked her clit, flicking it with his tongue once, twice. Lily came apart above him, one hand clutching the headboard, the other clamped firmly over her mouth, muffling but not muting the delicious sound of her orgasm. Belle kept pumping his fingers as her slick muscles clenched rhythmically around them, kept working her clit with gentle taps of his tongue, prolonging her climax until she fought to pull herself upwards. He relented with a kiss on each of her inner thighs, lifting her and guiding her to lay on top of him. She pushed herself up to kiss him, no doubt tasting herself as she stroked her tongue along his and nipped at his lower lip. He took a careful fistful of her hair and angled her head back, kissing along her jawline. He held her close as he sat up, carefully twisted so as not to catch his wings, and rolled her back down, catching her laugh with his mouth. She twined her arms around his neck, pebbled nipples brushing against his chest, and driving him even more insane for her, and gasped as he drove into her in one smooth stroke. The first slide of being inside her always felt like molten lava was surging up his spine. Wet, hot, tight, inside Lily was his favorite place to be. They fit each other perfectly. Her hazel eyes were dazed when they met his, her pretty lips parted as she panted, a smile curling the corners of her mouth. He braced one forearm on the bed to keep from crushing her, sliding his other hand down the center of her chest, over her navel, slowing as his palm moved over her lower stomach. He imagined it rounding slightly, imagined it growing full with their child, and his hips pressed him deeper inside her. He looked up at her, worried that he'd overstepped, made it awkward, made it sad, but saw what he felt reflected in her eyes. She moved a hand between them to cover his. "I wouldn't have been able to keep my hands off of you if I was pregnant," she said with a little smile. "But you can keep your hands off of me now," he sassed, sliding their hands a little lower on her abdomen, pressing just slightly, and giving a slow thrust that had both of them catching their breath. Her hand left his, clutching at his hip, pulling him into her. They found their rhythm slow and heady, each stroke sending ecstatic pleasure crackling throughout his body. A flush worked its way up her skin, from her chest up to her cheeks, her nails digging into his skin, the little hitch in her breath that always happened right before she came apart around him. She arched up, her body going taut as she buried her face in his neck. He followed her right over the edge, hips stuttering in their rhythm, release crashing through him like a tide, pumping. The door swung open. On reflex, Belle dropped flat, intending to cover Lily's nakedness and hide their joining, his wings sweeping out in a mantling gesture. There was an odd croaking noise in his ear, but he barely processed it once he realized who stood in the doorway.
Chapter 58. The Flip Side of the Sex Coin. Lily. Lily couldn't stop her loud, guttural wheeze as Belle's full body weight crushed her into the mattress. No, not just his full body weight. He'd thrown himself downwards with force, ejecting all air from her lungs in possibly the least sexy noise she'd ever made. She fought to clear away the decadent high of her orgasm, to think around his bone-crushing weight, the fact that he still filled her, the pulsing of his own climax fading by the moment. She pressed her head back into the pillow, twisting to stare at the door, then immediately wished she hadn't. Sharky's face went from blank shock to horror in about a second. "Are you doing adult stuff?" she asked, words slamming together in her rush to get them out. Fuck. What was worse? Lying? Telling the truth? There was no good way out of this, was there? Was there? "Just a little," Lily said breathlessly. At the same moment, Belle said, "I mean, yeah." Sharky's expression went from horror to outright revulsion, followed by a gag that came from her soul. She spun, slamming the door behind her. Another gag sounded in the hallway. Lily grimaced. "I didn't hear a knock. Did you hear a knock?" Belle asked, looking down at her. His eyes widened and he pushed upwards, guilt written all over his face. "Shit. Sorry." She sucked in a lungful of air that really she didn't need, but it felt nice anyway. I didn't hear a knock either, but then I wasn't listening super hard.
Belle sighed, dropping his head onto the pillow beside hers. Lily blew out a long breath, closing her eyes. Oof. Well, sometimes kids walk in on their parents. She had when she was younger, and her reaction had been about the same, except she hadn't said anything, just immediately shut the door. Her parents had never addressed it, which hadn't been great, honestly. It had made her feel worse about it. They needed to start locking the door. Knocking or not, they'd nearly been caught twice in as many days. She attributed the uninterrupted months before Belle had marched out to a stroke of luck. Belle lifted his head, silver eyes back to their normal dilation. So, breakfast will be fun. Lily curled into him, smothering her mortified laughter in his chest. Lily handed Sharky her cocoa, then poured 2 mugs of hot water and added a tea bag to each, while Sharky squinted at her. She'd told Belle to grab a quick shower if he wanted and said that she would take care of talking to Sharky. She thought it might be better coming from her. Lily steeled herself and tried to deliver her little speech as naturally as possible. Hey, so I'm sorry you walked in on us while we were having a private moment. It's totally normal to feel uncomfortable seeing that. We felt uncomfortable too. Sex can look and sound a little weird, so I'm sorry if that upset or scared you. We have a lock on our door for a reason, and we should have used it. In the future, let's have a house rule where, if the door is shut, we knock first and wait until we get permission to enter. She hadn't been blushing and bashful about explaining sex to Sharky before, but it felt a bit different when she was talking about her and Belle together. Thank fuck Sharky hadn't walked in on them in the middle of celebrating Belle's release from bed rest. Okay, Sharky said slowly, moving the melting marshmallows in her cocoa around with a spoon. She seemed to start asking a question and talk herself out of it several times. You can ask me anything, Bug, Lily said gently. Sharky nodded, stirring her cocoa. Lily swished the tea bag in her mug around a bit, waiting. You and Belle do that for fun, right? For the because it feels nice reason, not the other one? Oh, Sharky. One day after school, Sharky had come home concerned and jittery with a panicky kind of energy that reminded Lily of when she'd first met her. They'd gotten the school version of the sex talk, and while demon school was wonderful for many reasons, it failed to take into account the sole mortal soul in attendance and what mortal ideas and trauma she might have about sex. Demons and denizens of the afterlife in general had a much healthier attitude towards sex and sexuality than most people in the mortal world. That healthy attitude had caused a lot of confusion and fear for Sharky. Lily had explained, pinky promising the whole time, that there were normal, healthy kinds of sex, like what the school had been talking about. Sex for pleasure, connection, fun. That was what most people had. There were some people who didn't like sex, for one reason or another, people who were on a spectrum of asexuality, and people who just preferred not to. Then there was the other kind of sex, the kind that had been warped and twisted, weaponized to hurt people, to exert power in a cruel way. Lily had figured that power play dynamics in healthy sex and BDSM were a bit much for Sharky's maturity at that point. Weaponized sex was what had happened to Sharky, and to herself, and it was not, and never would be, their faults. Sharky had soaked up all that information like a sponge. She usually did when people took the time to explain things properly, and had been relieved that there was a positive side to the sex coin. It made sense that, given the shock of walking in on Lily and Belle, she might need a bit of reassurance and clarification. Do you think Belle would want to hurt me? Lily asked. No. Do you think I would ever want to hurt Belle? No, Sharky said, relaxing a bit.
So you do it for fun?
We do it for fun, Lily confirmed, pulling her tea bag out before her tea got bitter. Belle liked his a bit stronger, so she left his in. Sharky huffed a sigh and took a hearty gulp of her cocoa, licking the chocolate mustache it gave her. She wrinkled her nose.
It seems very messy.
Belle pushing his seed back into her as she lay on his desk, their combined release dripping down her thighs after she'd ridden him, the way he'd carefully wiped her clean with a damp cloth, just as he always did, after he'd bent her over the bench press in the new home gym. Lily, thankfully, had only just raised her mug to take a sip, so she was spared the indignity of spewing tea across the kitchen. Even so, her face felt hotter than the magma rivers in hell.
It is. And noisy. It sounded like you guys were dying in there. Like, again.
Only one of us in that room has died, and I did so in silence, thank you very much. But yeah, it can be.
And you like it?
Sharky couldn't have been more disbelieving if she tried. We do, but that's a personal preference. Hoping for some relief from the Sharky Inquisition, Lily decided to offer a new topic of conversation.
Hey, by the way, Asmodeus and Soraya had their baby last night and they want us to visit at noon. They did? And you didn't tell me that first?
Soraya's face went from happy to see them to tearful joy when Lily presented her with the cinnamon mocha. She lay in one of her and Asmodeus's guest rooms that had been prepared as a birthing suite, propped up in a nest of pillows that Lily would have bet her paradise had been carefully and fussily built around her by Asmodeus.
Oh, she breathed, taking a deep sniff of the steam. How did you know?
2 guesses, Lily said, dropping down into the chair next to the bed. Asmodeus sat on the couch, his son draped across his bare chest, Belle and Sharky sitting on either side of him while he talked quietly.
Not only did I marry the right man,
I married up, Soraya said, taking a sip and moaning.
Who cares if he's the reason our kid has a big head?
Yeah, how was labor?
Mercifully, not as long as I was afraid it would be. Nothing went wrong, even though it hurt like a bitch. My mother was right. Active labor was the worst part. You're not pushing, you're just contracting, and it doesn't feel like you're getting fucking anywhere, even though you know you are. Pushing I was fine with, because it meant there was a light at the end of the tunnel. Then,
Soraya smiled over at her boys, cradling her coffee.
He was here, the most beautiful thing in the world, and screaming his head off.
Lily followed her gaze to where Asmodeus was carefully transferring Osmodai to Belle's arms, and he looked even tinier than he had with Asmodeus. An itty-bitty tail curled as he scrunched up his little legs, and Lily had to focus to realize that there, plastered to his back, were delicate, filmy little wings, disproportionately small for his body compared to the powerful wings of his father and uncle. Soraya must have seen her expression and line of sight.
The wings are like that when they're born. They'll unstick from his back in about a week, and then grow to be more proportionate. I knew from talking to the healers about what to expect if he came out with wings, but I still have to keep reminding myself that it's okay.
She took another sip.
This mocha tastes like sex.
See, that's what got you into this position, Lily said dryly.
Speaking of which, turns out that a lot of the positions that got the baby in are the same ones that help get the baby out. Asmodeus thankfully withheld that little observation until after Osmodai had been born.
Because he wanted to live, Lily chuckled. Soraya hummed an assent, and they watched Asmodeus show Sharky how tiny Osmodai's feet were.
That baby is going to help Asmodeus get through the funeral, I think,
Soraya said softly. Lily tore her gaze away from the scene on the couch. Soraya's features were soft,
and her eyes bore a grief that Lily had seen in the other partners of warriors who had been in the recent war. He and I will turn to each other as we always have, but Asmodai, he'll be a tangible piece of hope, a reminder that there are always endings, but there are beginnings too.
Lily,
Asmodeus called carefully, glancing sideways at the baby.
Quit seducing my wife with coffee and come meet our son.
Joke's on you. She knows you put me up to it. She's seducing me for you, babe, Soraya added, cradling the cup in both hands.
Well, then she's doing a shit job of it. Swap places with me, Lily, so I can flirt with my wife properly and tell her what a fine baby she cooked up.
Soraya and Lily rolled their eyes at each other, but Lily rose, bumping Asmodeus's fist as she passed. Belle had stood and was swaying a bit, staring down at Asmodai so tenderly it melted her. Sharky stood on the couch to keep an eye on the baby, her eyes sweetly curious, a little smile on her mouth. Lily had asked Belle about people visiting a newborn so soon, but apparently, since they didn't have to worry about germs in the afterlife, except for occasional colds once they hit adulthood, visitation was based more on the social preferences of the parents and not medical concern. Asmodai stared up at his uncle with wide bronze eyes, clearly taking after his mother in that regard, though Soraya's were more golden. His little tail was curled around Belle's forearm as far as it was able to go, which, considering Lily needed both hands to wrap the thickest part of it, wasn't all that far. Those bronze eyes blinked in her direction while he yawned. Lily nudged his delicate little hand with her finger, and he gripped it with a surprising strength. Joy surged through her veins. Such a tiny, powerful little life. I can't believe I was ever this small, Sharky said, carefully touching the downy hair on his head. You were probably smaller. He's a bit bigger than the average mortal baby, Lily told her, running her thumb over the tiny little fingers gripping her own and marveling as she always did at the teensy fingernails, which happened to be black. Really? I'd say so. Though birth size isn't really an indicator of where you end up. I was on the small end of average for humans when I was born. Then I got tall.
This may shock both of you, but I was a big baby,
Belle said. You're still big, Sharky said. Lily bit her lip to let that golden opportunity pass.
Only when I'm not next to someone bigger,
Belle murmured, smiling softly at the baby socks with bats on them.
Which is why, when he gets his ass handed to him in wrestling, it's deeply amusing for me and humbling for him,
Asmodeus called across the room. What happened to flirting with your wife? Lily asked.
We disagreed and it became less flirty and more conversation-y,
Asmodeus explained while Soraya shook her head. Nothing to disagree over. I'm going. The healers agreed to spend extra time with me.
Healing wears you out. Ask me how I know.
Asmodeus scowled at her. The healers, Soraya said more firmly, agreed. Frankly, even if they hadn't, I would have gotten someone to carry me there. I'll have a chair for the ceremony and come home early, but I'm going.
Soraya.
If the roles were reversed, what would you do? Asmodeus subsided, looking more serious and general-like than Lily had ever seen him. The funeral. That had to be the ceremony in question.
Lily, if you had just given birth, would you, 2 days later, go to a funeral?
Asmodeus asked in a sweet but deeply misguided attempt to make a point. Try to fucking stop me, Lily said. To be there for Belle when he needed it and pay my respects to those who died to protect all of us? You couldn't keep me away. Asmodeus exchanged a long look with his wife, who, for all her fire, seemed soft at that moment. She leaned in to say something to him that none of them could hear, and Lily returned her gaze to the baby still gripping the life out of her finger. Belle, his finger held captive by Asmodai's other hand, nudged the back of her hand with his. His silver eyes were searching, quietly intense, Lily smiled up at him.
Try to fucking stop me.
The corner of his mouth tipped up in a smile. Then he slid that look to Sharky, who kept petting Osmodai's little head with extreme gentleness.
You can try to fucking stop me, but you'd have to catch me first.
Chapter 59. To Honor the Fallen. Lily. It felt odd to slip into the deep purple gown Carlton had provided. It seemed more appropriate for a gala of some kind, but everything Lily had researched, and Belle had confirmed, had told her that color and elegance were not only appropriate, but respectful. Demonic funerals were colorful, yet somber affairs. She'd brought the dress from Paradise the day before, hanging it on her side of the closet in Belle's house. His light ceremonial armor had starkly contrasted with his remaining set of combat armor, which loomed on its stand near the back of the closet. Beautiful and deadly, perfectly clean but lightly scuffed in places from use. She'd run her fingertips over one of the scuff marks, giving silent thanks to the armor for protecting him from whatever had made it, heart aching for those whose armor hadn't been able to do the same. He kissed her that morning as he rolled out of bed, but had otherwise been silent as he went to take his shower and get ready. By the time she'd gotten up and headed to the bathroom for her own shower, he was brushing his teeth, a towel slung around his waist. He squeezed her hip when she kissed his shoulder on her way by, but said nothing. When she re-entered the bedroom, he and his armor were both gone, leaving her to dress alone and worry. Lily smoothed her hands over the subtly shimmering fabric of her dress, studying herself in the full-length mirror. The high neck of her gown glimmered with ornate embroidery the same shade of silver as Belle's eyes, as did the decorative sweep of fabric that draped over her upper arms, leaving her shoulders and the rest of her arms bare. The fabric skimmed over her body, fitted until it flared gently at her hips, cascading to brush over the floor. The dress was otherwise unadorned, but the elegantly placed seams and the shimmer of the fabric as she moved kept it from looking bland. She tweaked a piece of her hair, wishing she'd been able to craft a sleeker chignon, and fiddled with one of her long earrings. "Hey, Mom!" Sharky lingered in the doorway of their bedroom, toying with a brush. Lily had told her what she'd learned about the funerals, but allowed her to make her own decision about what she wanted to wear. Lily'd assured her that if the now iconic shark onesie was what would make her comfortable, then she was more than welcome to wear it. But Sharky had just gone quiet for a moment, then asked if they could go shopping. They'd found a long-sleeved, dark blue tunic in the demonic style and matching leggings that tucked into black ankle boots. Sharky had worried that it was too plain, but the shopkeeper, a sweetly understanding man, had offered to stitch a design on it to make it better. The metallic teal thread curled and twined against the backdrop of dark blue, looking a bit like the surface of the sea. Intrinsically Sharky, but with a hellish twist. "Hey, Bug," Lily smiled. "You look nice." "Thanks, you too. Can you braid my hair?" Sharky held up the brush. Lily guided her over to one of the chairs and stepped behind it, running the brush through Sharky's shoulder-length blonde hair. "What kind of braid are you thinking?" "Like the ones you gave Dad before he left, please." Lily stilled. "I didn't braid his hair today, but if you describe it, I can give it a go." "Oh, I haven't seen him today. I meant like before he went to war. Dad said they were good luck, and I don't know if we need luck today, but you never know. Better safe than sorry, right?" "Right," Lily murmured, swallowing hard and willing the stinging in her eyes to subside. Belle had told her how much the braids had meant to him, and the fact that he'd shared the sentiment with Sharky, as well as Sharky's logic for wanting them, was unexpectedly touching. Her fingers only shook a little as she sectioned out Sharky's hair, modifying what she remembered doing for Belle to suit Sharky's shorter style. "You've grown up so much, you know. I've always been proud of you, but I'm really, really proud of you for that." Sharky waited for her to finish and secure the braid down one side of her head before twisting to grin up at her. Thanks, Mom. Hariti thinks I'm still short, though. You're a mortal soul, not a giant demon, so obviously you might be a bit shorter than them. Hopefully, you won't have as rough a time going through puberty as I did. Yeah, so I was reading about that, and it sounds sucky. Do you think it will actually be puberty, since I'm technically dead? Or is being dead a cheat code to get the height and maturity without the grumpy and acne and awkward part? That, Lily said, finishing the braid on the other side of her head, is a question for either the front desk or the librarians at the Universal Library. Well, I know what I want the answer to be. As someone who went through puberty, I don't blame you. Lily pressed a kiss to the top of Sharky's head, just like she'd done for Belle that awful day. All done. Belle's deep voice rumbled through the room like thunder. Time for one more. Lily snapped her head up, cautious relief soothing the worst of her worry. The sight of Belle in his ceremonial armor was a study in lethal beauty, of honed strength and power ready to be unleashed. Where his combat armor covered nearly every inch of him, the ceremonial armor consisted of a light breastplate, pauldrons, tassets, bracers, and greaves. The matte black metal was embossed with symbols that had become familiar to her in her time with the partners of his warriors, the insignia of each of his legions. Beneath the sparse armor, his black pants were tailored immaculately to his powerful legs, and his shirt was a similar shade to her dress, but more complementary to his skin tone. He held an ornate box in his hands that Lily didn't recognize. Something for the ceremony, probably. His eyes made her chest ache. Brighter than they'd been when he'd first woken up, but with a soul-deep grief that only time, love, and patience could soothe. Always time for you, Lily said as Sharky made to get up and move to a different chair. Belle sat in front of her, settling his wings around the specially designed back and allowing his tail to rest against her skirts. Lily ran her fingers through his already smooth hair, scraping her nails lightly over his scalp the way he liked. What are you wanting? His tail brushed over the floor, finding its way under her skirt, tip coiling around her ankle. She tugged his hair lightly. Like what you did the first time, but leave the bottom loose, he said, head turning towards Sharky as he spoke to her, voice warming. I want us to match. Lily worked quickly, taking care to not leave a hair out of place, bringing the 3 braids together in the back and binding them off. She gave a final cursory swipe of the brush through the loose parts of his hair, ensuring there were no hidden tangles, before pressing a kiss to that same spot between his horns. Done, she murmured, setting the brush down. Not quite, Belle said roughly, then cleared his throat. He twisted and set the box beside the brush, his clawed hand resting on the top. It was nearly the size of a placemat, and as tall as the width of his hand, inlaid with gunmetal gray in a lace-like pattern. Whatever it was, it felt old, like the deities and certain souls felt old. Sharky hopped off her chair, eyes bright with curiosity. Everything inside Lily went still as he flipped the catch and slowly lifted the lid. A crown rested on a bed of charcoal velvet, masculine in form but delicate in execution. The gunmetal gray strands twined together to create a series of 5 small spires, each studded with a gloriously vibrant black opal, and perfectly in line with the center spire, the band dipped into a shallow V that held its own larger stone. It wasn't a massive, ostentatious piece, but a simple, powerfully elegant symbol befitting a prince of hell. I was wondering, Belle said quietly, lifting the crown off of its cushion, if you would mind helping me put this on. Lily took it from him carefully, a slight hum tingling up her arms and a sense of occasion seeping into her bones. There's a catch at the back, I think, Belle continued, his voice carefully neutral, but his shoulders tight. You think? Sharky asked, poking a finger into the plush velvet inside the case, then petting it like it was a cat.
I've never worn it before.
Bell cleared his throat, and Lily squeezed his shoulder. She knew what this meant for him. For so long, he had avoided any reminders that he was a prince of hell. Yet here he was, about to wear the crown, his crown, not only for himself, but for all to see. She didn't know where he'd been or what had happened that morning for him to decide to claim his title, but she recognized that it was a huge step in facing an older, deeper grief and hurt. She tucked her swell of emotion away. He'd share it with her when he was ready. Never? Sharky asked.
Never. But I remember my dad always needed help closing the catch at the back when he wore it. Helps get it around the horns.
Lily found the catch and opened it. Did your dad have horns like you? Sharky asked.
His curled. More like ram horns,
Bell said, and Lily could hear the smile in his voice.
He always teased Lucifer about not having any.
She lowered the crown around his horns and settled it carefully on his head, making sure not to snag any hair when she closed the catch. It fit perfectly. Lily smoothed her hands down his shoulders and across his chest, pressing a kiss just in front of his ear. How does it feel? She asked. Bell leaned his head back against her, covering one of her hands with his, and taking a long, slow breath before nodding.
It feels right.
He lifted his head and winked at Sharky.
Helps that it looks good, too.
Lily ran her thumb against his palm, whispering only for him to hear. It's beautiful. You're beautiful. Bell kept a firm hold of their hands from the moment they walked out the door. He guided them not to the elevators, but the stairs, where they joined the seemingly endless crowds of demons in bright finery walking downward to the hearth. Thousands and thousands of people moved in one direction. No one spoke. The only sounds were the rustling of clothes, the scuff of feet, and the occasional sniffle or sob followed by a quiet murmur of comfort. Down, down, down. They gathered more with every level until the stairs ended, opening out into a massive expanse similar to the other levels of hell, but with an entirely different feel to it. The air was quieter, peaceful, a place of rest. The ceiling of the giant cavern was still incredibly high, but not nearly as distant as everywhere else. The pulsing veins of magma and golden light were far denser above them, like lace rather than latticework, and trickled down the walls, peeking out from a lush growth of bioluminescent plant life that climbed the walls into the distance. They'd emerged onto a massive expanse of open, bare ground, the black soil packed down so tightly that at first, Lily thought it was stone. A huge crowd had already formed, a beautiful kaleidoscope of every color of fabric and skin, a sea of horns in all shapes and sizes. Bell led them through the crowd, people stepping aside to let them pass. Lily squeezed his hand once, and he gripped hers a little tighter, tension stealing into the lines of his body as they approached the open space beyond the crowd. When they reached the edge of it, Lily understood why. It took a moment to process exactly what she was seeing. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of raised stone structures reminiscent of waist-high plateaus in varying sizes, all of them far too large, and all of them covered in rows of lumps wrapped in shrouds, a banner hanging from the end of each structure with a different symbol on each. Oh. Tears sprang to her eyes, mind spinning and stomach plummeting at the sheer number of warriors wrapped lovingly in shrouds by their family and friends. Strong. Be strong. Think strong. Don't fucking cry. Don't you dare fucking cry. Lily reined in her whirling emotions. For Belle, for the fallen, for their families, for their friends. At the front of the crowd, she barely recognized Lucifer without his black clothing. He stood in regal, deep teal finery that offset his skin and eyes, a larger and more ornate crown made of red gold light resting on his head. Beside him stood 4 of the 6 princes, each wearing their own crowns and accompanied by their families. Lev was the one she knew best, and he nodded a greeting. The other 2 she could recognize from brief interactions in Belle's office were Mammon and Z, Beelzebub, each of whom raised their eyebrows at Belle, glancing at the crown on his head. Z's eyes moved immediately to Lily, then to Sharky, a ghost of a smile playing over his stern mouth before he nodded and returned his gaze to the pyres, grief written all over his face. The 4th must be Tanael, who Lily had never met, but she knew his name from passing mentions. Lucifer stared out at the fallen, a sense of age pouring off of him. More than when she'd cornered him in his office, she saw the weight of his responsibility bearing down on him. While he seemed to be managing it, the toll of that burden was carved into his bones. Belle positioned them so that Sharky stood next to Lucifer, and she immediately let go of Belle to hug him. It took a beat for Lucifer to blink back into the present, but when he did, he wrapped an arm around her, some of the pain leaving his expression. More demons came, and folk from other realms, too. Someone came to stand on Lily's other side, and she turned her head to greet them. It was Asmodeus, in ceremonial armor similar to Belle's, with a shirt several shades darker than his skin tone, and a silver crown with 5 gleaming sapphires resting on his brow. Soraya, on his other side, cradled Asmodai, secure in his swaddle of blankets. Lily touched Asmodeus's arm, and he nodded to her, glancing at Belle before turning to look at the pyres. Asmodeus did a hard double-take, whipping his head to look at his cousin so fast that Lily half expected to hear his neck crack. He stared at Belle, who was lost in gazing at the bodies of his warriors, eyes darting from the crown to Belle's profile and back again. To Lily's absolute shock, tears welled up in his eyes. He clamped his mouth shut, turning to face the pyres, blinking rapidly. His hand fumbled to pat at her arm, and she caught his wrist, giving it a gentle squeeze. He exhaled slowly, eyes fixed forward, relaxing by degrees. On her left, Belle held her hand tighter.
Belle. He'd always expected the crown to crush him, to weigh his head down until he was bowed beneath the weight of the responsibility and the memories it carried. After he'd walked with his father to the void, he'd returned home feeling like his entire being was a paper-thin shell waiting to crack, and found the box with the crown set on his bed. He'd left it there for days, knowing his father had put it there himself, needing to keep that one little piece of his father's presence around just a little while longer. Eventually, he'd taken the letter, set it on the box, and put both on the highest shelf in his office, stacking books he'd never read in front of them. He didn't look at it again. Until that morning. He'd slept badly and woken up long before Lily, but lay there listening to her breathing, feeling her skin against his, marveling in the awe of who she was. This mortal soul who had been through so much, who had walked straight into hell on a whim and found her place in it, not because of the pain in her life, but because of the heart she had for others. She'd taken Sharky in as her own, opening her home and her heart to a child who needed her, despite her fears that she wasn't good enough for the job. Lily faced her fears with a bravery that astounded him and inspired him. So he'd kissed her and gotten up, leaving her to shower and get ready while he put on his armor and headed to his office, locking the door and reaching for the highest shelf. Of course, Lekti, his housekeeper, had kept even a speck of dust from gathering on it without ever saying a word about her knowledge of its whereabouts. The box felt smaller in his hands than it had before, lighter. He'd set it on the desk and picked up the thick envelope with his name scrawled in handwriting both familiar and long forgotten. He'd never forget seeing that envelope in hands broader and meatier than his, the gray skin scarred and starting to show signs of age. Belle had paced to the window, staring out at the garden, soaking in the beauty of the morning light starting to dim the glow of the plants, before he sliced the letter open with a claw, just like how his father used to, and pulled out the pages. My beloved son. He'd had to stop, tears blurring his eyes so that he couldn't read. He could hear him, his voice as deep as Belle's, but with a slightly different tone and an older pattern of speech. Memories long repressed swam to the surface, sparked by those 3 words. My beloved son, spoken through laughter because Belle had successfully pranked him. My beloved son, spoken with exasperation after he'd been told Belle flew through the tower window. My beloved son, spoken with such pride whenever Belle mastered a new maneuver or was promoted. My beloved son, spoken quietly and softly as he tucked Belle into bed. Belle had braced his hand against the window frame, knees threatening to buckle, but after a moment he wiped his eyes and kept reading his father's bold handwriting, a hard copy of his voice. My beloved son, never doubt that you are, have always been, and always will be, my beloved son. I know that the decision I have made has caused you unspeakable pain, and I ask not for your forgiveness. How could I ask that of you? However, I will ask you for one thing. I ask that you keep your courage. Not for me, but for yourself. There are many things in this world both terrible and beautiful, and all of them require courage. The courage to stand on a battlefield, to command soldiers, to come home from that battlefield and dare to carry on is a powerful thing. The courage to love, to let others see you at your most vulnerable, to allow joy in is just as powerful, but, for me at least, has always proven the most difficult. I want better for you. You are the best and bravest parts of your mother and I, and better than us both. Do not be afraid of error. Make mistakes, and many of them. You learn much about yourself through them, often more than you learn from your triumphs. And oh, my son, you have so many triumphs. I have been proud of you since the day you were born, and nearly split our eardrums announcing your own arrival. The rest of the letter had blurred. Words of encouragement and apology, of hope, a reminder to stretch more, and always pride in his son. Belle only managed to read it once in its entirety. He'd forgotten what his father had sounded like. He'd forgotten that he was a beloved son, was his father's beloved son. The pain of being the child Samael had left behind had overwhelmed the joy of being his child in the first place. His grief had obscured that love. Buried in pain and anger and doubt and fear, and he'd let himself forget. He'd been enough. He had always been enough. His father had loved him as fiercely as any parent loved their child. When he'd gone to his final battles, protecting the entire universe had been too heavy of a burden for his wearying soul. His motivation to fight had been to ensure the safety of his son. His father's decision had nothing to do with some kind of inadequacy or failure on Belle's part, but had everything to do with his father's own limitations, his own pain and exhaustion. His father had been ancient and weary and had lost the tethers tying him to life and living. But he'd stayed longer than he would have, longer than he could have otherwise borne, for Belle alone. Reading his father's words on the page, hearing his voice echo in his head once more, had shattered the incorrect beliefs he'd been holding on to. The grief for his father and the years he'd expected to share with him would linger, as grief always did, but it would no longer be emblematic of his perceived failure, because it hadn't ever been true. It had been a result of confusion and sorrow and fear that he'd let grow and fester, but not anymore. A chapter had ended. A new one had begun, and it was starting with hope and understanding. It had taken several minutes for Belle to compose himself, but there was a noticeable weight that had lifted. His father's letter had loomed over him for more than 2 centuries, heavy with the fear of what was in it, along with the weight of his own disgust at that fear. But finally, he had faced it, knowing that no matter what was in the letter, it wouldn't crush him, because he wouldn't let it. He'd gone to Lily then, box in hand, wanting her to crown him that first time. When Lily had placed the crown on his head, he hadn't expected the memory it sparked as it settled onto his brow. He remembered being a little boy, laughing hysterically with his father when he tried to put it on his head and it had slipped down to rest on his shoulders instead, digging in uncomfortably. "Not yet, my beloved son," his father said with a laugh, gently lifting the crown over his head and cradling it in his hands. "But one day, and I will be just as proud of you then as I am now. Keep your courage." The memory did not crush him, just as the crown would not. Belle watched the healers sweep forward to stand amongst the pyres, focusing on breathing through his nose and not crushing Lily's hand. Several of his legions had made it through with no fatalities, but all of them had had soldiers with grievous injuries. Out of the 268 pyres, 79 were for his soldiers. Nearly 12,000 lost from his army alone. So many. Too many. The worst war Lucifer had seen in millennia. The healers began to hum in unison. Goosebumps rippled up his arms, just as they did every time he heard the beginning of the chants. The humming swelled into a wordless undulation of song, the healers swaying like trees in the wind, voices raised in lyrical grief. His heartbeat pounded in his ears as if it wanted to make itself known, reassure him that it was still there, that he was still there. He pressed his arm against Lily's, and she leaned into him. Some of the healers continued their wordless song, while the rest began the gentle, heartbreakingly beautiful song of the fallen. Sung in no language commonly spoken, but understood nonetheless. The funeral chants were both an expression of purest grief and of peace, sung as much for the living as for the dead. His throat grew tight and he cleared it roughly. "Not now. I won't be able to sing if I cry now." Lily sniffed next to him, but he didn't dare look at her, no matter how much he wanted to as the healer's song faded. Silence fell. It was time. He squeezed Lily's hand twice, the signal they'd agreed on, and with a soft squeeze back, she let go. As one, Belle, Asmodeus, the other generals, and the surviving commanding officers stepped forward out of the crowd, striding across the black soil until they stood equidistant between the crowd and the fallen. Beside him, Asmodeus's breathing was ragged. All 72 of his legions were represented on the pyres. They sank to one knee in a line, a second line forming behind them. Belle clasped his cousin on the shoulder, and Asmodeus looked at him, eyes glassy but resolved. Asmodeus gripped Belle's shoulder in return, and something settled in him. not alone. Bell glanced at the officer next to him and clasped him on the shoulder as well. The idea rippled down the line, hands on shoulders, some holding hands. Grief was intensely personal, but in their grief, they would not be alone. Like the healers, their song started slowly, an upswell of sound, wordless, contemplative, seeking. Like the first moments after learning of a loss, building to a more resonant and emotive tone the longer the loss set in. When words finally came, they were not of battlefield glory. They were not there to sing of myths. None of them loved battle. They were there for something far bigger than that. They loved what battle protected. Flames crackled to life uniformly over the pyres, lit by the inherent power of the funeral grounds, of the universe they called home. There was no smell, no sound other than their song and the crackling of the flames. The rising began. Embers far larger than those from a normal fire floated upwards slowly, a few at first, then more and more until there was a shower of embers raining upwards. The souls of the fallen returned to the fabric of the universe, of hell, becoming a part of all of it. So many. Bell closed his eyes, anchored by the hands of his fellow warriors on his shoulders, and the crown placed on his head by the woman he loved, and sang his grief. Sang honor to the fallen for giving their lives to protect all that was good and wonderful in their world. Sang peace for them, for their loved ones. He didn't notice until Asmodeus's hand tightened on his shoulder that their voices had been joined by the crowd behind them. Then he let the tears fall.
Chapter 60. Lilies. Lily. Lily stood next to Belle in the receiving line, an oddly calm tension sitting in her chest that she couldn't really identify. Her role in the line was mostly a supportive one for Belle. She spoke to the partners and families she recognized, and offered what comfort and thanks she could where it was welcome to those she didn't. Berta, the first woman to welcome her into the support group of warriors' families, had arrived on the arm of her husband, her damp eyes gleaming with equal parts relief and grief as she'd hugged Lily. A younger man from a different group had arrived alone, hollow-eyed and lost. His tears had dripped on her shoulder when she hugged him. He'd been waiting for his partner to come home and give him an opinion on how to redecorate their living room, knowing how much she enjoyed designing their home. Lily wondered if he would ever move their couch to a different wall now. If he would ever shop for a new rug without waiting for an opinion that would never come. Perhaps someday he would. But as Lily held his shaking body, she knew that day was a long way off. Belle had bowed deeply to him and hugged him, murmuring words that Lily couldn't hear. She'd been braced for anger, for the same helpless rage that she'd seen at too many mortal funerals for those who had died as a result of tragedy. There was grief and there was pain, but no one seemed to blame Belle or any of the other demons in the chain of command. Loss recognized loss, and respected that each pain was different. Belle's fingers brushed against her skirts for the dozenth time, not solid enough to be a caress, but a subtle, grounding gesture. She stroked her thumb up the side of his hand. "I know. I see you." He had settled after the haunting beauty of the warrior's song and the upward rain of embers from the bodies of the fallen. The Rising, it was called. Despite being wreathed in flame, the bodies hadn't technically burned, but had instead simply and slowly disintegrated into embers and sparks. There was no ash left on the raised platforms, not even a single scorch mark. The entire time, the long line of warriors had knelt together, connected through touch and through their song, singing their fallen friends to whatever peace came next. After several hours, and what had to have been tens of thousands of people, The line dwindled. Soraya and a crying Osmodai had left a bit earlier, accompanied by an older female demon who appeared to be Soraya's mother. Asmodeus had relaxed a bit, but watched every step they took until they were out of sight. Lily checked on him every so often, and despite his weariness, he seemed to be all right. A small arm wrapped around her waist, Sharky's body pressing against her side quietly. Lily hugged her, scanning her round face for any hint of her being overwhelmed, and finding nothing. "How are you doing, Bug?" Sharky shrugged, her grip around Lily's waist tightening a bit. "I'm okay. But, she trailed off, hunching her shoulders a little. Lily turned to give her full attention. "But?" she asked gently. Sharky lifted her eyes to hers, concern glimmering in their depths. "Can I ask you something that may be bad?" "Always," Lily said, holding her pinky out to prove it. Sharky stood a little straighter and looped it with her own. "We're all sad," Sharky said softly. "But, Dad has you and me to fuss over him. But Papa doesn't have anyone, and I don't want him to be sad and alone. I mean, if he wants to be alone, he totally can be, but I don't think that's what he wants right now. I don't want Dad to feel like I love him any less because I'm not there for him today, though. I don't know what to do." Love and pride washed through Lily. She clasped Sharky's shoulders with a smile, considering the best way to approach this. "Belle knows that you love him, and that you can only be in one place at once," Lily started. "So does Lucy. But it is true that Belle has me too. How about you talk to Lucy and see if he wants company today? Then you can go from there." Another thought occurred to Lily. Memories of feeling responsible for her parents' emotional state. Oh, how she'd wished someone had explicitly freed her of that responsibility then. "But, Sharky, just so you know, it's not your job to take care of either of them. They're grown men, and you are a child, our child, even if you are growing up. Kids shouldn't have to take care of their parents like parents take care of their kids. Absolutely be there with him, spend time with him, all of that. But it's not your job to make him happy or feel better, okay?" Sharky nodded slowly, pinky finger tightening around Lily's. "We get through things together, not just because of one of us, yeah?" "Yeah," Sharky said, eyes brightening a bit. "So, with that in mind, you can talk to Lucy and see if he wants company today, or you can hang out with me and Belle, or you can do whatever you need to do in order to process and be okay with all this. I know it's a lot." "I think I want to talk to Lucy. Not," Sharky said with a bit of relief in her voice, "because I think he needs to be taken care of, but because I want to spend time with him so we can be sad together. You and Belle can be sad together, then we can all just be together at home." "Sounds like a plan," Lily smiled. Sharky scurried off, weaving through the scattering crowd in the direction Lily had last seen Lucy. Belle spoke softly to a winged warrior with a bandage over one eye and what appeared to be her husband at her side. A few other demons milled around like they might be waiting for their chance to approach, but there was no longer a definitive line. Just as Lily turned to stand properly by Belle, someone tapped her shoulder. Lev stood behind her, wearing a deep blue demonic-style suit adorned with an abundance of intricate orange embroidery that matched his eyes and contrasted with his olive-green skin. A female demon hovered a bit behind him with her arms crossed, eyes fixed on the back of Lev's head. Her skin was a few shades lighter than Lev's, and her features were a perfect female replica of his. Those details, combined with the look she was aiming at him, all pointed to her being Lev's sister. "Hey, Lev," Lily said, then nodded at his sister, who gave her a smile that was surprisingly soft. "Hello, I have a..." His sister poked his back, and he snapped his mouth shut, cleared his throat, and started again.
"Hello, how are you?"
Lev asked with almost robotic politeness. She could practically hear him chafing against the small talk. "Not bad for being at a mass funeral," Lily said, suspicious of the gleam in his eyes that had nothing to do with the dampness still clinging to his lower lashes.
"Ah, yes. Here, have a tissue. I brought extra."
He produced a neat packet of tissues that had obviously been fuller at one point, tugging a couple free and holding them out with awkward sweetness. She took them slowly, deciding that bluntness might be the best approach.
"Thank you. What's up, Lev?"
He visibly perked up.
"I have a report for you to look over that I believe will be most beneficial to the efficacy of the help desk and ensure its long-term success."
Lily blinked slowly. He couldn't be serious. But it was Lev. He was always serious. Deep breath. Respond, don't react. Wrestling the kindly fuck off she would have given to anyone else under control, she took a slow breath. "Lev, honey, we are at a funeral," she said as gently but firmly as she could. He winced but rallied.
"Yes, I know, but ever since I received your report, I've had my assistants researching and compiling options and suggestions that I believe would benefit you and cheer you up. If you're happy, Belith will be happy, and if the gate runs smoothly, then so will the rest of hell."
She knew that Lev was Lev and probably genuinely thought he was being helpful, but she had to repeat it to herself a few times. "Universe's mercy, Leviathan," his sister hissed. "What happened to offering comfort?" Lev shot a worried look back at her, then hurried to produce the packet of tissues again, this time holding the entire thing out as an offering, his orange eyes anxious.
"I'm sorry. Personally, I find knowledge to be very comforting. It's a very nice report. The options and suggestions given in order from what I believe to be the most optimal to the least. It's double-spaced."
Lily wrapped both her hands around his extended one, tissue packet and all, silencing him. It was still inappropriate to be discussing a work report at such a devastatingly powerful funeral, but she understood him. Lev was comforting her in the way he found comfort. He just happened to find reports and work soothing in a way that few others did. He was trying her patience, and apparently his sister's as well, but he was trying to be helpful, bless him. "I would love to read and discuss that report, Lev. Just not right now. You are more than welcome to deliver it to the help desk, and I will read it as soon as I can. Thank you for having all that work done for me. I really do appreciate it. But right now, I need to focus on today." Relief flickered over his face, as if he'd been worried she would outright reject his gift. She released his hand and offered him a smile that she hoped looked genuine. He nodded, giving her a quick little hug. She returned it and stepped back, waving goodbye to his sister, who dragged him away by his arm. Lily watched them go, shaking her head slightly. Just because she understood Lev and the heart behind the conversation didn't mean that she wasn't annoyed. It had been an intensely emotional day. A large, warm hand settled on her lower back, followed by Belle's lips pressing into her hair. She leaned against him, slipping her arm around his armored waist with a sigh.
"Tell me he didn't just ask you to read a report," Belle rumbled.
"He was trying to help in his own way," she sighed. "He's sweet, but he needs to work on his timing." Belle grunted, shifting so he could search her face for something inscrutable. "What?" she asked. He was silent for a moment, brow furrowed in thought, hands gently wrapping around her own.
"Today has been a lot."
"Yeah," Lily said slowly, knowing there was more. Belle studied their joined hands, then lifted his gaze to hers.
Will you do one more difficult thing with me today?
No one looked twice at them as they walked through the universal hallway in their finery. Belle pulled Sharky aside before they left, assuring her that he understood and appreciated why she was spending extra time with Lucifer, and that he loved her always. She hugged him with every fiber of her strength, and had done the same with Lily, adding a quick peck on the cheek. It shocked Lily down to her bones that Belle wanted to partake in the rite of mourning today. That he would want to go back to the battlefield so soon, let alone after the funeral, had left her a little speechless. But that jittery tension that had been welling up in him ever since he'd woken up from his injuries was nowhere to be seen. If he needed to do this, then she would trust his judgment. He would have her love and support in it. Their trip out of hell had been silent. She wasn't sure who'd reached for the other's hand first, but it didn't matter. Neither of them was letting go anytime soon. Even when they'd stopped at a florist shop, after Belle had had a crisis of confidence about which flowers to get, they'd tucked their massive bouquets into their free arms and still held on to each other. No one else was in the hall leading to the now ruined realm. The arch was nondescript and dull, the vitality that pulsed through every other archway nowhere to be seen. There was no seeping sense of wrongness, like there had been every time she'd peered down that hallway before, only a weary resignation, like an abandoned old house that couldn't wait to collapse. Belle paused before the arch, not looking up at it, but into its depths, hand tightening around hers. She studied his profile, the hard set of his jaw, the bump on his nose where it had been broken, the gleam of his silver eyes. The black opals in his crown gleamed with their own fire, yet the crown seemed just as much a part of him as the arch of his horns.
I couldn't tell you anything about this realm other than what it was in the end, he said roughly, without looking at her. I know that it was a minor fringe realm that belonged to no one and everyone, like a public park. But beyond that, he shook his head. I wonder if it was beautiful once. I wonder if it was someone's favorite place. What small, precious moments happened here.
They were silent for a long moment. Then Belle tugged her forward. Lily had expected something a bit more realm-like. The soil was bare and relatively flat, studded with chunks of rock that almost looked like they'd fallen from the ceiling. Perhaps they had. The ceiling looked just like that of a cave, but much farther up and illuminated with the same nebulous, sourceless light that was present in most realms. The distant walls of the massive space were bare, rough rock. No plants, no animals, not even a whisper of a breeze. The ground from the arch sloped downward like a massive ramp, offering a grandstand view of what remained of the camp. Ragged tents of all sizes were covered in what looked like dried mud. A handprint was smeared on the side of a large tent by a half-open flap that hung limply. Belle guided her through all of it, heading for a small rise. He'd explained that the bodies wouldn't rot, that they would dry out and eventually either crumble to ash or be pulled out of existence when the realm was collapsed. But something in her brain still told her to expect the stench of corpses. The air had a bit of a bitter tang to it, but nothing particularly pungent. They crested the rise, and her head went oddly silent. Just below them lay the desiccated bodies of multiple unidentifiable creatures, shriveled up like mummies, dried blood in black spatters over their leathery skin and pooled on the ground. Beyond them? There had to be tens of thousands of them scattered across the expanse. Some in clusters, some as lone lumps, increasing in quantity the closer they were to the giant scar that cut across the far wall. It had to be at least 3 miles away, but it seemed as tall as a small skyscraper and wide enough to drive at least a dozen buses through side by side. She could see where the ground had been turned to mud with blood and churned up by countless feet. The brutality of what had happened there, a battle the likes of which she couldn't hope to accurately imagine, was evident in the ground itself, which was blotchily stained a darker color than the bare soil in camp. The utter stillness made it surreal, almost like a movie set. Belle squeezed her hand. She snapped back to herself, squeezing in return. They picked their way down the rise, and she allowed him to guide her across the eerie landscape, curious what exactly he was looking for. She recognized more of the creatures she'd beheaded. Chitahi, and dozens of Gagoni of various sizes and states of dryness. Belle seemed to be checking the Gagoni for some reason, his grip on her hand tightening the farther they went across the field. They were nearly halfway to the scar when Belle stopped, his hand clenching hers almost painfully. She didn't have to wonder what she was supposed to be looking at. A large Gagoni, riddled with arrows and bone-deep gashes, curled protectively around a much smaller one with pale green skin marred with scorch marks. Protectively? Oh no. Belle, she breathed, understanding but needing confirmation. It happened toward the end, when they ran out of the ones willing to go to battle, I guess. I realized it just before I was injured. They must have tortured the little ones, driven them mad with pain, then turned them loose on the battlefield for us to kill, giving the parents the incentive to do what every parent would do for their child. Tears spilled free, running hotly down her cheeks. She'd found the Gagoni in the hallway to be monstrous, and it had been. But what made a monster? A real monster. She saw monsters every day at the help desk, made monstrous by their actions, their cruelty. Perhaps some of the Gagoni were monsters through and through. Perhaps they'd enjoyed being unleashed in battle. But this? There were many, many levels of brutality before the one that called for young to be tortured in order to force their parents into battle, into a slaughter. What kills me, Belle choked, is that I'll never know if any of these creatures wanted to be here. Were they tortured too? Were their people being threatened? Could they even think? Or were they just animals who couldn't even try to fight for something better for themselves? I'll never know. But I do know that no matter their intelligence or where they came from, those parents and their young wanted nothing to do with the fight they were forced into. They deserve more than to lie forgotten on some battlefield. He let go of her hand, swiping his palm roughly over his tear-streaked cheeks, then pulled a single flower free of the bouquet cradled in his arm, placing it so that it rested on top of the young one and against its parent. He took a deep, shuddering breath, pressing his hand over his face while he composed himself. The white lily should have been a stark contrast against the two bodies, and in a way it was, but there was a softness to the curl of the petals that seemed right. I don't know how many there are, Belle said finally, dropping his hand to brush against hers. Lily reached up and cradled his wet cheek, gently tugging him down for a soft kiss that tasted of both of their tears. We'll find them. They split up, though not without a brief flash of hesitation on Belle's part, his eyes flickering to the twisted scar on the wall before he took a deep breath and nodded. They spent hours picking through the battlefield, leaving a lily with each of the young and their fallen parent. Every time she found a new pair, fresh tears would fall. They were always in pairs. Always one adult, one young. She'd found one that, at first glance, looked like an abandoned youngster, but then she'd spied the adult twisted up in a net several paces away, where it had been straining towards the little one. The one foreleg it had managed to free from the net stretched towards its young. Lily had set down her bouquet and dragged the little one over to its parent, pushing it up against its side and laying a flower on them. It had been heavy and unwieldy, and she suspected she'd only managed it because the body was dry. But she couldn't leave them apart. It could have been her or Belle and Sharky. Lilith and Anyet. Soraya or Asmodeus and Osmodai. She knew that they had killed people from her universe, had killed Belle's soldiers, that one of them had almost killed Belle himself. But if not for the twisted whims of whatever powers ruled that other universe, they never would have set foot on that battlefield. Belle, with his big heart, had forgiven them, mourned them. So would she. She already had. They met in front of the scar on the wall, their bouquets dwindled down to a few flowers each. Belle looked exhausted, but there was peace in his eyes. Lily took his flowers and joined them with her own, then set them on the ground in front of the scar. "For the ones we don't know to mourn," she said hoarsely. "For the ones we don't know to mourn," he murmured. Belle slipped his arm around her, pressing his nose to her hair and letting out a long breath. Belle's right, their right, was done. They lingered in front of the scar for a moment before they turned and began the long walk back to the rise. To her surprise, other figures dotted the battlefield, some moving alone, others in pairs or groups. Some cried, some sang, some were silent, and there seemed to be people from many different realms partaking in the rite of mourning. They passed by one of the pairs one of them had left a flower for, and Lily pulled Belle to a stop, pointing. Beside their lily, someone had laid a yellow chrysanthemum.
Chapter 61. Sympathy, Condolences, and Apologies. Belle. Belle sat statue still while the tattoo artist worked on his ear. The minor thrum of pain a familiar and welcome sensation. It had been nearly a week since the funeral. They had spent a few hazy, restful days at home before inaction had itched at him. From then, days had blurred into a whirlwind of reports, meetings, coordinating an inventory, and beginning to ease back into training. Nausea had clenched his stomach the morning he decided to go to the training fields. Enough that he'd balked and told Lily while they'd been having lunch that he'd be putting it off another day. "Okay, big guy," she'd said, adjusting her grip on her sandwich. "I'll ask Crun then." His curiosity had spiked. Ask Crun what? "Oh, I was trying to remember how to smooth out that combination you showed me right before you left, so I was going to head down with you after lunch. But Crun gives me pointers sometimes, so it's okay. I'll ask him when I go back up." Crun forgets the size difference, so what works for him might not work for you. Here. He'd reached for one of the swords on the display rack by his desk, worried that Lily might start forming fighting habits that would be hard to break. "Let's work it out real quick." "Now?" she'd asked, putting down her sandwich. "Okay." It had taken him entirely too long to realize what she'd been doing. She usually picked up on techniques quickly and was always good about implementing instructions, but for some reason she kept making little mistakes and asking him to demonstrate again, then asking him to act as her opponent for practice. He'd lost himself in the dance of combat, the sword in his hand no longer a separate thing but an extension of his arm. The tension had seeped from his muscles as they warmed up, moving by memory instead of conscious thought. When Lily had suddenly stopped making mistakes and pressed her advantage, he'd had to hop up onto the dais to avoid her strike, laughing as he realized that he was having fun. He'd lowered his sword, understanding dawning. "I see what you're doing." "My best?" came the cheeky reply. He'd swatted at her ass with the flat of his sword, but she danced out of the way, sheathing her blade and propping her hands on her hips. "I'm not going to tell you how you should heal, or when you should do things. But I know you. You're so physical, Belle. You're a warrior to your core, and sitting around staring at paperwork isn't going to do you," she tapped her temple, "any favors. Maybe you don't spar today, maybe you go and just work out. As much fun as it would be to try, you can't fuck your way to better mental health. You can fuck part of the way there, but at some point, you need to have another outlet." He'd smirked at the last bit, but then sobered. "I didn't struggle with this. After the other conflicts, I've never seen so much death at once. I've never felt hesitant to go back. But you're right. I know you're right." So he'd gone. Several other warriors had been there, all of them looking just as hesitant and just as determined as him. They'd all been a little stilted at first, but soon they'd been sparring like they had before the war, laughing, teasing each other, calling out advice. Bell had sparred until his arms had gone shaky, and he'd been half blinded by dripping sweat, elation pumping through his veins. Instead of showering, he'd gone up to the help desk, where Lily had been listening to an especially shrieky soul, tugged her out of her chair, told her again that she was right, and kissed her with every ounce of passion he felt for her. It was only when she lay back on her desk, pulling him down after her, and the gate demons had burst into a chorus of whistles and catcalls that he'd remembered where they were. He'd pressed an innocent kiss to her cheek, thanked her, bowed to the hooting demons, and sauntered back to the elevator as if nothing had happened. He'd spent time on the training fields every day since. More and more demons showed up each day, and all of them found peace in the controlled violence of training. They talked to each other about their struggles, about the guilt, about the nightmares that ripped them awake, about things that had helped them. Bell floated the idea of asking some of the therapists on levels 1 and 2 to come down and have either group sessions or to organize schedules for individual meetings, and it was well received. "Ear is done," his artist announced, the prickling pain of healing fading into nothing. "Which one do you want to do next? Your hand or—" Bell had asked Lily about mortal tattoos, and while the overall process was the same, he'd been mildly horrified at the healing time. All demonic tattoo artists either had healing abilities, or they had a healer they worked in tandem with, resulting in a process that minimized inconvenience and maximized the quality of the art. "Hand," Bell answered. The artist nodded, reaching for the stencil. If his artist had been initially surprised at his request when he made the appointment, he hadn't showed it in the slightest. He'd only nodded and begun sketching. When Bell had mentioned to Greg what he was planning, his friend's face had gone carefully neutral. "For fuck's sake, what?" Bell asked. Greg hadn't even twitched. His stillness often made him difficult for other people to read, but Bell knew him too well. Greg felt things deeply, and the less he showed, the more tended to be going on under the surface. "She's it for you, isn't she? No matter if she reincarnates or not," Greg said. As always, the mention of Lily's reincarnation sent razors tearing through his insides, but he'd nodded. Greg's features had softened, a smile playing at his mouth. Relationships had never come particularly easy to either of them. Meaningful relationships, anyway, but even less so to Greg. Bell had seen the quiet longing in Greg's eyes before, but the flashes of it had become less frequent over the years, as Greg had settled into his work on, and then mastery of, level 9. He suspected that Greg had convinced himself that not only would he spend eternity alone, but that he and everyone else were better off if he was. Bell hoped that someday someone would convince him otherwise. "If you were anyone else, I'd say you were a hopelessly romantic idiot," Greg said. "But it's you, so hopefully you're just a romantic." Bell watched the artist place the stencil on the back of his hand and wrist, then gave his approval. A moment later, the artist lowered the needle to his skin, the hum of the tattoo gun buzzing through his bones and making his fingers twitch. He forced them to still. The image of Lily on the battlefield during the rite was seared into his soul. He'd spent his life looking for the beauty in the world, from the tiny and mundane to the grand and overwhelming, but in that moment, she had been the pinnacle of all of it. She'd been utterly regal in her sweeping gown and upswept hair. the large bouquet of lilies cradled in one arm as she gazed down at a fallen gogoni and its young with quiet empathy. Her loveliness had been so at odds with the torn-up, barren surroundings and the bodies of creatures, yet she belonged. She bent to place a flower with a tenderness that had made his heart ache, resting her palm on the shoulder of the adult gogoni for a moment. An acknowledgement from one parent to another. Then she had risen and swept forward, her shimmering purple gown a beacon of color, of life in the desiccated realm. As the lines of ink sank into the back of his hand, forming a small piece of beauty during the rite, he smiled. Maybe he was a hopeless romantic. Though, at the moment, he was a worried one, too. Lily had been quiet for the last several days and acting off. He'd caught her staring out the kitchen window, lost in thought. He'd caught her watching him or Sharky with a soft but slightly sad expression. The look had worried him. He'd asked about it, but she just said that she was soaking it all in. He didn't know what to make of that, and admittedly fear had lanced through him when he wondered why she'd need to soak them in. They kept an open dialogue with each other, so he knew she would talk about it when she was good and ready, and there was really no point worrying about it until then. Because Greg had been right. She was it for him. His life was and always would be better for having her in it, even if she was just there for a little while in the grand scheme of his eternity. Even if his heart clenched every time he thought of her leaving, as much as it clenched when he thought about what she'd have to give up in order to stay. A hopeful romantic. He was definitely that.
Lily. Her hands had been shaky all day, despite the sense of rightness that had settled into her soul that morning. She'd never been more certain of anything in her entire existence, but her damn hands seemed to have missed that memo. Today, she made it official. Permanent. No more reincarnation, no more mortal world, no more heartbeat. All things she would miss, sure, but she would gain everything that was actually important. She would go to the reincarnation office, tell them to put that note in her file, and finally tell everyone she loved that she wasn't going anywhere and never would. Bell had noticed that something was up, because of course he had, catching her in moments of wonder and a little bit of grief. She hadn't told him what it was, because she'd been allowing herself to feel. She'd known she wanted to stay, and if she was being honest, she'd known for a while that reincarnation was no longer an option for her. But that decision, it needed its own grieving too. She'd spent days working through her feelings, not wanting to burden Bell with them because she knew how guilty he already felt for wanting her to stay. It seemed important for her to do it for herself. As she processed, it struck her that before, where she would have gotten overwhelmed and frustrated with herself for having strong emotions, she was now able to acknowledge, accept, and work with her feelings. Her feelings weren't too big or inconvenient or ugly. They just were, and she wasn't afraid of them anymore. Her decision that it was time had crystallized that morning. While Belle and Sharky were making Eggs Benedict, she had gone outside to sit on a chair in the front yard with Max on her lap, watching the sunrise gilding the wisps of mist that lingered in between the hills. The air had been crisp, but not cold, the songbirds filling the quiet with their myriad songs, distant trees rustling in a breeze. Then Sharky and Belle had laughed together about something, and she'd known that she had to go to that office today and close off that path because she'd truly chosen another. She hadn't told them yet. She didn't want to tell anyone until she'd been to the reincarnation office and told them to put a note in her file. She was staying for them, but she was staying for herself, too. She loved the afterlife, the people in it, and, oddly enough, her work at the help desk, chaotic though it might be. But damn, she couldn't wait to share the news with them. She'd decided to go to the reincarnation office during a lull that she was still waiting on. Lily drummed her fingers on the desk, waiting for the male soul to stop slamming his palms against the invisible protective barrier that had manifested itself across the front of her desk. She liked the upgrade. Before, the barrier had only applied to the soul's irate spitting, which she'd very much appreciated, but it had meant that they could still come over the desk to invade her personal space, which had been annoying. The new barrier was more expansive and seemed to only apply to the souls, as she'd had no problem throwing her stapler at a particularly entitled soul earlier. They'd tried to throw it back at her, but it had ricocheted off the barrier and smacked them in the chest. Lily considered her options with scientific detachment as the man slammed his hands against the barrier so hard she heard joints pop. His purple-faced litany of insults and threats were woefully uninspired. Ugly bitch? Fuck you up? Really? Where was the creativity? Her bored lack of response seemed to infuriate him. Perfect. His file indicated that he'd given himself a heart attack having a tantrum after his sports team had lost, and since he'd driven everyone in his life away due to his abusive behavior, no one had been there to help him. As hilarious as it was to watch him froth himself into a truly spectacular hissy fit and not worry about the consequences, she had more important things to do. She stood, reaching for the spear the gate demons had cut down for Sharky. It was slightly too short for Lily, but it was long enough to whack the idiot with. "I have the report for you, but first, please make that stop." Lev's voice pulled her attention away from where the man was throwing his shoulder at the barrier, trying to break it down like a door. Horrified disgust was all over Lev's face as he stood a few feet behind her chair. Lily blinked, then swung the spear with all her might as the man connected with the barrier again. The strike jarred up the shaft of the spear, followed by a splintering crack that, at first, she thought was just the man's bones. He toppled backwards to the floor, unconscious, while the first third of the spear clattered against the stone beside him. "Oops," Lily muttered, staring at the broken wood in her hand. Thankfully, there were plenty of extra spears around. All she had to do was get another one cut down, but still, she felt bad. She used the stick to wave and get Krun's attention. "Could you take care of him, please?" "Of course," Krun rumbled, grabbing one of the man's legs and shooting her a grin. "At least he's quiet now." "Small mercies," Lily agreed, watching Krun drag him away like a doll before turning to Lev. "Sorry about that. A report?" "Yes," Lev said, hurrying to set his briefcase on the desk and clicking it open. "The report that I mentioned at the funeral. Also a card." "A card," Lily repeated, not following. "Yes. My sister advised that an expression of sympathy and condolences would be appropriate, given the emotional toll that the war and the funeral have taken on you and Belith, as well as an apology for perhaps not choosing the best moment to mention the report. So I'll lead with that." He handed her an envelope, then clasped his hands together a bit impatiently. She took pity on him and ripped it open, ignoring his little gasp, and pulling out a deep purple card with a gold filigree pattern across the front. She flipped it open. Inside, it was plain white and completely empty, except for 5 words in Lev's neat little script. Sympathy, condolences, and apologies. Leviathan. Lily managed to smother her laugh to a sharp exhale through her nose, but she couldn't keep herself from smiling. Sweet Lev. So quintessentially himself. "Thank you," she said. Before she'd finished speaking, Lev nodded, lunging for his briefcase. Yes, you're welcome. Here." He held up an immaculately bound report that was as thick as a small book.
This is the comprehensive report on options to maximize the efficacy of the help desk, as well as to ensure its continued success in the long term. I took the liberty of having my assistants arrange the options available to us in order of the most to least helpful, in my opinion. I was deeply concerned with the idea that your reincarnation would leave us bereft of this valuable addition to the functionality of the gate, so, since apparently a comprehensive training manual and codified set of procedures is not possible—
Lev, honey, Lily said, rubbing at her forehead. I promise I'll read the report, okay?
Well, obviously.
Lev frowned, fumbling uncharacteristically to flip through the pages of the report.
But, please, I believe that I have found a solution in the archival records that would eliminate the need for training materials for any possible replacement, while simultaneously compromising on all possible concerns. I would like to know that you are at least considering it, even if it does, require a sacrifice on your part.
He held the open report out to her with wide, pleading eyes. Lily looked between him and the open report, reaching for it slowly, only to have Lev shove it at her. If this sacrifice involves a virgin or some kind of vow of chastity, then we're shit out of luck, she warned him.
Read.
He tapped the top of the page. While never a common or well-known practice, the yielding of reincarnation has been known to offer mortal souls a chance to experience life without mortality. By universal definition, mortal souls in the afterlife are said to exist, not live. However, a true and permanent yielding of the ability to reincarnate could, upon approval by the universe, result in a mortal soul being deified, and therefore becoming a denizen of the afterlife, though not a full deity. Application for deification is not a guarantee of acceptance. According to archival records dating from approximately the beginning of time to present, 1.9 billion souls have applied for deification, with an approval rate of less than 10%. The majority of these approvals occurred early in the dawn of civilization. Most of these deified souls have since gone to the void with their partners or families, or have become reclusive in their paradises. An application for deification has not been received in at least 3 millennia, and knowledge of this process seems to be fairly uncommon, even among deities and elder denizens. It is imperative to note for consideration that deified souls may never return to the mortal world. Deified souls are, for all intents and purposes, no different from natural-born denizens of the afterlife, though they retain their mortal physical characteristics. Deified souls may reproduce with born denizens of the afterlife, as well as other deified souls, though it seems that some deified souls struggled with fertility. Lily reread the last paragraph, then read it again, and again. Her breath sawed in her throat, hands shaking so badly that she nearly dropped the report. It couldn't mean that. She had to be reading it wrong. There was no way that was even an option. Sure, she'd caught the bit about rare applications and approvals and all that shit, but was there really a chance? Breathe. She couldn't breathe. Did she need to breathe? Lev? She rasped. Does that say what I think it says?
Oh, good, you got to that part. Yes, I know it requires you to forego returning to the mortal world, but if your deification was approved, your experience would be very like the mortal world, according to my research. Though I think arguably our world is—
A baby, she interrupted, tapping the paragraph in question. Does that say that if I get deified, I could have a baby?
Well, yes, he said reassuringly. But it doesn't have to be with Belith if you don't want to, though you do make each other very happy and seem to like, being with each other. Though I do appreciate that you don't make a habit of partaking of carnality in his office.
Lily dropped the report on her desk and gripped Lev's upper arms to shut him up and steady herself. "Where do I apply?" Lev blinked. Then his eyes lit up hopefully.
"The reincarnation office. So you'll consider it?"
"Consider it?" Lily laughed. "Lev, I could kiss you." He blanched.
"Please don't."
"I know. Thank you. Thank you. Even for the chance." Lily spun away from him, bolting for the stairs. She took them 2 at a time, hurtling through the universal hallway, grinning so hard her face hurt.
Bell. It is not. You haven't even seen it. Bell rubbed his hand over the new tattoo in question, scowling at Asmodeus, who swayed in place, Asmodai napping in his arms. The location tells me everything. I don't need to see it to call it what it is, and what it is a ridiculous tattoo. This from the man who has a line that is his wife's exact height, along with the words, "must be this tall to ride," tattooed on his back. Greg drawled from the couch. "At least I'm not afraid of needles," Asmodeus shot at him. Greg snorted, but didn't say anything. He'd gone with Bell to get his original ear tattoo when they were younger, and had hurried out of the artist's studio the moment the tattoo gun had touched Bell's skin. Bell had pretended not to hear him dry heave on the way out the door. The irony of that was hilarious, but also not worth pissing Greg off to point out. "Think what you want," Bell growled, dropping onto the other couch. "I like it, no matter what you chucklefucks say." "Okay, but what if Lily thinks it's a ridiculous tattoo?" Asmodeus said smugly. "She won't," Greg said. "I hope she won't. Oh, universe, I hope she won't." "It's on Belle," Greg continued. "Ergo, she's going to love it because she loves him. Unless it's something truly stupid, like a portrait of her face." Belle said nothing. Greg lifted his head, eyebrows furrowing together. "It's not her face, is it? Look at his hand. The man is in all the love. It might actually be her face. Wait, is it her name?" Asmodeus said. "For fuck's sake," Belle exploded. "It's not her face and it's not her name. It's something very personal to both of us, and if you had a romantic bone in your body, you'd respect that, you dick." Asmodeus covered Asmodai's exposed ear. "Excuse you, there is a child present." "And Asmodai," Greg and Belle said at the same time, then grinned at each other. There was a brief knock before the door to his office swung open to reveal Lev, who studied his door with interest. "Belleth, the sticky note mottos are beginning to go too far." "I didn't notice the new one. What is it?" Asmodeus asked, making it all of one step before Asmodai woke up with a squawk and started fussing, drawing all of Asmodeus's attention. Lev glanced at the bundle in Asmodeus's arms with concern and pointedly stayed by the door. "I have news that may interest you," he said, fixing his orange eyes on Belle. "Try to use words with 3 syllables or less," Asmodeus said, then quickly returned to trying to soothe Asmodai, who sounded like he was working up to a tantrum. Belle had heard Anya make those noises enough times to start fearing for his eardrums. "Ignore him," Belle told Lev, who probably thought Asmodeus meant it. "What's up?" "I visited the help desk to deliver the report on how to maximize the efficiency and long-term success of said desk," Lev said, as if that explained everything. "I bet Lily loved that," Belle mused, waiting for Lev to keep going. He didn't. "What did Lily think?" Belle prompted finally. "She went to the reincarnation office." Time stopped. His heart stopped. Someone had dumped ice water over his head, and somehow it had crashed over his insides, too. His hearing hollowed out. The last time he'd felt this way, he'd been a young man watching his father walk into the void, understanding why, but screaming inside for him to turn around. Beside him, Greg had gone eerily, perfectly still. Lily. Reincarnation office. The way she'd cooed at his fussy little sister. Her face when Asmodai had gripped her index finger while Belle held him. The wistfulness when they talked about kids. Her cuddling with Sharky on the couch, Sharky asking her about siblings while they made breakfast. The picture of her and Sharky silhouetted in the door looking at the rain. The way she and Sharky looked at each other with love and pride. The way she looked at him. How she would press a kiss to the center of his chest. The way she left him funny and naughty sticky notes on his desk when they had lunch together. All the tiny and incredible moments of their friendship and relationship told him one thing. She wouldn't. Lily, his princess, fucking wouldn't. She was no coward, and if she'd been thinking of leaving, the timing of which made no sense if it was true, she would have talked about it. Disappearing into the ether of the universe wasn't her style. It wasn't. It couldn't be. Belle went to stand up, intending to corner Lev and interrogate him until he told him every fucking thing, but Osmodai chose that exact moment to let out a shrieking grunt and release a loud, large, and sticky-sounding load into his diaper that practically echoed in the silent room. He then launched into a screaming fit. The obscenely noxious smell dispersed itself with surprising swiftness, making even Belle wrinkle his nose. Lev, standing closer to the source, gagged so violently that he bent double, staggering away, retching the entire time. A frazzled Asmodeus hurried after him in the direction of his own office and the diaper bag, calling Lev 10 kinds of dramatic. Belle's surge of adrenaline dropped as swiftly as it had risen, leaving him shaky and weak. He dropped back onto the couch, all his thoughts happening at once, but only one remaining clear. She wouldn't. Lily wouldn't. Not like this. That can't be all, Greg snarled, launching to his feet. He can't fucking leave it there. I don't care if he pukes up a lung. There has to be more to the story, and he needs to get back here and tell it. Greg ran, actually ran, out of the room in pursuit. Belle sat numbly on the couch, then lurched to his feet and stumbled to his desk. Her file. If he could just hold her file, hold that little piece of her close until this all got sorted out, he would feel better. They would laugh about this later. In several decades, when it finally became funny. Or maybe never. He kept her file in the same drawer that he kept her brother's socks in, and he'd added several of her favorite books to keep the file company. The paper was warm beneath his touch, radiating the same soothing energy that Lily gave him. He pressed it to his chest, choking on his own breaths. Still there, still happy and strong and safe. Just to miss under. Her file disappeared, leaving him alone. Again.
Chapter 62. Veni, Vidi, Velcro. Lily. Her feet barely touched the ground as she raced through the hallway, weaving through people, skidding around corners, hope propelling her forward faster and faster. A chance. A small chance, but holy shit, it was a chance. The reincarnation office was close to the front desk, separated from the entry hall by an invisible barrier that only applied to souls who hadn't gone through judgment. Lily stopped so hard in front of the office that her boots squeaked in protest, dimly remembering the place. The reincarnation office wasn't an arch. It was a massive alcove separated from the universal hallway by a towering wall of smooth rock that, despite its height, came nowhere near the ceiling. From a distance, it looked like a silly half-wall, but up close, it stood all too solid and imposing. A huge set of permanently open double doors were the only entrance, and she took a moment to pull herself together before she walked through them. Inside, it looked a bit different than she dimly remembered, more like the lobby of a fancy bank. Souls stood patiently in orderly lines, chatting amongst themselves as they waited to be called to one of the many elegant office pods for a private conversation. The long, bank-style general information desk only had a few souls waiting to speak to an attendant, and Lily figured that they would be the ones to help her figure out the best course of action. She'd taken all of one step forward when an elderly man and woman caught her eye as they walked hand in hand through the doors, bright smiles on their weathered faces. Oh, it was him, the man who'd been waiting for his wife. When she'd first seen him, she'd envied him for experiencing that kind of love and hated herself for feeling unworthy of the same. She knew better now. She'd always been worthy. And that love? She'd found it too. Everyone in the mortal world had made such a fuss about finding someone you were willing to die for. And there was a dramatic power to that, she supposed. But finding someone you were willing to live for? To fall in love with over and over again through lifetimes, or to love for the whole of an eternity? She'd take that kind of love any day. Lily smiled and nodded at them as they went past. They beamed at her, the woman shooting her a knowing wink, joy recognizing joy. They joined the line of souls waiting to reincarnate, moving together with the ease of familiarity. Lily's own palm felt empty and cold while she waited for her turn at the general information desk. She curled her fingers, missing the sensation of Belle's massive, calloused hand, recalling the warm pulse of his heartbeat when she pressed her hand to his chest. He'd be so happy when she told him she was staying, and if she was granted deification, he would be ecstatic. Either way, a new and glorious chapter of their lives would begin. A smiling Inuit man gestured her forward, a buzz trickling over her skin as she stepped up.
"How may I help you?"
"I would like to yield my ability to reincarnate and apply for deification," Lily said, the rightness of that statement settling into her bones. The man, however, blinked once, twice, then rapidly while he processed what she'd said.
"That's not..."
He cleared his throat.
"I'm sorry, but I don't think that's possible."
"It is. I'm not saying that I expect the application to be approved, but I want to try. And whether that application is approved or not, I still want to have a note put in my file that I will not be reincarnating again. Ever." She paused for a moment, racking her soul-deep memory for clues. "I'm sorry, would it be better for me to wait in the other line?"
No, that's for reincarnation only,"
the man said, more than a little flustered.
"Let me find one of the older souls. They'll probably know more about this."
He hurried off, leaving Lily to wait under the curious stares of the other attendants. She offered them all a neutral smile and reached for her phone to give Belle a heads up that she would want to see him soon, only to realize that she'd left it at the help desk. Oh well, it would be more of a surprise. It was odd to be so excited, yet so calm. It felt similar to getting home and walking in the door after being gone for a long time, but on a much grander scale. The man returned, accompanied by a soul that reminded her of the one she'd helped find the void. The soul's age was obvious with every tiny motion of his body. He moved with perfect fluidity, so used to existence and being that everything he did looked effortless. The Inuit man had relaxed a bit and seemed curious as he slipped back into his seat.
"Lily,"
the ancient soul said smoothly, his near black eyes missing nothing.
"I have heard much of you."
"That seems to be a running theme," Lily said. "Hopefully not a bad one." The ancient soul smiled. He was tiny in stature compared to her, but he carried himself with the same easy confidence as 7-foot-tall demons.
"Not bad at all. No one with sense could think poorly of the lady of the help desk. We admire you too much. I wondered if you would ever come here, even if only to spend some time behind a less hostile desk. But you have come for a better reason, it seems."
He tilted his head, a smile playing on his thin lips.
"No one has asked about deification since my younger days, and even then, the price was too steep for many.
Yielding her ability to reincarnate, giving up her inherent mortality, was a scary concept at face value. But she'd already decided to stay no matter what, to let herself love and be loved with abandon. The opportunity to have all that and more? She'd do anything. For what I could gain, my mortal life seems a worthy price. I understand that it's not a guarantee, but even the chance is worth it, Lily said. If you apply and are rejected, you will remain as you are and would be able to reincarnate if you so choose. Lily smiled softly, thinking of quiet mornings with Belle, playing in the rain with Sharky, kissing Max on his fuzzy little head. I wouldn't. No matter what happens, the mortal world isn't for me anymore. It could be. It could, she agreed. But it's not. Just like heaven could be for me, but it isn't. An immortal heart made by the mortal world, he mused with a smile. A curious and powerful thing. If you are certain, far be it from us to stop you. Warm paper pressed against her fingertips, and she clutched it on reflex. The color of her file had shifted to lilac, the metallic letters of her name glimmering. All that she had been, all that she would be. She held it out to him. You'll have to walk me through the application process, she said. He studied her gaze, not taking her file. You understand what you would give up and what you would gain? My ability to reincarnate in order to become like the denizens of the afterlife and have a true life here. His eyes sharpened. Why do you wish to do this? What is your motivation? Watching the sunrise while Belle and Sharky laughed. A shower of sparks rising as Hell sang. Helping souls who were lost. Placing flowers on fallen creatures. Watching warriors from Valhalla teach a small child how to be less scared. Helping souls who were lost. Distracting unpleasant souls so that the gate demons could breathe easier. Playing in the rain. Making faces at Belle in the mirror. The way his eyes crinkled at her. All the quiet and grand moments. Love, she said simply, setting her file on the desk. The ancient soul's eyes dipped to watch her soul file disappear, then gave her a look she couldn't interpret. It seems your application is being considered. Lily went hot and cold at the same time. Well, that was easy. Was it? The ancient soul angled his head. Yeah, Lily said, wiping her palms on her thighs. Except for when it wasn't. A few of the eavesdropping attendants chuckled. Even the ancient soul cracked a smile, which Lily returned. Done. No matter what, it was done. The ancient soul hadn't told her when or how she'd know if her application had been accepted, and she figured that he knew the answer to that as well as she did. As much as she wanted to spin on her heel and haul ass down to hell and tell Belle everything, there was something else she needed to do for herself. Can I look at it one last time? Despite the fact that souls reincarnated all the time, and there was only one gate back, thanks to universal magic, no other souls were visible as she walked through the hallway towards it. Something about each journey being a personal one unless intentionally embarking on it with others. She'd been warned not to step off the solid stone, as that marked the point of no return for a reincarnation. So she stopped a few feet away from where stone ended and the colorful, swirling mist began. The gate was deceptively small, a bit bigger than an average door, but it hummed with just as much power as any other arch in the afterlife. Lily stared into the mist, her throat clogging with emotion. Life. She could practically taste it. For all its faults and evils and pain, the mortal world was a beautiful thing. Mortality was a beautiful thing. The curious uncertainty, the boldness both quiet and brash that living required, all of it. Beautiful, powerful. A part of her would always miss it. She took a long, deep breath, watching the colorful mist twist and curl around itself, the power of the gate reaching out to brush over her soul with all the potential of mortality. A dozen different children, all of them somehow identifiable as different incarnations of herself, growing up with a dozen different lives. Parents who loved each other, parents who hated each other, a single mother, siblings, an only child, foster care. Different hobbies, but she always loved reading. Athleticism. Chronic pain. Average in every way. Red hair, brown hair, blonde hair. Curly, straight, long, short. Life of love, life of fear, life of everything and nothing. Boyfriends, girlfriends, always single. A fancy wedding, a backyard wedding, never her own wedding. A domestic partnership, a vow of celibacy. A child, children, infertile. Had a baby but lost it. Miscarriage after miscarriage. Twins. Another negative pregnancy test. Died old. Died young. Car crash. Heart attack. Childhood cancer. Laughter. Crying. Happiness. Grief. Joy. Pain. Adventure. Hope. Beauty. Complicated and wonderful and awful and simple. Life. Always life. Lily let the hot tears run down her cheeks as she smiled at the gate, thankful for all the time she'd ever had in that beautiful world of uncertain potential. But love called. "Goodbye," she whispered. The mist swirled in response. Lily shoved the door to the building of Belle's office open, a chord of nerves thrumming alongside her excitement. She'd never felt surer of herself and her decision. Halfway across the cavernous foyer, a commotion in one of the halls drew her attention. She almost chose to ignore it, right up until Greg hauled a wriggling Lev out of the hall and towards the stairs.
You don't feel good. Imagine how he feels. Whatever it is, you're going to explain everything, Greg snarled, fighting to drag him backwards across the floor. Let go, I'm going to be sick. You think bodily fluids bother me? Puke on yourself for all I care. After this shit, you deserve—
What is going on? Lily snapped, marching towards them. Greg spun to face her, not letting go of a dry-heaving Lev. His red eyes burned with intensity as they scanned hers, relief flickering over his angular features. He opened his mouth, closed it, nodded once, and silently ushered Lev back into the hallway they'd come from. What the fuck? Whatever that was, it was a problem for later. She raced up the stairs, growing warmer with every step. Belle's office door was shut, so she raised her hand to knock but paused. The sticky note she'd given him that morning hung just below his name. She'd written it as a personal joke, but also as a hint. Veni, vidi, Velcro. I came, I saw, I stuck around. Obviously not a literal translation, but Belle had gotten a kick out of it when she'd handed it to him. She brushed her fingers over the note, nerves dissipating, and knocked. Silence. Lily frowned, reaching for the handle anyway. Belle stood facing the floor-to-ceiling windows, wings clamped tight to his back, arms folded, every line of his body taut. Even his tail was stiff. Only the tip twitched slightly. Worry shredded her excitement. Please don't let there be another war. Please. Not so soon. Not now. He hasn't recovered from the last one. He didn't react when she shut the door, or when she slowly approached, pausing between the couches. Belle? He jolted like he'd been shocked, whipping around to stare at her with wide eyes, his breath catching in his throat. Lily's chest squeezed. Hey, big guy, she said soothingly, closing the distance between them. Belle watched her approach, desperation all over his face. He dropped his arms to his sides, fingers twitching. Something had happened. What's wrong? You're here, Belle rasped, eyes never leaving hers. I'm here, Lily said, pieces clicking into place. Greg threatening Lev, who had given her the report and, bless his sweet dumb ass, had probably shared that information in the worst possible way with no other context. Lily smoothed her hands up the heavy muscle of his chest, and he melted. I don't know what Lev said, but I'm here to stay. I know, he said, voice wobbling. He cleared his throat and rested his hands on her hips with surprising gentleness. Lev said you were going to the reincarnation office, and it scared the shit out of me. But I knew you wouldn't just leave like that. You wouldn't do that. I knew that, but I was still... His voice dropped to a ragged whisper, and she reached up to cradle his handsome face, wiping at a tear with her thumb. I was still scared, he admitted quietly. I held your file to feel better, but then it disappeared, and I... He clenched his eyes shut, pressing his cheek into her palm. I knew you wouldn't leave like that. I figured you probably needed your file for a very good Lily reason. But I still needed to come to the window. With every word out of his mouth, Lily wanted to shred herself into a million pieces. She'd been so caught up in the excitement that she hadn't realized how it would look to him, especially if Lev simply told him that she was going up to the reincarnation office. It was the worst possible thing she could have done to him, short of actually reincarnating on a whim. His utter faith in her made her love him all the more, but in that moment, she hated herself just as much. She brought his face down to hers, pressing their foreheads together so they could breathe each other in. His hand tightened on her hips, holding her closer. Why did you have to go to the window? She murmured, resting her hand over his heart. He brushed his nose against hers. I needed to find beauty in a moment that had none. But now you're here. A tear ran down his nose and dampened her cheek, his heart beating solidly against her palm. She cupped his face with her other hand and pulled back just enough to meet his silver eyes. I'm here. She kissed him once, softly. And I'm staying. Forever. Hope dawned on his rugged features, but his eyes were still glassy. Lily smiled softly at him, excitement fizzing through her veins again. I'm guessing Lev left out why I went to the reincarnation office. Belle nodded slowly, searching her eyes. She fought a losing battle against her tears. I was already going to tell them that I wouldn't be reincarnating. I was going to have them put a note in my file, make it official, and then I was going to tell you about it. But then Lev brought me that report he mentioned at the funeral. She smoothed her hands across the breadth of his shoulders. He found a possible loophole for us, big guy. Some souls can apply for something called deification, where, if they get approved, they yield their ability to reincarnate forever, and, in return, they become denizens of the afterlife, and all that entails. She smiled softly. Including the ability to possibly have kids. He froze. What? Lily, that's... Her tears spilled over, even as her smile broadened enough to hurt her face. I know! I ran all the way there and I applied, but whether I get approved or not, I'm staying with you. With Sharky. The mortal world isn't for me anymore. I was so excited, and I didn't know Lev would say anything, but I'm so sorry that I scared you like that. She kissed him long and slow. I love you, big guy. You're staying, he murmured, almost to himself. Then he kissed her again, harder. I love you, and you're staying. She kissed him again, his hand sliding up her back and threading through her hair in the way that made her stomach swoop pleasantly. Forever, she added, pressing herself against him. He grinned at her, all traces of his earlier fear vanishing until he looked like his normal self again, except happier than she'd ever seen him. Princess, he murmured, tenderness radiating from him as he brushed his lips over her cheek and pulled her into a hug. She gripped him back with every ounce of strength she had, nuzzling into the curve of his neck, reveling in his quiet strength. He was, as always, infinitely careful with her, but he held her as hard as he dared, molding her body against his. If they spent eternity just like that, she would spend eternity the happiest woman in the afterlife. But, she realized, her existence would be better than just this moment. They had forever to have more moments like this one, to have different moments, better moments, and all of them together. Belle's heart beat so strongly against his ribs, against her, that she felt it in her own chest. She pressed against him even harder, reveling in every line and ridge of his body, in every piece of him. Perhaps it was just the heightened emotion of the moment, or the culmination of several lifetimes of experience and pain and dreams, but there, in the afterlife, holding her demon prince, she'd never felt more alive. Thump. Lily opened her eyes. Thump thump. Thump thump. She'd never heard Belle's heartbeat in her ears like that before. Something was different. Not wrong, but different. Warm. She was warm, and she felt... She shoved back with a gasp, giving herself just enough room to press her hand to her chest. There, under her palm. Thump thump. Lily grabbed Belle's hand and pressed it over the center of her chest, his look of utter confusion evaporating in a moment. Her heart, beat steadily under his touch, pulsing its rhythm throughout her body. She was alive. She met Belle's shocked expression with one of her own. It worked, she breathed, the implications of that statement sinking in. Deified. Alive. She was home forever, and they could... It worked, she managed to say before crumpling into happy tears.
Chapter 63. Touching Music. Belle. The beat of Lily's heart against his palm was exquisite, but paled in comparison to the glory of her joy. Staying. Forever. Belle held her a little tighter. Forever to hold her, to nuzzle into her hair, to hear her laugh and see her scowl, forever to live. All that, and the possibility of expanding their family. His throat clogged again, and he kissed the curve of her shoulder. She smiled against his neck as she tightened her hug, fingers stroking over the sensitive bases of his wings. Forever. Fucking Lev, she murmured, smoothing one hand up the heavy arch of one wing. He shuddered at the heady prickle of sensation that fizzed up his spine. This was supposed to be a completely good moment. It is a completely good moment. Now, anyway. I don't know if we should thank him or kill him. That is, if Greg hasn't already gotten to him first. Belle grumbled into her neck, unwilling to let her go. She hummed. Greg got to him first. I think he was dragging him up here when I arrived, but he backed off when he saw me. She pulled back a bit, and he let her go with reluctance. Thankfully, she just gave herself enough room to slide her hands up his chest and smile softly at him, so radiantly beautiful and his that he had to remind himself that the moment was real. "I could never leave you." She brushed her thumb over his cheek. "Heartbeat or no heartbeat, I was always going to choose you. You're worth dying for," she said, smile broadening. "But more than that, you're worth living for, too." His skin felt too small to contain his emotions. They closed his throat and made words impossible, his heart threatening to beat out of his chest. Worth living for. Of all the praise he had ever received, that was the highest. He kissed her palm, clearing his throat enough to rasp. "Princess." That was all he managed. "I know," she said gently, an impish gleam entering her eyes. "I had the whole elevator ride to come up with that. You can knock me on my ass with something romantic later, but let me have this one." He barked to laugh, running a hand over his too warm face. "All right, you can have this one. Besides, I have better plans for your ass." "Go on." "I'm not sharing them now. This is your moment, remember?" he teased, settling a hand on her hip while the other came to rest over her beating heart. The rhythm of it under his palm was like touching music. Forever. The idea of it kept washing over him in waves of astonishment. "Can I see the new tattoo?" she asked a few moments later, brushing her fingertips over the back of his hand resting on her chest. He held it out for her inspection, a thrum of nerves cutting through his elation. He swiftly pushed the fear down. She'd yielded her ability to reincarnate, to stay and have a life with him in the afterlife. One tattoo wasn't going to change her mind. Well, 2 tattoos. But he'd mention that later. Done in black and gray, the lily was delicately crafted of clean, sweeping lines and intricate dot work, spanning the entire back of his hand and creeping slightly up his wrist and the backs of his fingers. A furled bud was tucked amongst the few abstract lines of the background, nestled close to the flower in full bloom. His reasoning for it had been multifaceted, and he hadn't wanted to explain it to Greg and Asmodeus when they'd seen it. They had both correctly surmised that Lily had been the inspiration and that he'd wanted to get something to remind him of her, but it was more than that. They hadn't commented on the furled bud, perhaps assuming that it was just a way to fill in the background. It wasn't. He explained it to her quietly, her fingers tracing each element as he spoke. He'd been specific about the imagery he'd wanted. A lily like the ones they laid on the battlefield. The flower and the bud, Lily and Sharky, a parent and a child, in honor and in remembrance. He'd hoped that it wasn't too cheesy to get a tattoo for her and Sharky, and in the same breath worried that the second half of the tattoo's meaning would render it too morbid. Asmodeus gave me some loving shit for it, but not nearly as much as he gave me for the, other one, Bell said, segueing brilliantly, in his opinion, into his next big reveal. Lily peered up at him, arching an eyebrow. "The other one? I've seen Azzy's back tattoo, and he still had the audacity to give you shit?" "It's Asmodeus," Bell said in explanation. Lily rolled her eyes, bringing his hand up to press a soft kiss to the center of his new tattoo. "He shouldn't have given you any shit about this one. It's beautiful, Belle. For all of your reasons." He squeezed her hip and murmured a thank you. He'd felt fairly confident right up until his shithead cousin started giving him grief for both of his new tattoos. Greg had been supportive, though Belle hadn't expected anything less. Greg and Lily were more similar than either of them probably cared to realize, but Lily was, with Belle anyway, the softer of the two. Bell stepped back to give himself a bit of room and reached for the fastenings of his pants. Lily's eyebrows rocketed upwards, surprise giving way to blatant interest that had him focusing on not getting fully hard, a worthy distraction from the nerves. "You know how everyone keeps telling me I need to pick a motto?" he asked, fingers undoing the laces while he studied her expression. She watched his progress with rapt attention, but met his eyes at the question. Yeah, she said, a smile quirking the corner of her mouth. Don't tell me you're sticking with Veni Vidi Velcro. Funny, but no, Belle said, loosening the last lace. An artisan will add my new motto to the door next week, but it resonated with me so much that I wanted to get a tattoo of it, too. And because it was a result of your brilliance, I wanted to get it in a spot you'd appreciate. He eased the front of his pants down just far enough to reveal the tattoo that Asmodeus had given him such grief over. Across the lowest part of his stomach, stretching nearly from hip bone to hip bone in a single line of clean, simple font. Vires per intellectu. Lily went wide-eyed, lips parted slightly as she stared at the words in complete silence. Shit. He'd always liked the idea of a tattoo on his lower stomach for sexual and aesthetic reasons, and Lily had agreed with him when he'd mentioned it in bed one time, but perhaps as he had been right about the subject matter. Heat scorched his cheeks and ears as he fought not to fidget under her stare. Princess, he managed, hands twitching with the urge to pull his pants up. That's fully healed, right? Like fully healed? Lily asked with the same neutral tone as someone inquiring about the readiness of a meal. Belle was fairly certain his face was about to burst into flames, but something in her expression. He'd seen that before. Hope sparked along with arousal. Yeah, he said, then added cautiously, I can always get it removed. Don't you fucking dare. Lily glared at him in affront, dropping her eyes back to the tattoo and reaching for the hem of her shirt. Asmodeus gave you shit for that? What an idiot, Lily said, hauling her shirt over her head and kicking off her shoes. I love it. It's sexy and thoughtful, and I want to lick it. Think of it as celebrating my heartbeat, which I'm currently feeling between my legs for the first time in too fucking long. Pants off now, please. Well then. Non-existent crisis averted. In hindsight, he'd been an absolute and utter idiot to ever worry. So bossy, Belle smirked, reaching behind him to undo the clasps of the wing slits in his shirt instead, enjoying the sight of her shimmying out of her leggings and kicking them aside. He pulled his shirt over his head and dropped it. Lily prowled towards him in nothing but her underwear, the black lace contrasting beautifully with her hair and skin. She'd always been so stunningly beautiful, no matter if she was covered in blood spatters from some evil soul or wearing sweatpants or dressed like a walking wet dream, but she seemed somehow more alive. His. Forever. She grabbed him by the front of his undone pants, the backs of her fingers brushing against the base of his erection and driving the breath from his lungs, pulling him closer. Heat boiled up his spine. He resisted the urge to take her like a primal beast. Again, this wasn't the time for that. Probably. He skated his hand up and down her side, following the flare of her hips, the dip of her waist, up to the fullness of her pretty breasts, leaving goosebumps in his wake. Lily tipped her head back, offering her mouth, eyes gleaming with passion and love, fingers lingering so damn temptingly close to where he ached for her. With his tattooed hand, he cupped her breast, not missing the way her breath caught and her grip on his pants tightened. Electricity hummed over his skin, prickling over his nerve endings in a way that should have been painful, but only brought exquisite sensitivity, similar to the adrenaline rush of combat, but infinitely better. He lightly pinched her stiffened nipple, then rolled the pad of his thumb over it to soothe away the small hurt. Her eyes fluttered closed, the soft noise that escaped her parted lips like a tangible stroke along his cock. His breathing hitched, and she half opened her eyes to smile indolently at him. He released her breast, watching it settle with a small bounce, and moved his hand to press flat on the upper slope of her chest. Thump-thump, thump-thump, thump-thump. The rhythm was faster than the first time he'd felt it, but no less wondrous. He understood why she always seemed to like resting her hand over his heart. Her heart was his new fascination, its beat his favorite song. Lily's hand slid from his neck down to his chest, some of the hazy arousal fading from her eyes to be replaced with soft, wondrous joy, an expression he felt mirrored on his own face, in his own chest. Thump, thump. "Ah, princess," he rasped, shifting his tattooed hand to trace up the side of her neck with his fingertips. "You've always had a beautiful heart. Now you have the heartbeat to match. And an equally beautiful new necklace, if you hold my throat with that hand," she breathed, leaning in to kiss the center of his chest. She let go of his pants and brought her hand up for a quick lick, then slipped it into his pants to wrap around his aching cock. Whatever romantic thing he'd been planning on saying flew out of his brain as his vision went white. She squeezed his base slightly, moving her fist as far along his ridged length as she could within the confines of his pants. Should have taken the pants off, really should have. She twisted her grip as she stroked down to his base. He dropped his head back and groaned. When synapses started firing again, he kept his hand right where it was, holding her hip to keep her in place as he dipped to capture her mouth. She arched into him with a little laugh that he felt in his bones. "How," he murmured in between deepening kisses, "committed are you?" He nipped at her lower lip, careful not to catch it with his fangs. "To licking the tattoo." He groaned into her mouth as she worked him in her grip, and he shoved her soaked thong out of the way to slick his fingers against her core. "Floor," she gasped, hips working as she rode his hand. "I'm licking the tattoo." Somehow he ended up on his ass, wings splayed, leaned back on his elbows as Lily kissed, licked and nipped her way down his torso, pausing to nuzzle his hip bone like a fucking tease. "Princess," he growled, shoving his pants down around his hips. She shot him a wicked grin, gripped his thigh with one hand to brace herself, lowered her head, and planted a feather-soft kiss on the first letter. When he regained his ability to think and form a plan, he was going to. She ghosted her tongue over his skin in delicate motions, carefully tracing each letter and leaving behind a damp trail. Her hand seared against the skin of his thigh. She held his cock in a loose grip, the head occasionally brushing her breasts and leaving gleaming traces of his arousal on her skin. The dark, possessive part of his brain purred. She finished tracing the first word and paused. Every molecule of his body paused with her, waiting for the next touch of her tongue to his skin. She blew over the dampness she'd left behind, his already sensitive skin crackling with an overload of sensation and pleasure, robbing him of every rational thought he'd ever had except... "More," he snarled, hauling her up his body to devour that smart-ass mouth he loved so much. "Ride me." He managed to make it a request, though the way her ass filled his grip was more than a little distracting. She sucked on his lip, making a breathy noise of assent, fumbling to reach down to guide him to her entrance. He half-tugged her thong out of the way just as she notched the head of his cock inside her. The first slide into her silky, wet heat always reordered his understanding of the universe, and this time was no different. Home. They gasped into each other, adjusting, reorienting themselves to the new paradigm of ecstasy. Different. Being inside her was always paradise, but somehow it was different. "Oh, fuck," Belle ground out, eyes squeezing shut as he fought not to rut up into her. "You feel so..." He could swear that he felt her pulse, that she was warmer, silkier wrapped around him than she had ever been before. "I feel it," she panted, half laughing. He sure as shit felt that. He couldn't help thrusting slightly, working more of himself into her. She pushed back, supporting herself by splaying her hands on his abdomen, her legs spread wide over his broader hips, framing the place where they were joined with her thighs. Fuck. He gripped her hip, urging her into motion. Nothing else mattered after that. His whole world narrowed down to the slick grip of her around his cock, gliding, stroking him into a frenzy as he met her thrust for thrust. Her hair gleamed, tumbling over her shoulders and chest in a spill of silky decadence, lush breasts bobbing with each movement, muscles in her stomach and legs flexing as she worked. A ball of tension coiled at the base of his spine, tingling down his tail, spooling tighter and tighter, threatening to explode at any moment. He sat up, hips working as hard as they could as he pressed his lips to her chest, to her incredible, racing heartbeat, his arm banding around her lower back to guide her movements. Her face got that lovely, almost desperate expression that told him she was teetering on the edge of a climax, and he slid the hand on her back down her ass, spreading his fingers to press on either side of where they were joined. She came apart around him, curling forward with the force of her orgasm and burying her face in his shoulder like he fucking loved. Her breathing stuttering as her core rippled around his cock, pulsing, clenching, driving him over the edge right after her. The explosive energy at the base of his spine raged through his whole body with enough force to stun him, though he tried to keep his hips in motion until it all became too much. He held her as they panted together. She ran her hands over his wings while he moved his trembling hands up and down her back, inhaling the salty tang of her hair, still buried in her tight heat. Long minutes later, a cohesive thought managed to form, and he almost chuckled. What a picture they probably made, tangled up on the dais in front of his floor-to-ceiling windows, his pants around his knees, her thong twisted around her hips, both of them sweaty, disheveled. The happiest people in hell. "I think I still have a sock on," Lily muttered breathlessly. "Do you?" He thought she'd been thong only, but he admittedly had been a bit distracted by her breasts, and hips, and thighs, and everything else. Everything except her feet, apparently. He kissed the spot on her neck that always made her shiver and savored her shuddered inhale. "You know who fucks with one sock on, princess? People with one cold foot?" He pinched her ass. She tickled him where the membrane of his wing met the bone. He squirmed, and they both gasped as his softening cock shifted inside her. "People who are alive." She shifted back to grin at him, her lips red and kiss-swollen, the blush of exertion still fading from her pale skin. He grinned back, dipping to press his lips over her heartbeat. "You know," she said, toying with the newly tattooed tip of his ear, "I didn't get to finish licking your tattoo, which, by the way, I'm a huge fan of, in case it was unclear." A flicker of arousal hummed through his veins, but he tamped it down, unwilling to celebrate such a momentous occasion entirely in his office. "I picked up on that, eventually, but you might need to remind me again sometime. You can finish your little project later. We've got eternity to fill, after all." He couldn't keep himself from grinning like a lunatic at the last bit. Forever, together, as a family. And someday, with more kids, he could see them hundreds of years in the future, wedding rings on their fingers, watching Sharky teach her siblings how to live with fearless joy. Eternity. He was going to savor every moment of it.
Chapter 64. Home. Lily. "I think the thong is a lost cause," Lily said, wrinkling her nose at the sad piece of black lace that had tried so valiantly to hold up to the combined lusts of a demon prince and his deified princess. She headed towards the garbage can by his desk, but Belle snatched it out of her hand before she could make it more than a few steps. "It did its best. I think we should keep it to remember today." "Thong or no thong, I think I'm going to remember today for at least a few reasons," Lily laughed, finding her shirt and tugging it over her head. Belle's expression went so achingly tender that her heart skipped a beat. "Yeah," he said softly. "Me too." Unable to stand even the few feet of distance between them, she crossed the room and slid her arms around his waist, kissing his pectoral, then resting her chin on it, gazing up at him. His tail curled around her calf, free hand coming up to trace the line of her nose before he nuzzled it with his own. A tentative knock at the door drew their attention. Belle sighed, squeezing her calf with his tail before easing away and heading for the door, completely unbothered by his lack of shirt, her damp, ruined thong casually in one hand. I'm going to marry the hell out of this man someday, she thought with a smile, warmth washing over her at the thought. The office door swung open to reveal a fretful Lev and a completely neutral Greg. Lev's orange eyes danced between her and Belle, eyebrows furrowing slightly at Belle's shirtless torso and her slightly messy hair. But even though he looked slightly pained, he just swallowed hard and began speaking. I wanted to apologize, to both of you. Belith, I'm very sorry for misrepresenting the situation in a manner that caused you distress. I should have carefully and thoroughly explained the situation. He coughed awkwardly, flushing a deeper shade of olive green. Once I had committed to even saying anything. Though, I realize now that I shouldn't have said anything, which is where I begin my apology to you, Lily. Beside him, Greg simply folded his arms and gave a tiny nod. Lev, to Lily's shock, horror, and amusement, bent deeply and formally at the waist and stayed there. I offer you my sincerest and most heartfelt apology for my actions. In my excitement, I shared news that was yours to share, not mine. In doing so, I robbed you of the opportunity to tell your story in your own way and time, and caused great emotional distress to those who care deeply about you. There is nothing in my power to undo what I have done, but please know that I will do everything in my power to not repeat this mistake. Should you ever need assistance in the future, I offer all the help I can give. Lily blinked, then blinked again. She glanced at Belle, who she expected to look exasperated, but instead he was staring at Lev with a curious expression that she didn't have time to fully interpret. Just telling him to stand up didn't feel right. Lev was always a bit formal, but that apology had been formal. There was meaning there that she couldn't fully appreciate without more information. She collected herself quickly, deciding that formality was probably the best approach. I thank you, Leviathan, for your apology. You may stand. She felt like a fucking idiot, but Lev stood, looking a bit relieved, yet still more than a little worried. So she kept going. I accept your apology, she assured him. And I forgive you. It happened, and it wasn't great, but you are genuinely sorry and have a chance to learn and grow from this. The immensity of what Lev had done for her, for all of them, before he'd gotten excited about it, struck her. She rubbed at her stinging nose. You're the reason I get to have the future I dreamed of, that Belle and I dreamed of. You're the reason the afterlife really feels like home now. I know I said thank you before, but holy shit, Lev. She chuckled wetly. Thank you. Can I give you a hug? Or would you prefer something else? Well, a hug would be fine. You're clothed. Lily ignored the wheeze from Belle's direction and wrapped Lev in a careful hug. His lean arms eased around her slowly, patting awkwardly at her back while he whispered, Lily, I don't mean to be a terrible pedant about this, but I know that the chances are slim to none of you being approved for deification, and I'm concerned that you all are celebrating prematurely. Statistically, Lev, honey, can you feel my heartbeat? His hand stilled on her back. Yes, of course. A healthy heart rate. A tad elevated, perhaps, but that makes sense considering the excitement. Lev. He paused. I've missed something, haven't I? Souls don't have heartbeats. A long pause. Then he hugged her with actual enthusiasm. Oh, thank the universe.
This will make so many things easier."
Lily laughed and hugged him back.
The translation there is that he's glad you're staying, because not only do you make soul management easier, but he's actually rather fond of you and would have missed you,"
Greg said dryly, leaning against the doorframe. Lev released her, ducking his head and squirming a little.
"Your reports are thorough without being needlessly dense and are formatted very nicely."
"Benefits of having a Bachelor of Arts degree," Lily smiled, letting Lev off the hook.
"What Greggles is trying to say is that he would have missed you too,"
Bell drawled, nudging his friend's shoulder with his fist. Greg nodded, the barest hint of a smile playing at his lips, his long tail flicking behind him.
"Welcome home."
Lily was debating whether or not to ask him if she could hug him too when her phone rang. She'd grabbed it on her way down, then completely forgotten about it. She fished it out of the pocket of her leggings and studied the name flashing on the screen. "It's Asmodeus," she said.
"Put it on speaker," Bell said. "I want to hear his reaction when you tell him the news."
She swiped the screen. "Hello?
Where are you?"
Asmodeus snapped. Everyone in the room went still. She wasn't sure if she was imagining the swift rise of the guy's tempers and attitudes along with her own, but she pushed those distractions aside and reached for her control. No one outside of souls at the help desk had spoken to her that way since she'd arrived in the afterlife, and the biting response that danced on the tip of her tongue was instinctive. Just as she opened her mouth, she remembered that it was Asmodeus. Azzy. Badass and goofy and good-hearted, if a bit clumsy on the delivery of that good-heartedness sometimes. She took a measured breath. "Excuse me?"
"Where are you? I am standing at your desk and there are souls here being shitty, and I have an infant who is also being shitty, but in a far more literal way, but no you. I came here because Lev said you were going to the reincarnation office, and I thought Lily wouldn't do that to Belle without so much as a decent fucking explanation. So I came here to—"
"Asmodeus, stop," Lily said. To his credit, he went silent immediately. "I understand that you're upset and worried about Belle, but you don't get to speak to me that way. You can either treat me with respect, or we can hang up and have a different conversation later." She knew he was terrified for his cousin, his brother in all the ways that counted, but there were boundaries that she refused to allow violation of. Even Greg and Lev frowned darkly at her phone.
"Shit. You're right. I'm sorry, Of course she's right. What the fuck, Asmodeus?"
Belle growled. She'd never heard Belle sound like that, darkly protective and tightly restrained all at once, like a bow at full draw with an arrow on the string, waiting to be released. It was more than a little sexy. Focus.
"Belle? You're with Lily?" "Yes, and I better be about to witness your apology,"
Belle said, glowering between her and the screen as if he could convey his displeasure to his cousin with just a look.
"You are. I was in the middle of it,"
Asmodeus said seriously.
"Lily, you're completely right, and I'm sorry for talking to you that way. I got really emotional and didn't think, but that's no excuse for snapping at you like that. I never should have done it, and I won't do it again. I'm really sorry."
Lily's pique faded at the sincerity in his voice. He was a good man, and she appreciated his apology more than words could say. It would take some more getting used to, all these genuine, unflinching apologies. "Thank you. I forgive you and accept your apology." She paused, wanting to lighten things up, because today was too good of a day, and he'd been sincerely sorry. "At least you'll be able to tell Soraya that." Belle grinned delightedly.
"Soraya is going to murder you when she finds out, Azzy."
Asmodeus groaned.
"I deserve that."
"Also," Lily continued, "I went to the reincarnation office to let them know that I'm not leaving. Ever. I'm staying in Afterlife and managed to get full denizen status. Someone's got to shake you heathens up and love Belle properly. Relief dripped from every word of Asmodeus's response.
Oh, good. Congratulations. And welcome home forever. I want to hear how you managed the denizen thing. We should have a celebration dinner, like a littleish one at our house before the big family party you know is going to happen. And before my wife kills me.
Lily smiled at Belle, then at Greg and Lev. I'd like that. Not long after she'd hung up with Asmodeus, her phone, along with Belle's, had blown up with calls and texts. Asmodeus had, with her blessing, made the announcement to the gate, and it had flown from there. The first call she'd answered had been from a downright giddy Lucifer, who sounded suspiciously choked up despite his glee. He'd apologized for not thinking of deification, explaining that he hadn't worked with souls that hadn't been sent to hell closely enough to know much about it. His obvious pride in Lev and his discovery warmed her heart. A bombardment of texts and phone calls from Persephone had followed. Her first few voicemails were mostly excited shouting of things Lily couldn't quite make out, but what she did understand, ribald suggestions of how to celebrate her newfound deified status, scorched even Lily's ears. More messages, from Sida and several other workers at the front desk, along with Athena, Aphrodite, Freya, Cthulhu, Thanatos, Brigid, the Morrigan, Pele, several of the librarians from the Universal Library, baristas from Common Grounds, deities and beings she'd never met. The best, though, were from the demons she'd befriended in hell. Apparently, the entire contingent of gate demons was celebrating like they'd won a major sporting event, sending her blurry videos of absolute chaos as they whooped and cheered. It had been a long, winding road to arrive where she belonged. Her mortal life had happened the way that it had, and no one could change that. But she couldn't be mad about how things had unfolded. She, for one, wouldn't change anything about how she and Belle had come together, or how she and Sharky had found each other and grown. Well, except maybe the near heart attack Belle had had after Lev's well-intentioned but badly delivered announcement. That realization, along with Lev's and Asmodeus's apologies, had settled something in her heart. So, before they left Belle's office, she pulled up a contact on her phone, took a deep breath, and typed out the message that had been a long time coming. The pain of her past no longer defined her, and the future was bright with promise. Lily. Thank you for your apology, God. I forgive you. A few whirlwind hours later, Lily leaned back against Belle, basking in his steady strength as they waited for the flood of kids to burst through the front doors of Sharky's school. He had his arms banded over her chest loosely while she traced aimless patterns over his forearms.
Still processing?
He asked, resting his chin on top of her head. She took a deep breath, hearing the first threads of kids chattering in the halls. I didn't realize how much it would matter to other people. To you, me, and Sharky, sure. I thought your family would be excited, along with the gate demons and our friends, but I didn't realize how much I mattered to people. They're not just happy because I'm useful, though that's a part of it. They're happy for us. It's been a long time since I've had a community like that. Like this.
Forever,
Belle reminded her teasingly in a deep sing-song. She bit his forearm. Lightly. Ish. He laughed just as the door to the school burst open, releasing the torrent of kids, younger ones first, then gradually increasing in age. Sharky and the young demons around her were all on the cusp of becoming teenagers, but Sharky, though still growing, was getting outpaced in the growth spurt department. She saw both of them and lit up, breaking away from her friends with a cheerful wave. How far Sharky had come, how far they'd all come. "Both of you?" she asked, eyes bright. A flicker of concern danced over her features. "Wait, did something bad happen?" "Something did happen today, but it was nothing bad," Lily assured her, stepping out of Belle's hold to wrap Sharky in a hug. "It's actually really, really good. How was school?" "Fine. Not nearly as interesting as whatever has you both looking so sappy," Sharky giggled, gripping her tight and resting her cheek against Lily's chest, just like she always did. Lily waited with bated breath to see if she'd notice. She didn't doubt that she would. Sharky was one of the most observant people she'd ever met. Sharky froze, then jerked back, staring at Lily's chest in shock. Her wide eyes jumped between Lily's gaze and her chest. Then she pressed her ear against Lily's chest again. "You have a heartbeat?" Lily explained what had happened, what she'd done, and Sharky's grin grew brighter and brighter with each word. "I'm staying, Bug," Lily grinned. "So, you get to stay and have kids?" "That's the plan and hope," Lily laughed. "Heck yeah! Siblings! They're gonna be so cool! This is going to be great! We get to always stay a family, and it's going to get even better! When do your powers come in?" "I don't think I'll be getting powers beyond what I've already got." Sharky wrinkled her nose. "Well, that's stupid. Are you sure?" "Pretty sure," Lily laughed again. "There's pros and cons for everything, I guess." Sharky sighed, then went right back to her enthusiasm. "How are we celebrating? We are celebrating, right? This is not a situation that calls for being chill. I say we do something that either involves food or fire, or both." "We can do both," Belle grinned, taking Lily's hand. Lily draped her arm over Sharky's shoulders, and her heart kicked happily, the last piece of her soul settling into place. Home.